Good evening and happy Friday, everyone. Welcome to NA Div 2 DPC. I'm your host, Nat T. Joining me is Gods and Sheepstick. Sheepa, how are you feeling on this fine, definitely not Friday night for you?
Yeah, I don't know what day of the week it is ever anymore. Like, as soon as I leave any sort of schedule and come home, I just, exist in my bedroom and times blend into each other.
Yeah,
so I'm really excited.
But either way, I'm super excited. What about you, Gods? I know that it is a Friday night for you.
Yeah, Friday afternoon. This is so good.
Afternoon,
I spent all of last year covering SCA Dota with both of you, and we would start work at midnight and finish as the sun was coming up. This is great. I love my schedule.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm kind of enjoying mine too. It's like almost 9 a.m. for me or something. So it's like I kind of get to work a normal 9 to 5 time wise. But either way, I'm super excited to be covering some NA Dota here. We can have a look at what we did cover 2 days ago on February 8th. I do believe that one was. We had the Cut versus C-Dub as our first series. This one going 2-0, and the Cut looked fantastic, Gods.
Yeah, this was kind of the first, I think, real test for them in some ways. We were seeing C-Dub kind of as one of these teams on the rise, but the Cut put together really strong drafts here. Making an emphasis on these kind of very kind of early game tempo heroes, ignoring the stuns, just kind of grouping up and pushing. Like game one, Lycan, Death Prophet, Bristle, they just hit these item timings and put their opponents on the back foot. And it's kind of a similar thing, I feel like, in game two, where they're not really prioritizing stuns or team fight. They're just really looking to kind of play around key item timings.
Yeah, that was one of the most impressive things, I think, was just when they got the lead, how stable they were in holding that sheep.
Yeah, especially in game two, I think they really exerted the pressure a lot harder and did a really good job of it. I think the Cut is just looking super nice. C-Dub was definitely a bit of a question mark on how they could fit into the standings, but now things are starting to kind of make a little bit more sense to me. I think the Cut, C-Dub have played way more series than the Cut as well. So C-Dub have played 4 now, so they're 2-2, whereas Cut is just 2-0.
Yeah.
So the Cut definitely looking really good now.
Yeah, that's definitely a factor, later when we do get to the leaderboard to take into consideration. But C-Dub really had to prove themselves in this series. Unfortunately, they couldn't get it done. It was just a nice clean 2-0 for the Cut. But the second series was not as clear-cut as some people would put it. It was Ant versus Fart Studios, and this one went to 3 games sheep. 3 games, I feel like if you played it out in any other timeline, it would have just been a 2-0 for Ant, though.
Bro, I have no idea what was going on in these games. It was the most insane stuff. We have some wacky drafting. We see a Sand King for the first time in forever, which was, interesting. The lane actually went way better than expected, but overall it felt like Fart SJ, really struggled to kind of get involved in fights as Nature's Prophet, and we just get sort of killed by this Morphling. We had a pretty free game overall, I would say. Overall, there was just a lot of disconnection on the losses for both teams, right? Fart lost game 1 and lost game 2. In both these games, it felt like people were just sort of not near each other, getting picked off, getting 1 by 1, a lot of sort of rookie mistakes. But it was a very close and fun series.
Oh, it was definitely super entertaining to watch, but it almost did have that solo queue pub-esque feel to it. The drafts, though, still very interesting. The Sand King you already mentioned in game number 2, it was the Juggernaut. Yes, I couldn't remember if there was 2 or 3, but yeah, game number 2 was the Juggernaut for Fart Studios that did end up winning, Gods.
Yeah, BSJ just bringing out all the classics. He's kind of one of these old school players in terms of the kind of heroes he likes to play, and just highlighting it here. One of the heroes I've been impressed by that's kind of on the rise, not picked in game 2 but in game 1, is also the Hoodwink. I think that's just become one of these big go-to 4 positions. Just having these 4s that dish out loads of damage. Similar thing this game. It seems like range supports are kind of on the rise, and teams are just picking a lot less melee supports outside of a few exceptions. Just prioritizing having more damage when it comes to what supports they're picking up.
This was a pretty unfortunate end to the game for Ant, but big props to Fart Studios to be able to force it to game number 3 when we see the game number 3 highlight reel coming up. Actually, let's talk about the Mars a little bit, Chief, because we see it in game 2 and then we see it again in game 3, but I believe it went the same build, right?
Yes, it was Ush on his Mars. He went just very standard active fighting Mars build. He had his Soul Ring, he had a Blink Dagger Rush, and then he just ran around and played with his team. And we talked with him about it in the post-game interview, and he explained how he is the captain of this team and he makes the calls and does the drafting and all this stuff. So for him, being able to play a higher tempo offlaner compared to the greedier styles we've seen from other teams really just fits him and what they want to do as a team. And I respect that a lot. And I think he makes it work as well. Definitely maybe could have switched it up a bit, like could have gone for that Scythe of Vice. I know Fear wanted to see that, and so did I, instead of the Refresher Orb in some of the games. But overall, yeah, made it work, looked good. Very impressive.
Yeah, hopefully we see them, have that sort of impact later on. For now, though, looking at the leaderboard, Dog Champ up there, then it's going to be the cut, even though they've only played 2 series, followed by CW, who has played those 4 now. Felt also only playing 2 with Ant, and then Fart Studios, Penguin Squad, all on the same score line, having played 3 series, and then unfortunately Eternity down there with 2 series losses. Does lead us to our schedule for today, which is going to start off with Eternity versus Felt, and then Penguin Squad versus Ant. So Ant having another chance down there to prove themselves, to try and go a little bit higher up the leaderboard and really put themselves in a position to contest the first, second place for going up to Div 1. But Eternity and Felt, we can have a chat about these 2 teams because there are 2 very different ends of the spectrum right now. Eternity not really being able to bring much to the table so far in Division 2.
Unfortunately not, yeah. Eternity in general just looks to be on the weaker side, both mechanically and strategy-wise. Their players never really seem to... Well, they to do well, Eternity needs to be able to leave the laning stage in a decent spot. I think they play really poorly on the back foot, and we saw that against some of the stronger teams where they just got obliterated. Like their mid laner was getting solo killed and so on, and then there's just no way for them to really recover at that point. So yeah, if I want to see them win against Felt, they need to find a way to not get owned in lanes.
Yeah. It also isn't just that in my eyes, because it's also a little bit they feel maybe lost in that middle part of the game where it's like, how do we actually execute the draft that we have, or how do we pull ourselves back in? Like, even if you lose lanes, there's always a way back in, but Eternity also feel like they just don't really have that yet.
Yeah, I don't feel like they've been drafting terribly. They have picked, some slightly out-of-the-box heroes at times, like they had a Darkseer in their last series, but it's nothing wild. It's so much more about execution, and I think what Sheepo said about, sometimes just player skill. Like, it's hard to execute mid-game if you leave the laning stage at a disadvantage. Both their last 2 games were, 21, 26 minutes, so what that says to me is they're just getting, stomped. And, watching the games, I think it kind of backs it up. They lose their lanes in early game, and then things just kind of spiral out of control. You can't really make mid-game plays when you're playing from behind, or the kind of plays you can make are super inefficient. It's like, okay, let's smoke up as 4 and maybe go gank this one guy. Even if you, kill a core with that, it's like you're not farming the map, you're just falling further behind. So it just feels like they're just a tier below the other teams here in Div 2, unfortunately.
Yeah, and from the limited amount that we have seen Felt so far, Gods, what would you say is an area that you're a little bit worried about that potentially Eternity could exploit?
On the side of Ant, as far as their weak sides, you mean?
Felt.
Oh, sorry, Felt, yeah. I think with Felt, hard to say. I think I'm still kind of trying to get a bit of a feel from them. We've seen the 2 series. They're kind of a bit more of a veteran team. I think if anything, they look pretty solid. Their first series was a bit, they lost, but even they said they felt like they played pretty well. I think with Felt, what's hard is that they're not shining in terms of individual plays. It just seems like they're all on the same page as a team. So they're kind of very, cohesive strategy is all in line. I think if maybe with Felt, it comes down to their drafting. Some of their picks at times have, I think, looked a little bit odd and out there. Like they're still running their last series they won with it. They had mid TA and a Legion commander. They did this offlane Axe, which actually looked pretty good in the lane. But I think drafting wise, maybe that's an area where you can try and get an edge against Felt.
Okay. We're going to have a player comparison that is going to come up on our screens. And these are 2 players you wanted to have a little bit of a chat about. Sheep. It's going to be the position 4s for the 2 teams, namely Shu on the side of Felt.
Oh my god, there's 2 squirrels.
There's 2 hoodwinks. I'm seeing double.
Yeah, okay, so Shu is sort of like a fake position 4. That's sort of why I wanted to highlight him here. if you look at his Doa buff, he pretty much primarily plays 5 position heroes. And this is to the extent where in their pro matches so far in Div 2, if they've drafted Tiny, they've actually put it on their position 5 player Chen, and he's played it in the off lane with, in that lane. So it's kind of weird having a pause forward that's unable to play heroes like Tiny. But if they're able to flex between both these supports and make it work, then that's pretty good, I suppose. It seems to be going pretty well, but it's definitely strange seeing a 4 on a team that's not playing the typical 4 heroes. They're pretty happy to draft like 2 5 support type heroes in their games so far.
And then on the side of Moonlight, would you say he's pretty stock standard then, Sheep?
Moonlight, yeah, he's pretty normal. I think he just likes to have a initiating offlaner or whatever and then just like play some aggressive 4. I have noticed from watching him laning, he likes to play a little bit up in the lane. Like he really likes to try and disrupt pulls and really like trade a lot and be aggressive, and that can sometimes backfire and lead to him feeding in lane. So that seems to be the type of style that he plays. Hero wise, yeah, he's not super crazy.
Okay. Now, we talked about some things that we felt Eternity weren't doing the best on, and same with Felt, but in your eyes, Gods, what are the 2 strengths or our strength of both these teams?
I think for Felt, it's really their experience. Like, they brought in some new players, but they're a team who's competed against the top teams in NA. They were in Division 1. And I think that's first and foremost what I'd say their big strength is. I think their other, I think their mid laner, Solji, is just really solid, has a pretty diverse hero pool. He's very impressive on a lot of these playmakers. So I'd say those are kind of the 2 things that stand out for me when it comes to Felt. I'm going to be honest with Eternity, it's hard for me to answer. The games, they just haven't looked good. I haven't seen a strength. Okay. Like, I've only seen 2 series, and they haven't looked good in any of those 4 games.
Yeah. We do know that Eternity are playing with a sub. I'm just checking my notes right now. Ezekiel is going to be standing in for Skyward. Do you know much about him and how he potentially could be impacting or changing up what the Eternity that we will see today?
I know absolutely nothing about this player, but what I do know is that Skyward was the drafter for the team. And despite there was a language barrier, I think a lot of the players in that team, South American, speak Spanish within the comms, but I think Skyward would still try to direct them within the game. So they are losing sort of a level of captainship there that I don't know if this new player will be able to upkeep. I mean, that being said, again, most of their problems lie in the laning stage, so I don't know, maybe if this guy like gels better with them in some way, then that's going to be able to pull them out of that laning. It's hard. I definitely don't think you can change or fix things from just one player switch here. I don't know how much the sub will impact, and Felt is a strong team, so it's going to be a uphill struggle here for Eternity.
Yeah. I feel like the only way like one sub can really impact is if, the 3 and the 4 happen to duo queue and the sub standing in is the person he duo queues like all the time with. That'd be kind of crazy. I feel like that's probably the only way that you can have a giant positive impact for it. But I am interested to see how they do end up drafting though, now knowing that Skyward was the key recipe for that. And when we do talk about draft, in your eyes, Gods, are there any very contested heroes between these two teams outside of our standard Rubik's and maybe the Lenas, the Tinies, the Tusks, the Death Prophets? Outside of those, are there any other heroes that you're like, oh, actually we could see a bit of a change up in first phase bans?
I think, obviously there's the meta picks. I think the one other one that stands out a bit is that 4-position Hoodwink. We saw it on the player comparison. It was like the signature hero of both those 2. So I think that's a hero, particularly if Rubik's banned out, that may be grabbed. Another hero that's on the up and up is Disruptor. Felt played it really well in both their games. They were prioritizing it over Rubik at times. They played against the Broodmother, and it gave them some much needed catch against the Brood, even though it's not really considered a Brood counter. And other than that, I think maybe Nature's Prophet, but that's kind of a bit more meta. I think Nature's Prophet just looks like one of the best carries and cores right now.
Yeah. Do you think we're going to see any out of pocket picks, Sheep, especially when we look at team comparisons? Maybe these stats lead way to a certain play style, and maybe you're like, bless you,
I've given my mic on the VMix, so I don't think Twitch had me sneeze.
Guys, she sneezed. There's a paywall for that one. Sorry, you don't get to hear it, but she did sneeze.
Thank you. Ask the question again.
Yeah, when we look at the stats of the teams, I already forgot. I was so thrown about
Something about odd hero picks.
Yes. When we look at the team comparisons, looking at their stats, do we think they're going to be some odd hero picks? Because they played the same number of series.
That's a good question, because I know this isn't odd, but like on attorney side, Skyward would bring like the Broodmother to the draft, and I don't know if the new guy will play that. For Felt, I mean, you already highlighted earlier, right? They're playing TAs and Legion Commanders and Axes and stuff. Like, these guys are crazy. They're probably going to be bringing out, maybe something here, especially if they feel like attorney is a bit weaker. It's maybe a place for them to practice some strats.
Yep. Okay, I mean, I'm excited to see something a little bit different outside of the meta, but Felt more likely to be drafting something aggressive. Is that their playstyle? Is that how you would sort of describe them, Gods?
Yeah, I think they're pretty aggressive. I think they're aggressive around their mid laner and their off laner. Like Solji is often playing these, spirits and getting pretty active in the game. Although one of those games he was playing TA as well, but he's kind of the guy I feel like they play around the most. But I think they combine that with Fade and his item timings, like Legion Axe, like they're playing around his Blink Dagger often. So often, like the early game, it starts slow. They're playing more farm heavy. Then as soon as they get those items, like a Blink Dagger and Axe, they're like, okay, let's go. Let's take all these fights. Let's keep finding these pickoffs. Or on Legion, it was like, let's keep going for Jewel kills whenever Jewel was up. So I think they're start slow and then they speed things up once they hit timings.
Mm-hmm. And Chip, who would you like to see as the win condition for Eternity? I know they've been struggling in lanes, but who do you think has the ability to really sort of help pull the rest of the team through if a draft goes, let's say, heavily in their favor?
What a hard question. Jeez, I don't know.
Yeah. I like to throw you under the bus.
I mean, this is the problem, right? You look at their games so far, and no one's really popping off in a way where you're like, oh yeah, give this guy like a good time. Like, when we covered China Div 1 and Dawn Gaming was getting smashed every game, at least you could look at their safe laner and be like, this guy is good. This guy's really good. Like, he finds farm, he finds like ways to make moves on the map. I don't see that yet from Eternity. I mean, maybe their carry, Karawa. When he gets like a good game on his Bloodseeker, he can pop off. It's really hard to say. I think we need to see like one good game from them, and then we'll be able to make like a better decision on that.
Mm-hmm. And a good game in your eyes, is that a win? Does it have to be a win, or is there a way that they can lose and we can still look back and be like, damn, this was a great game for Eternity, and if they could just replicate it maybe with a different opponent or a slightly different lineup, like what does that good game look like?
For me, a good game for them would be one where they make it out of laning stage and they're able to, and the mid game is influenced in a way where their moves matter. Like they make a good smoke, or they are, placing heroes on the map in a way where they're setting up to look for kills and moves and playing around Roshan and blah blah blah. Like they're actually getting to play the parts of Dota that are important and impactful past laning. So that would be a win for me.
Okay. And then we do have to look at the other side then, Gods. It felt, they're coming in very clear favorites. If they aren't taking this in a 2-0 fashion, are you a little bit worried about their chances to be going to Div 1? Or it's just one of those things that sometimes you are going to lose a game here or there?
I think it's okay to lose a game or two. Obviously, the hope is that they have a clean 2-0 if you're looking at Felt as a top 2 team. But end of the day for Felt, as long as they get the win, all it comes down to is how they do against both DogChamp and the Cup, most likely. It feels like those are the 3 teams fighting over the top 2 slots. So if you're Felt, you want the wins, you want to try and learn from it. Maybe, trying out some stuff and not having a less convincing win can sometimes be okay. Like, it's almost like having those bad games, that's where you learn stuff from them. Obviously, they need a win. They can't afford to lose this series. I think it'd be very unlikely if they do lose. But yeah, for Felt, it doesn't have to be super pretty and clean, but I think there's a good chance it is a stomp here.
Yeah. I do know that we are still waiting for a draft to start. We had some issues with the lobby. So is there anything else you guys have information-wise that you just really want to say about these teams that I maybe haven't asked you about yet, Sheep?
I'd like to hype up Victor. Fade. Jesus Christ, Skylar literally told me don't call him Victor. My bad. Fade is their offlaner. He's a really solid offlaner. Like, he'll play anything that needs to be played. He's super versatile. He can play your initiators to your zoo. Just really, I think he's super stable and makes this team work. And when I talked about how both the supports on this team are kind of, they don't really have a typical 4 player and they have to swap around, I think that in part is able to happen because Fade is so good at just filling the gaps of what can be played and what is needed. He can play an initiator if his 2 supports are both some ranged spellcasters and so on and so on. It's very, very powerful to have an offlaner that reliable.
You've hyped me up. That was a great, little elevative pitch for Fade. I'm like, this is it. Best offlaner ever. You won me over. Game 1 draft.
I believe.
Yeah, full faith. Game 1 draft just below us now. The Lena band out, nothing new there. Death Prophet definitely rising in stocks at the moment, so it's nice to see her have a little bit of priority band alongside the Brood Mother there, gods.
Yep, pretty standard bans. This leaves things like likely Rubik in the pool, Beastmaster. We've sometimes seen other supports get prioritized, like the Hoodwink even in Phase 1. But with these teams, it's hard to know with Attorney. I think, Chipo mentioned like new drafter, even just having a stand-in. But the fact that your drafter being replaced means they could do anything. It's probably. I think the best thing to do though is just pick standard meta heroes. Just don't go into this game with a draft disadvantage.
Yeah, very much.
So Moonlight, I think he is the natural guy to take over from drafting. I think when this team talks about their stuff, it's usually him and Skyward that talk. I believe they really like to play around auras on Eternity. So I'm assuming what they're going to do is just try and pick an offlaner that can fulfill that, and then just play for timings around like the Greaves or the Pipe, depending on the game. So maybe usually we'd see DP right in that spot, and that's why she's been banned. And I think that was a really good ban.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't see the plate of food, and I was like, "Is this man just eating his keyboard? What is going on?"
Yeah,
I was so confused. I was like, "Holy heck, he's hella hungry."
Okay, hold on. Now I get to amend my statement. So if it's not about the auras, the other thing I know this team really likes the idea of is just playing on fast blink timing, like someone that is. This guy is not going to be a greedy Mars, or at least if he does, then I don't know. He's going against the waves of this team. But I know that Eternity with this opening, what they want to do is they want to just hit like 6 on Mars, have Arena, have Kisses, get a blink, start to make moves around the map, just play and let the other 2 cores be a little bit greedier.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm looking forward to that. A more active Eternity. Hopefully, they can hit those timings, hit the aggression. But the side of Felt, they've got just as much map I'm going to start that again. Map pressure. I was going to say pressure and presence at the same time, and the words
doing
were
so
just
good,
they just didn't meld. And clockwork, the clock to try and jump onto the snap, perhaps there, or is it just more this comfort thing that has worked a lot in the past for them, gods?
It's a bit of both. Like, it's definitely good against Snapfire, but it's just this nice melee support that pairs well with Nature's Prophet. It's a strong lane. Often with the Nature's Prophet, you want to be having that melee support that can be a body and just do a lot with coming online early. And I think the nice thing for Felt, you mentioned like the fast blink timing that Attorney want to play around, is like Felt, they're not reliant on any items. They can just kind of make those rotations early with Nature's Prophet, teeping in to take early towers or to make early ganks around like level 6 perhaps. And I think Felt's opener to me just looks a lot scarier and kind of, I guess, more modern. This is like what people are playing on this patch, and has kind of proven to be pretty effective.
Yeah, the Mars concept is more. I mean, we talked about it in the pre-show, right? Ush playing Mars in this fashion is what I expect to see similarly from Eternity here, and it can work. It's definitely. I feel like NA Div 2. Like I like the region, but anything can sort of work in Div 2 in general. If you find way more comfort in just playing off the meta a little bit, going back just to the simplicity of Arena, Kisses, Unga Bunga, then I see no reason why it shouldn't be able to win.
Yeah,
sometimes
I like that point.
I was pretty much going to say the same thing. I was like, I like it when teams actually go simple. Sometimes there's too much of like, oh, this is the meta, and let's try counter it with this, and then you lose like vision of what your draft actually has to do, or a way forward that you can play together. And sometimes you almost are falling into the trap of thinking too many steps ahead that you just lose sight of what happens and needs to happen now. So it is nice to see Eternity go back to more simple things, and I really do hope it plays into what they can do together as a 5-stack.
Yeah, I feel like often where we've seen a lot of the success from some of these Div 2 teams is when they've simplified their drafts as much as possible. Like, pick a Death Prophet, push when you have ultimate, farm when you don't. Like, these kind of simple Dota concepts. Fight with Mars plus Snapfire ultis when they're on cooldown. Go back and farm. Play the, control the map. Fight around your vision. Like, just playing these simple concepts. And also, I think the other thing that goes along with that is play comfort. Like, I think picking towards comfort over meta to a certain extent is going to be better for Div 2 teams. You don't want to go too far where your comfort is like what Penguin Squad were doing, where it was just like way too out of meta, like old school, like 2010 Dota with like mid carries. But picking comfort and picking like simple ideas is always going to be a recipe for success.
Silencer.
They're going really all in on teamfight here. I think if I'm looking forward into Eternity's draft, I would really like to see them be able to pick heroes that can group, or you get something that's like some fat core that can just hit towers, and then you just play with him, and then you're covering him, and if the enemy tries to ever go, you just have global and the ability to counter initiate with Mars Arena and Snap Ult.
Oh, okay. I like that.
What could we see?
Yeah. You've read in my mind.
Sorry, didn't mean to steal your question.
No, I love it.
You could like pair two cores together, right? You could take some Ursa that allows you to do Roche, and then some Leshrac that allows you to take towers, just so that they're covering each other. Or you could just find some carry that's able to do both. I don't know. For Felt, I mean, this Nature's Prophet and Clock. Oh, they'll just take the Lesh. I was gonna say, they're liable to getting run over right now on those two heroes, so they need something that can fight early.
Is Felt going to run the Nature's Prophet off lane? Is that most likely where we're going to see it?
When they played it last two games, it was in the carry role. They paired it with like these playmaking teamfight offlaners. So I would expect something similar again. One game it was a Legion commander. The other game it was the... actually, no, they had an offlane Death Prophet, I want to say.
Alright.
But they had a Pengo mid, so they usually like to have some kind of teamfight control to go with the Nature's Prophet, because that's kind of one of the things that Nature's Prophet doesn't bring to the table. So would expect something along those lines for most likely Fade this game.
Seems good. I think the Nature's with a Clockwork should be okay in the safe lane versus Must Snapfire. I mean, it's a really scary lane with kill threat, but with the ability to just TP home and regain resources, I think he should be okay.
I think this Hoodwink gives you basically a stable 4 position that can lane with any of those like offlane, like melee offlaner that initiates. Like they're gonna probably go for like one of those typical. Maybe not. It doesn't have to be a blink hero, but something that's just like a team fight hero or something to start a fight. Because right now they've got the Clockwork, but that's likely a 5-position clock. You can't fully rely on Clock to be setting up every single fight. You want to have a second way to start fights and to have disables. This is not the cut where they just pick like a 0-stun draft. Felt usually have a more rounded draft.
Yeah, I agree, and I think Eternity's next pick is going to form a lot of my opinions. Okay, because right now, if Eternity picks some Death Ball, then that makes me feel bad for Clockwork Nature's Prophet, because both of these heroes thrive in conditions where the enemy is split up on the map and they can look for pickoffs. It's a little bit harder when the enemy is just as 5. Ember kind of leans into that 5-man a bit. These guys are looking to just skirmish and fight together. So for me, I just want to see Felt picking an offlaner that's able to respond to that, either by fighting or by defending towers, because right now, I guess like Hoodwink and Lesh are okay at bringing creeps off the towers, but yeah, I want Eternity to just pick some push here to kind of fill out the rest of their draft.
By the way, I don't know if you guys were looking at the play cams, but
I was not.
Oh, okay.
I was,
yeah. Did you see one of the players' dads came in, and I literally all that was coming in my head was just like the meme where it's like, "Are you winning, son?"
The same thing. Oh, he like looked over the screen. He did that "Are you winning, son?" kind of look.
Yeah. He's like, "What's going on? Are you winning?" That was hella wholesome. I'm glad we're on the same wavelength there, guys.
Yeah. Okay. That's one of my favorite things it did too. Is like I feel like we're really going into the homes of these players because it's not like Div 1 where so many of the teams are at boot camp or playing at the same place. These guys are, most of them are part-time Dota players and have either studies or jobs. We're just in their homes. We're in their bedrooms. This guy needs to, clean his room. Come on, Faye, get all your clothes off your bed. But it's just fun getting to like see into their lives a little bit.
Oh, definitely, I agree. You get the occasional dad gank every now and then on camera, and it makes for some good content.
Chen's playing it safe, angle the camera to the ceiling, so there's no risk, no judgment.
That's true. Oh, what nice white walls. As we see Felt's timer sort of go down, you said you wanted that something to bring it all together, but is there a specific hero that springs to mind, Sheep?
Honestly, if they were really flexible players, I would not mind them just picking Huskar and attempting to body the Ember so hard mid that he can't play the game, but they're going to take Tide.
Oh, okay, and you would have moved the Lesh to safe and the Natures to off.
Yeah, I mean, you can move them anywhere, really. Yeah. All three are pretty flexible in all three lanes, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, Tide's fine. That's team fight. This is the hero that I spoke about, the one that can help you defend towers, the one that's happy to walk into all this team fight. He's going to be able to get Greaves, purge that global, and just basically fulfill his job and provide AoE cover stun for Leshrac to output his damage. I think this Tide pick is pretty perfect.
Yeah. It's nice having a hero that can get out of the kind of Mars combo too, and you'll get your spells and items off. But the issue is you're picking your hero blind, so of course Eternity get a chance to counterpick you, and they're going to make this Tide's life a little bit trickier with an Ursa pick.
Okay. Have Eternity set themselves up to have strong lanes? Is this the game that we might see them come out even or a little bit head shape?
Ooh, maybe. Maybe the Ember suffers a little versus Lesh mid. Maybe, but I do like this Ursa pick. I think it's great. They are lacking in tower push, but what they don't have in that, they make up for in a lot of really good fight and skirmish. The ability to take Rosh and threaten that, and then just use that Aegis to just win the game.
Okay, that's a little bit of hype for Eternity, but Gods, how you feeling about Felt and their lineup, how they've pulled it all together?
Yeah, I think so. I think they've got their kind of comfort in a lot of ways. They've got Fade on like one of, not like a classic hero, but like the style of play where he's playing the team fighters. He'll play around his key item timings, Greaves, Blink, whatever that may be. I think the drafts are pretty even, which means I'm going to favor Felt because they're one of the top teams down here in Div 2, and they've just looked super solid.
Yeah, look, that's very fair, but either way, I am excited to see how this game at 1 plays out between Eternity and Felt. It's going to be with our casters, Wagger and Breaky.
Thank you very much, panel. Both these teams definitely a lot to prove. You could argue even Eternity a little bit more. This is a team that's coming into this winless, of course, looking not only for that first win, but a series win especially would feel pretty good. It starts here with game number 1 of Eternity versus Felt. Wagga, you excited?
I'm excited, but I'm also a little bit worried. If you're Eternity right here, they're playing with now a stand-in, right? And this is looking like they are approaching the game in a pretty solid manner, though. Their draft is easy to execute, like the panel mentioned. It has a lot of good strengths, and they have Ursa, who will scale very well. By the way, I was watching Kara play his Ursa yesterday in a pub, so he was practicing this beforehand as well. Very popular hero right now, but he won that game. He owned it, so let's see if it will be the same here in this pro game.
Translating over here to an official tournament match, that's something to be said about that. But no, yeah, I'm glad bringing that up as far as Eternity goes. Again, a bit of pressure here playing with the stand-in, but at the same time, they do have a draft that, dare I say, is fairly easier to play, right? It just kind of makes sense on their objective. They have their obvious cores. They have their team fight potential. The game should be a little bit easier to perform in, especially when you're playing with players that maybe not used to playing with all the time. That's ideally more of the solid strategy to go for.
Yeah, you want to keep it simple then, and that's exactly what they have. The Mars initiating, Silencer there either to combo with the Arena or to counter-initiate, and ultimately they're playing perhaps a little bit slower tower tempo. Bottom though, both teams eyeing up the rune, but I think it's going to be Felt who are going to get that one. Top, Mars did a good job though, going in for this rune. Takes a bit of damage for it, but nothing too bad. He'll be able to regen quite nicely for the lane.
Yeah, we're going to see the 2 for 2 as far as the bounty runes is concerned, so even start to kick things off here. On the other side, that final pick, Tidehunter especially, wanted to focus on, again, not a hero we're seeing a whole lot right now in this Division 2 play, but it kind of just made sense here. I believe Sheepstick even mentioning there that in the Silencer matchup, you're going to get those Guardian Greaves. It also brings that presence of you're going up against a lineup that has a lot of good team fight initiation. Tidehunter is great at almost that counter idea or being able to go in first and just disrupt everything.
He is good at that. The Tide fits nicely in the fact that he's a frontliner that can pair up. You don't want to have Lesh run in completely alone in the fights later on. But overall, their style of play is more split pushy, right? You have Clock and Nature's Prophet who both benefit from splitting the game as much as possible. Same for Hoodwink. We saw B-God on his Hoodwink and how much he can punish heroes who split. So I think their game plan overall, while they do have a Tide, is probably not to really 5-man force it. This is more to have a reaction for when Eternity want to force the 5-man.
Fair enough. Yeah, it's Hoodwink is really, growing on me personally as a spectator too. And it felt like for a little bit of time there, maybe it was overpicked. He was really trying to force it in, but you're right. Specifically with B-God playing it recently, is like, okay, so this is the potential of this hero, really, what we can see out of it. So we'll see what Shu is able to do on Hoodwink. Early on is going with plenty of harassment in the laning phase.
Yeah, this is what Hoodwink is known for, but at the same time, laning against that Silencer, not the easiest matchup with the Curse and Hood having a pretty low HP pool. It's not that simple for him. However, they do have Tidehunter in lane as well, and once he gets points in Kraken Shell, he'll be pretty happy.
Going in right there again, not necessarily going for a kill, but really trying to body out Ursa, using that Anchor Smash as well as that Gush being level 2. On the Tidehunter, our other lanes though, including that mid lane matchup, Leshrac, versus the Ember Spirit. And right now it's Ember 8-2, Leshrac 8-3, so it is a very even back and forth.
It's fairly even. Leshrac is getting ahead a little bit. You always gotta keep in mind, the amount of remaining creep, so he gets those 2 extras, but both of them should be able to get bottle refills here. No supports rotating. Bottom lane though, Shu may have gone a little bit too close to the Ursa.
Yeah, Curse is taking him down, and he's just out of range, but the auto attack just enough.
What was
from
range?
Silencer. Yeah, the range, that was pretty ridiculous. The vision gotten by Ursa, and Silencer's like, thank you very much.
That's really good for him, and he does get that +2 int, because on this lane, laning against a Silencer, or Silencer against Tide, you do want the glaives, you don't go all in. We saw previous Silencer here in the DPC go for the 2-0-2 build, which I argue was the correct for that game, but you gotta be flexible. In this lane against the Tidehunter, much better to go for the Glaives of Wisdom, so you can actually do some reliable damage to the Tide, and not just have it be Anchor or Kraken shelled off. So already gets that +2 int as well from that kill. It's a minor thing, but it feels so good.
Yeah, it's and I know this is truly a tech pause in the end, but at the same time, getting a pause right after you get the first blood is rubbing it in a little bit and making him think Hoodwink's like, really, you're gonna do this to me, but. It's all fun and games.
Yeah, look at the timing on the pause top as well. They just cook it in the Mars. Like, he's just about to bonk and then try to spear someone under tower range. Then they have the Scatter Blast for slow. This is an awful time to be paused for everyone involved on top lane. Like, this doesn't feel good for Radiant. It doesn't feel good for Dire. I feel like Furin is gonna get skewered here. Or skewered, kind of skewered. Skewered by the spear, I suppose. Back under a tower here.
Yeah, you push him back under the tower. Yeah, to allow the tower to assist. So we'll see as far as when we resume. You see if the ping's coming out.
Yeah, I think this is one of those weird moments where pauses give a lot of analysis into a situation. So looking at this, he should be skewered under a tower. There's both Scatterblast and God's Rebuke to follow up. He can't run away. I think he has to go for the insta TP, but once the spear is used, there are no more stuns. So if he just uses teleport to base immediately after the spear, I think he lives.
So it gives him time to really react right here is what you're saying. Well, we're going to find out here in a second. There we go. The Spirit backwards. He's not going to go for the instant TP. The Cog's coming out, though, from Clockwork. I don't know if that necessarily hurt his teammate or not, but either way, he's probably dead without the instant TP, as you mentioned, and down goes Nature's Prophet. So, yeah, plenty of time to think about it. In the end, it's Mars and Snapfire coming through with the kill.
I'm surprised he tried to run there. It should be obvious to him that there's no way to run out of that situation with them having 2 abilities, and for sure this pair gonna connect. Anyway, he gets back to the lane immediately with his teleport, so another kill secured for Eternity here, getting a good start to the lane. We have previously seen, I mean, was it the Eternity versus Dogchamp, I think, where things were just really, really rough in the lane already. Here, getting a good lane start against Felt would be important for them going into later stages of the game. And so far, C is doing pretty okay as well.
Yeah, the hero kill aspect to that point is certainly good. 2-0, including that first blood. But yeah, I was glad you pointed that out too. The CS is a slight advantage right now for Felt, and including that Nature's Prophet, who, yeah, he was able to teleport right back in, of course. That's what this hero does. And it's going to continue his CS and up there as far as being up top with his Leshrac teammate. But having some fun off into the jungle as meanwhile, bottom, the harassment continues. Curse coming out, but Shu.
Oh, Ezekiel is in trouble top though. The cogs, battery assaults, a lot of trees. Gets the spear out.
Hook hits. There's spear more so, and yeah, he is going to be able to walk it off. Has that bracer, has another tango, so he is fine, but definitely a close call right there.
Yeah, being left alone there on top though, as this +4 went for the rune control, like that little move. Sure, he lived, but he's stuck on low HP and doesn't have any way to heal up his HP right now. Gets a tango from his support, but he's still in such low HP range that he can't really threaten the Furin anymore, because he might go down himself when he goes close.
Yeah, that ward over here watching the top jungle, and perhaps spotting that rotation and giving the cue for Felt to play a bit more aggressive into the Mars, but of course Snapfire is back into the lane. Now, middle lane, you see a bit of a dive happening from the Ember Spirit. I don't think Leshrac is necessarily going to die right here, but oh man, I mean, Blessed Kid is really going in. Sleight of Fist used behind the tower, but here's a TP support. Clockwork. Of course, no hook shot. He's on level 3, but he's just going to run into him. Yeah, he has no clue. The Cog's going to be used, popping the stick to get enough mana for the Cogs, and now Ember Spirit is absolutely dead. You're right. He did not see the Clockwork TP in, and thus gets found.
He was playing with fire, diving like this. This is very risky. Top lane now as well, as Clockwork went mid. Oh, the spear does not connect to a tree. He's going to be able to run away just fine. No stun connected.
And that stings for Eternity. It's like they're like, okay, well, at least we'll get a kill on your carry, but now they still might get it. Ezekiel's going in, no spear in 1 second. He has it here. He's going to be able to go off with it, and they do secure the kill. Now Ezekiel is going to end up falling to the tower, so again, they get the Nature's Prophet, but having to die for it, not the most ideal situation. But look at this Leshrac, by the way, coming over. Okay, he's just going to buy the Arcane Boots and head back mid.
Yeah, he wants to go back mid because there's a catapult wave, and Ember is pushing on the tower, going to keep the catapult alive. So if he doesn't go here, it will be a lot of tower damage. So better that he goes here and clears this creep wave quickly, keep his tower healthy, and also the rune control for 6 minutes.
Well, Hoodwing's coming in. Yeah, you mentioned the 6 minute. There we go. It's going to be Haste Rune bottled up by Leshrac. So Blessed Kid is going to use his Remnant to get back on his side of the river, but Leshrac manages to pick up the Haste Rune, and that's certainly a rune we could see Leshrac use to perhaps rotate to one of these other 2 lanes. Is this one of those you would like to see him make use of this rune that way, or not a big deal?
I think you just wait for the opportune moment. Maybe you're gonna TP in and then use the haste and rotate, but as it's this low HP, I think you might just haste and run to base, honestly.
Okay.
See what he... Yeah, he doesn't have any regen coming in on the courier either, just clarity. We'll see exactly what he wants to make happen with this. There are bounty runes.
Yeah, it's definitely an awkward situation because you're holding on to the haste rune because you want to have a more prime time to use it, but you can't use a regen from the bottle as a result. No, he's going to use it right here, and this might be a prime time, but no. Mars and Snapfire already falling back after they're going at it with the Clockwork, and Leshrac is still heading over.
Yeah,
they don't know this yet. Oh, Fade going down. You want bottom lane, but yeah, there we go. He is going to run in all the way. Pops that Pulse Nova, speared immediately. Trap on Ezekiel, though, but Leshrac getting very low right there. Almost dying, but he does pick up the double kill, but the TP in from Ever Spirit, and he gets his own kill on a Leshrac with a quick Sleight of Fist.
Yeah, nice punishment for Ember, and he has a Remnant to go back to his lane as well. Just gonna pick up the Soul Spears on the tower here, so this really accelerates the Ember's game, who's having a great start. Watched some previous games of Blessed Kid. He hasn't had the easiest time in the lane, but he's doing absolutely fantastic this game, and gonna get a bottle refill as well from the Mars on top. Meanwhile, Tide respawning. This is the weird thing. You kill someone, and then they come back with full HP, full mana, right? So while Ursa got that kill, now the Tide is back and very confident because he has all the resources.
Yeah, it's about taking advantage of that too. Exactly. Tidener feeling good. No, he's not level 6 yet, so no Ravage Strength. Again, another kill onto the Leshrac, by the way, as they're continuing to exchange. Chen playing the clockwork. He's gonna have to make his way back to the tower. Another slide happening, but he'll be fine. So yeah, while we're watching Tidehunter dive a little bit on the Ursa, they're going at it in the mid lane, and Ember Spirit helps secure the Coda Leshrac, and he wants more. He's gonna go in further, popping the illusions even. Getting some more damage follow-up than that. The cock trap not really gonna do too much there to survive, and another kill for the Ember. He really has accelerated.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was highlighting. Like, his level is so high right now. He's level 8, almost level 9. The Leshrac is just barely level 7. So Ember, with these face boots and the Orb of Corrosion, able to play a hyper tempo game now. He wants to take over this game and give the space to his team. Meanwhile, though, Felt are not really slowing down either. They're gonna try and crack that bottom tower. Nice juke on mid, but the stun still held. Solji not gonna get baited out. But Ember, relentless.
It really is. We've seen this turn on him in the past, though. So, he just avoids the stun right there. Shu TPing in. Will hit his stun, though, and Ember Spirit, he manages to get out barely. Chen falls elsewhere. I thought that was a kill on the Ember for a sec, but no, that was actually Clockwork going down to the top lane.
That's so much space created, though, by the Ember Spirits. Getting all that, and then gonna run back to base. He could have TP'd base as well, but gonna run back, have his TP available for side lanes, so you can really tell that he wants to take part of as many fights as possible here. Otherwise, he could have TP'd base, refilled quicker, and have the Remnant to go out. But he's gonna run, and that tells me he wants to enable himself on the side lanes. Look towards that Tidehunter, perhaps, to be punished, as the bottom tier one is extremely low, only 100 HP.
Yeah, Tidehunter is definitely playing the very greedy route here. You mentioned with the tower very low, and he knows that Ursa can't necessarily just dive the Tidehunter. He's got the level 3 anchor smash. He has the Ravage Strike now. So Ursa just cleans up some CS and is going to head back into his jungle. We're hitting about 10 minutes in as new respawns will take place. Middle lane, speaking of 10 minutes, going for some rune control. Ember Spirit dealing with the Hoodwink right there. It is going to be a regen top that Ember will easily be able to secure, as Leshrac is off in his own jungle trying to farm some stacks meanwhile.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the work was finally completed by Fade bottom. He got that tier 1 tower, so it has fallen. Like you said, the Lesh needs to recover a bit in this game, and we don't see the same tempo that we usually see from Leshrac. He's done a great job shutting him down with the Sleight of Fist spam and the Orb of Corrosion. Does a lot of damage, and Leshrac hasn't gone for any increased armor build. Sometimes to deal with Embers, we see people just pick up casual Ring of Protections. Haven't seen anything like that here.
No, really just going a straight Bloodstone at this point. Nature's Prophet, we didn't necessarily talk about it, but pretty obvious. Hannah Midas was purchased by Nature's Prophet, now has a full power treads completed, so keeping an eye on his progression as he's trying to keep up with that Ember Spirit, who, again, just really accelerated. They want to kill on him, but he's not an easy one to kill. They're going to go for it, though. The Cogs, it's not going to push back, and instead traps him. The Global Silence is used in response, and Ember Spirit's like, all right, let's fight. Here comes Snapfire as well. The Mortimer's Kiss is Clockwork attempting to avoid the best he can, but it is just too difficult of a task. So they kill Clockwork in response, and potentially going to go for more.
Looking for the arena, gonna get it.
Leshrac trapped inside, the spear connects, and Ember Spirit shows up as well, puts the shackles out. Heals a little bit to keep Leshrac alive, not live enough though. The slight hits, and Blessed Kid will secure the kill. And a Hoodwink, Cookie stun forward, well played by the Snapfire rotating in. A double kill for this Ember Spirit, and it just continues to rain down fire from the Ember. Triple kill for him. He is very committed, though. They're even going to go for a Ravage for this. Okay, at least they kill the Ember Spirit. That is a lot of gold going the way of the Clockwork.
Yeah, that was really nicely played there. Great by Mars. Ezekiel running in and getting that arena, using his face boots and getting deep. Didn't have Blink on Mars yet, but still committed to chasing down that Leshrac, and the fighter ends up being really good for them, regardless of losing Ember at the end there. Ember got so much momentum from, again, even more kills. Level 11 now. Aratus in danger. Mid gonna get hooked by DD Clock.
That's an easy kill. Sharpshooter has him in his sights, and they're gonna put some pressure on the tower now. You have Tidehunter, he has got a Hooded Defiance. They know his Ravage is on cooldown though, so you can't feel nearly as intimidating in terms of pushing this. And yeah, as soon as Ember shows up, Tide's gonna start pulling back a little bit.
Tide is just a body. He's like standing in front of whatever tower is being threatened the most. He's trying to slow down the momentum here for Eternity as they are, you know, taking the lead of this game. And Tide is just there to be an obstacle, basically. He doesn't threaten to do anything in particular, but he wants to build up his tankiness items. Has the mana boots, has the hood. We're gonna see him go into a pipe first, and then Greaves probably to follow immediately afterwards.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned how Mars is able to make that play, get the arena trap, and ultimately killing a Leshrac without a blink. He's got a blink being delivered now, so that's going to be a factor, as Arena of Blood is also ready to be used. Doesn't have it yet, being flown out to him, though. So keep an eye on making use of that. Meanwhile, Nature's Prophet farming up his own jungle. But where's Ursa at, by the way? Battle Fury almost online. Just needs the broadsword.
Oh, top connecting on the Mars. He was just about to get his Blink Dagger, like you mentioned, but the gank comes in first. This Hoodwink Clockwork combo. Two supports that can really put the damage on some people. And of course, the global rotation from the Fury coming in as well. Ember mid just pushing his limits, but of course can always jump out. You have that sense of security. There are not great disables on the side of Felt. They have some, but they're pretty telegraphed. Ravage is pretty slow. Leshrac stun is very slow, and other than that, it's really just like, I mean, Hoodwink is also extremely predictable. So it's really just a Clockwork hook that he has to worry about.
So that kill on Mars, yeah, that blink was taking a while. He purchased it, and I'm surprised he still didn't have it at that point in the career. Taking a while to get out to him. But either way, you know, he dies, but of course he has it now. And you can see he's sitting in the fountain. He's waiting for the mark and where to go, and it's going to be in the top lane. Snapfire in a pretty awkward spot, but you know Mars is coming in, and there are more rotations on the mini-map. Moonlight is like, all right, yeah, now my teammate shows up. Here we go. The combo on Hoodwink, but it's not enough damage for the kill just yet. And the Ravage in response by Fade as he teleports in with Tidehunter. They're going to take out Snapfire, so that arena, it was just a little too deep near the tower to be successful.
Yeah, difficult for them there. The problem for Eternity is that they had their Snapfire under the enemy lines, right? She cannot use Mortimer's Kisses if she's too close to the opponents. So yeah, that fight was difficult for them, even though the arena was nice.
A good response coming out from Felt and hanging around this top lane. As definitely another engagement taking place. Again, no arena right now. The courier's going to be picked. That was a full pipe that was being delivered to the Tidehunter, so going to be without that. Oh, the hook shot away to survive, and they're going to turn on a Mars, and now Ursa, he has to pop in rage and run as he took a sharpshooter to the face. What a getaway from Clockwork.
Yeah, nice retreat there. He's gonna go back to base and be ready to come out on the sidelines again. And Clockwork is closing in on this Blade Man. That's gonna increase his chances a little bit here to get some bigger kills.
I've noticed though, Nature's Prophet hasn't necessarily been showing up a whole lot to these, like, teleporting in, right, and providing that assisted damage. I'm sure Wrath of Nature has certainly been doing plenty, but another case right there where he was busy farming in the jungle while that fight was taking place. I mean, he has a Maelstrom now, he is top net worth, and he just bought even something else. So you like what Nature's Prophet is doing right now?
I think so. I mean, he's kind of just playing the stable style, but he is going to get dove on the tower, and here's that 1-2 combo, actually 1-2-3 combo with the global signs as well, making sure that no hook shot can immediately stop the Mortimer's Kisses.
Yeah, you mentioned that was everything. That is their big wombo combo coming together, certainly. Now it is to take out the position one, who I just got finished mentioning, is top farm in net worth, so a bit of Caster's Curse there for the Nature's Prophet, but well played by Eternity to understand where the game state's at, get a kill in the core, and they also take out the mid-tier one. Look at this Ember Spirit, by the way. Oh, he's hunting.
Yeah, he's
gonna be enough damage.
Looking for a kill, but that comes from Fog of War. Nice to see.
Oh no. Oh, the Remnant is panicking, you can tell. He's trying to get out of here, and he's gonna barely make it out. Yeah, the Bloodstone was coming up too for Leshrac, so Ember Spirit really did not have a chance to secure that kill. He needed to survive.
Man, they were maybe just a little bit quick with the chain stunning there. With how low he was on Ember, you'd really hope that he would just be able to, bring him down there, but he barely escapes. Beautiful use of the Remnant.
Mars dancing it off. Still just really with that blink, though. It's not been the most effectively farming Mars game. But again, at least he has that initiation tool. And speaking of Blink, Ursa just purchased his. It's not on him yet. Wrath of Nature hits him in the dome, and he has to run away from the hoodwink right there. So a little unfortunate.
Yeah, we see rune control coming in. Bottom rune controlled by Felt. Blessed wants to try and get the bottom rune as well. Not gonna be able to get it.
Is it gonna be a turn? I mean, he's got remnants, right? So he's gonna hold his ground, especially with the arena showing up from Mars. Leshrac, Bloodstone, it's on cooldown. He has a regen rune, by the way, though. We'll see if that comes into play. They're gonna make the kill happen on a Snapfire. The regen rune, he's still sitting on it, choosing not to use it. With so much damage happening, probably wasn't gonna save him anyways. Figured might as well save it for after death. So Leshrac down, and they're gonna make the way in the jungle. Retreat as a team.
I'm surprised they didn't opt to use it there. He had such a nice chance to use the regen after damage came in. The Sleight of Fist was used, but yeah, Ursa comes in and chases him down with that Blink and Battle Fury. Ursa is pretty ready to join these fights, working on a BKB next. He's really have had no real pressure on him this game. Kara is already, 2-0 and 1, but there hasn't been a single real move to kill this Ursa.
Yeah, he's definitely been a kind of a quiet hero for eternity, but to that point, yeah, Felt hasn't necessarily been looking to address him. So, I mean, how much of an issue is Ursa going to prove to be, would you say, as well? While you're thinking about that, we got our odds on the screen, esportsbet.io. Check it out for yourself. A watch, tour, and platform. It is heavily favoring Felt. And again, as we figured, Eternity has been historical so far in these group stages, looking for their first individual win. But right now in this game, though, that, 3,000 net worth lead, and going back to that Ursa, how impactful is it going to be?
I think they look pretty great right now. I did not expect them to come out looking this strong against Felt. I mean, Felt's one of the teams that a lot of people had high hopes for here in the start of the division, and they have played, I would say much stronger than Eternity overall. Mid, an attempt at Ember here. Hoodwink again starting.
Global silence. Yeah, great ability to keep teammates alive. Sharpshooters are going to go out, but will not connect. And now Clockwork's found. He's going to be forced to use a hook shot into the immediate face of Mars, who then throws out his arena. It's a bigger trap, in a sense. Down goes Clockwork. Fate wants to kill, though, on Mars. He finishes the job as he blinks in to do so.
Yeah, we see the value of the Blade Mill there. It wasn't that easy for Mars to just simply combo on the Clockwork. He pops the Blade Mill, gives himself some time, and then finally the Mars commits his spells on him. But a nice takedown again, trading as support for a core, always something you're happy to do. And getting that kill over on Tidehunter in the end, gonna accelerate his chem. And he did go for the Blink instead of Greaves, by the way. Pretty cool.
Yeah. Cool, you say. He went that after the pipe, but does that mean you actually like it over the Guardian Greaves?
I like it in this game because they struggle to lock down heroes, and this allows him to try and follow up on like Hoodwink initiations like we saw. It forced out the global silence. The problem for them right now is the tempo of the game. The tempo of the game favors Eternity, I would say, because they can play towards their global silence, their Mars combo, their Snapfire kisses. They're doing exactly what the panel we're talking about. They're getting these, executions and then resetting and just farming a little bit, dealing with the side lanes, and then they're repeating. And Felt don't have as big of a threat that is, gonna happen over and over. They are farming a little bit more on Lesh and farming on Furion, but now we might see them make a move with Clock.
Now they want to farm some heroes here from the dire side. Speaking of that move, they get that free quick kill on a silencer, and the blow up on Ursa. There's that Ravage, the first big one of the game we've seen in terms of some team fight presence. And now they're going to go right back to Roshan. I was just thinking to myself, Waga, with this Ursa and how good a farm he's had at Soul. That's very, again, playing with Fire and Ember Spirit, but Ursa's great, of course, doing Roshan, even by himself, let alone early on in the game. Haven't necessarily looked for it yet, but Felt's trying to go for the Roshan now. However, it's not going to be so free. Ember Spirit's making this difficult.
Yeah, Ember's there and bothering them. He has a BKB, by the way, so he's really not scared. Snapfire commits the ulti, but Hoodwink is a hard hero to connect on. Has that speed. Gonna get him in the end. The help of the Ember brings him down.
Yeah, I mean, how about that? Again, with the Ursa getting blown up, it's a 5 versus 3. You figure, all right, that's a free Roshan, but Eternity, specifically Ember Spirit's like, nah, that's not a free Roshan, and they defend it.
Yeah, I don't think you can get away with taking Roshan like that, especially with your team. Like, they don't look they don't look competent to take it without getting a lead first, I would say. By the way, nice catch by Fade with his Tidehunter Ravage earlier, like blinking in and catching the Ursa. But a little bit, you know, when you're playing Ursa, Lifesteal, these heroes with insta reactions, there are some spells that is okay to get caught by, like, you know, Blink Echo Slam, it's instant, right? But Ravage still has 300 milliseconds cast point. You should be able to react to it if you're prepared for something happening. So he had ulti ready, didn't have a chance to cast it there, but you just gotta be even faster, because if you're an Ursa player, you feel bad about that death.
Yeah. No, that's fair. Yeah, it's a serious saying. It's one of those, yeah, you got to have that finger on that R button then and rage ready to go.
Oh, yeah.
And, I mean, he will have a BKB here shortly, too, so he's going to have a couple of ways to ideally go up against that Tidehunter initiation specifically, but he might be in trouble, though, once again. They're smoked up, heading towards that top lane. Clockwork
Silence
leading the
ready.
way. The rocket, there's the hook shot. Yep, you mentioned Global Silence. Will it be used? Not yet. There we go. Finally comes out, and that's good, because Leshrac was there, but he has a Yules, as well as everything else, but with TP support, too, they're not going to commit further.
Now Ember, though, can go in confidently.
Now they want this kill on Leshrac, the stun, but that BKB is showing up from Eternity. That Bloodstone's not going to save the Leshrac. Nature's Prophet shows up, but he just gets absolutely shredded right there. Ursa is low and finally goes down. Gush to finish the job, and now Blessed Kid. He's a little vulnerable in the front lines, but he's also doing plenty of damage. With neither Leshrac or Nature's Prophet here, they're missing out on a lot of damage on the side of Feld. So it's understandable why Ember Spirit's so comfortable. And look at those Mortimer kisses from the distance. Ember going at it with Hoodwink meanwhile. Sharpshooter in 1 second, by the way. He has to be careful about that. It's not going to be enough, though. Yes, it will be. It sets it up for the kill for Tidehunter, but at what cost for him? Double kill for Moonlight. Let's make it 3, says, and a complete wipeout when it's all said and done. Favoring Eternity.
At the end of the day, it's just the two supports standing there. They're the last ones.
Right.
The last ones living through all this. But that was a massive fight where Mars didn't have to join at all, or well, didn't join at all, and ultimately their team still came out ahead. So Mars got himself the full BKB as well. They have that triple BKB timing, and we could see the power of Ursa together with the Ember, both clicking BKB and running in. Then Bloodstone doesn't do anything for Leshrac, even though he used his Yules to dispel the Flame Guard. He cannot withstand all these right clicks, so he needs some armor item, but he also wants travels. I feel like Felt, they're falling behind a little bit more and more here.
Yeah, and not to put the pressure on Nature's Prophet specifically, but and I'll let you speak for yourself on it, but honestly, that was the point of the fight where it's just like, what is happening? Because, yeah, Leshrac getting caught out the BKBs, that's understandable, but porting in where he did, and then just getting shredded right after his Leshrac teammate fell, and not necessarily having the distance that you would like to see on a Nature's Prophet, it felt a bit awkward. His impact has been very low. I mean, 2, 5, and 9 on your position, 1 Nature's Prophet, again, not an ideal stat line, right? So, what can he be doing differently, would you say? Is there anything really that he can be?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think he overcommitted a little bit there, but he thought that he could go in and get the fight to turn around. The Ursa had no enrage anymore, and Nature's Prophet doesn't care that much about BKB. It's just Maelstrom procs that are missing, right? So he thought he could maybe swing harder there. I think he needs to keep just farming and building up right now. He's building towards a Silver Edge, which will help them. Turning off the Fury swipes, so the Mars protection is pretty useful. And then maybe he can win those man fights a little bit better.
Tidehunter almost has the Heaven's Offering. In fact, there you go. It's going to be delivered, so it's another nice tool that Felt will have to take advantage of, disarming specifically that Ursa. Pretty good against, as he's killing off one of these illusions. Roshan, again, it's still the level 1 Roshan. 27 minutes into this game right now, as Mars was spotted in the area, but neither team has really had the chance, other than that very slight chance that was quickly thwarted off.
Leshrac is going deep here. Look at his positioning. He's wanting to do something. Okay, he wants to just wrap the power first.
Well, and then top lane Ursa's trying to run.
Oh yeah,
he just sprouted up. This is a free kill. Global Silence, but he's all by himself. They're running in. Is it going to be fast enough? Tidehunter, another blink in 6 seconds. Oh, what a hook shot from Clockwork. And that will secure the kill. So using everything to survive. It's not enough, though.
Yeah, they attempt with their saves. Tidehunter right next to 2 long TPs there. Could maybe have Ravage, but bottom, they are going to get some punishment here. Leshrac goes down quickly.
That he does, and now it's Nature's Prophet that's once again in this position of kind of just some man mode. Now, with the BKB, a different story. Ember Spirit has to respect that, and the Tidehunter shows up with a Ravage. Ember thinking he can kite him on the outskirts. No, says Tidehunter. The Ravage will finish the job, and now Silencer gonna be found in the trees, trying to hide. Says, please don't find me. They find him. Double kill for Fade. And that's a really successful fight for Felt right there. And then all started again with that pick on Ursa at the top lane by himself. And it transitions into what we see at the bottom.
Yeah, it's so slow to TP on an outpost and take the fight. The way that Eternity were trying to join that fight was difficult for them. You're channeling for such a long time, and then finally you arrive. But it's easier, I think, for Felt, who honestly just ran over there. And while that takes even longer, you have more time to understand where everyone's going to be in the positioning. Overall, they're wrapped around them. Again, we saw a Tidehunter blink in and get that Ravage used. You know, you're playing against two reaction heroes like Ember and Ursa here, who have a reaction buttons, but he's blinking really close to them and just popping that Ravage, getting the kill. So yeah, the fight worked out beautifully. Even though we saw that Mars can tank the Furion, that's only when he doesn't break you. He now has the full Silver Edge, and there's 3,000 gold on Nature's Prophet. Going for a Nullifier next, which is a great item here. So good against the Ursa. You can turn off the Overpower, so he doesn't have any attack speed, and you can also turn off the Flame Guard.
Yeah, I'll say this about Nature's Prophet. You know, it's one thing, obviously, deserved criticism, sure, but especially after the last fight, and you do look at the overall net worth. I mean, he is massive lead right now, hitting just over 20,000, and he's also level 20 himself, which means, of course, he has that Sprout Leash's talent that we see all the time on these Nature's Prophets in that core role, and certainly, yet again, another very effective tool here against heroes like Ember Spear, right? So
it's Ember's worst nightmare. Tide gonna gush and slap the Snapfire as she tries to go high ground here.
And no high ground. This is our high ground, he says. But yeah, to that point, Ember Spirit especially is going to be very susceptible to having to deal with that ability. But how about this? So finally, coming up to 30 minutes, we're going to see a Roshan maybe killed? I mean, they know what's happening. They scouted this. Ursa's getting low. Are they going? Is he waiting for the time?
Oh, the time
goes in, but no, Ursa picks it up. Thought for a second he might have snatched it, but he doesn't. However, the global sign is now used, and Clockwork just accepting death at that point. He tried for it, unable to connect. Shoes also attempted to run, hiding through the trees, but the chase is going to prove to be too powerful. He too will fall. So valiant effort. In the end, it's Roshan plus a couple hero kills.
Yeah, that was almost perfect timing for Clockwork. That looked like he had it, but he was just a slight millisecond too late or something to really get the stun before Ursa picked up the Aegis. Ursa picked it very fast, so good job by him. Bottom, trying to get away, but Arena committed.
Now, he's got Ravage. He is going to use it. Nature's Prophet's teleported out, though. He's left his teammate. He's like, dude, I love you, buddy, but you're on your own. So that's where I was going to say. If he Ravages, can they maybe set up a turret? So that's where it's a little bit awkward, right? Where, why would he Ravage at that point if you're not going for a turret? Because that's surely a death in the end. So
it's the great bait of any Tidehunter player. You never want to Ravage if you don't know that your teammates are going to help you. Mid, the move now with an Aegis in hand. Kara on this Ursa going much more confident, running and taking creeps behind the tier 2 tower. And positioning is a little bit tougher here for Felt, but having the Nullifier freshly completed on the Nature's Prophet, they can fight Ursa. They just need to be together to do so. Ravage being on cooldown might make them a little bit more cautious here, but I still feel like they can fight into the Aegis possibly.
Both Ursa and Ember Spirit all sitting level 20 themselves on the other side, so they pick up their damage talents. However, Ember Spirit damage not going to save him right here. He's just locked down forever. And Clockwork, I got to say, there was that stat thrown up earlier. He was 8 for 9 at the time, even better now as far as his hook shot accuracy. He is landing some big hook shots. These cock traps are working. And with Ember Spirit down for another minute, of course they're going to chase on the side of Felt. Global Silence, very panic mode. Nullifier using Ursa. He jumps in with the BKB, but look at how low he is. Remember, he has the Aegis. It's going to be used right here. As Nature's Prophet able to stand from a distance. Another Sprout coming up in 1 second. Ursa's in trouble. Out comes here. Another Cog's not going to trap him, though. But Ursa's trying to run. Currently disarmed thanks to the Heaven's Halberd. Meanwhile, Yule's on up himself for Leshrac. Bloodstone on cooldown for 10 more seconds. Ursa going back in the cookie, but he's just dead. Not the spot he wanted to be in. Snapfire's dead as well. Mars suddenly left alone. Double kill for Nature's Prophet. Potentially another one to add to the list. The Nullifier connects the whole team, running him down. Yet again, another great hook shot. and Ezekiel will fall.
A long fight there with Radiant trying to regroup and taking the high ground, holding their position, even though they lost one hero quickly in the fight as the Ember was brought down in the initial burst. They then tried to reposition with the Aegis in hand, hold the high ground, and take the fight there. But looking at the fight, you could really just see how the Nullifier changed the entire premise of the fight. Ursa did only 1800 damage this fight, and those are not numbers that you're expecting from your carry. Meanwhile, on the side of Furion, he did 5000 damage, just slapping down everything that came in range, and Nullifier has no real cooldown. It's 10 seconds cooldown, 5-second duration, and that means that you can continuously dispel this overpower. And when he didn't, there was also the halberd from the Tidehunter, so really no chance for Ursa to turn it around.
Yeah, Ursa's unable to play his hero freely, that's for sure. And not only freely, but just in general. Feels like he just has to simply run. And another fight, though, of these recent fights that on the side of Eternity, where they're down a core basically as the fight is just getting started. Previously, it was the Ursa that got caught at the top lane. Then we saw that bottom fight, and now right there, again, Ember Spirit got picked off right off the bat. Ezekiel jumping in. Heals immediately on Leshrac, so this arena not necessarily doing a whole lot. Ember Spirit coming in with his own PKB as well. Global Silence activated. Leshrac having a run, as is the rest of the team. But look at Tidehunter. Tidehunter's hiding. Oh, his Blink got disabled, but it still connects to kill Ursa with the Ravage. And now Moonlight, realizing it's a lost cause, he'll get caught out as well. Ember Spirit way over here, just trying to distract, but Nature's Prophet, there's a Sprout, and the Silence on top of that. He's just dead. Oh no, Ownage indeed.
Yeah, it's all falling apart right now for Eternity, and I would love to bring up something else there. Perhaps the early initiation by the arena with teammates not really nearby could be highlighted. But again, the Ursa getting caught, BKB ready, Enrage ready, and the Ravage from the tree line connects on him.
Yeah, again, I don't know if that was intended. I think he wanted to blink in the Ravage, but either way, he still hits it, and that's what matters. As they take out Mars. Once again, he has buyback, and so does several other heroes, but without their cores, they might as well just stay dead for the time being. So, dominating control now by Felt. And there you go, in fact, they're just going to call it.
Yeah, I mean, they're a team that are playing with a stand-in from just having a change in players here, right? Like, we don't see Skyward playing today. So losing the game after having that dominant control, I think they just felt they were in a point where they can't turn it around anymore. You could make a case for maybe this is still winnable, but the fights were really not working out in the way that they needed them to.
You can see Felt right there, a sigh of relief, feeling good about this victory. Obviously the favorite team coming into it, sure, it is just one game, but ultimately coming back here in this one and able to secure the victory. I mean, it may not the cleanest play, especially early on in the game, but they did look strong by the very end, that's for sure. We'll see what our panel has to say about that game one, though.
We do have a lot to say about this game, number one, because we thought Felt, right? They were coming in heavy favorites here, and yes, they did win, but it wasn't the cleanest. Eternity actually had a fantastic start to this sheep. There were so many moments where I was like, damn, Eternity really showed up today.
Yeah, I think it was very much off the back of Blesskid turning up today on his Ember Spirit. He won mid, did a really good job of pressuring. I mean, we saw him die while diving mid to that clock rotation, but it didn't matter because he was so far ahead. He was, forcing heroes to move to respond to him. He still then ends up killing Leshrac. Like, I think they felt really pressured and unable to make moves because Tide went for a pipe, so they had no Blink Ravage to play around, very simple stuff, and Leshrac couldn't combo and play around his clockwork because he was always just being ran at by an Ember.
Yeah, that's actually a really good question. Some of the item builds on the side of Felt Gods, do you think, that going for pipe over a blink from Tide was the correct play? Could Felt have played this a little bit faster tempo, a little bit cleaner?
I think I'm okay with the Tide build. I think so much of the strength of Tide is around these tanky aura item timings. It's not like Leshrac's blinking in. I think the value of just having the one blink dagger doesn't really come into play until Nature's Prophet and Lesh get really farmed. I think some of maybe the early game items, I know Waga mentioned Leshrac not having any cheap armor, even just a casual ring of protection can make a big difference. That just meant it felt like every fight he would just get slided once or twice and then be so squishy. Numerous fight this Lesh was just getting chunked down. This was not a good game for Solji. I mean, honestly, hats off to Eternity. They played their best game so far of the tournament and did a great job of limiting what this Leshrac can do. But yeah, I think maybe his itemization is where I would look as far as the early game being a bit of a struggle for Fel.
Yeah, I was not trying to imply that he shouldn't have gone pipe on Taido. That was a good item. I just mean like without a clear, straightforward way to start a fight, it felt like Felt struggled to know what to do with the heroes.
Okay, I see. But yeah, makes more sense. There was a lot of really good for Eternity, though. I mean, I remember this 24-minute odd fight, and they didn't even have Mars on the team, like, with them joining the fight, and they ended up, like, wiping Felt. They ended up getting Aegis, and now as we see the rest of the highlights play out, gods, it just kind of all crumbled for them. Was this just Felt hitting their timings, or Entity just kind of really losing their way in this middle part of the game?
Yeah, I think bit of column A, bit of column B. I think Eternity should scale fine. Like with this Ursa, it just felt like they were trying to force things a bit too much. Like they got off to this good start and they're like, okay, let's just keep going. Like we saw those earlier on the top lane where Snapfire was trying to bait around the Mars blink timing and ends up kind of feeding. By the time the Mars gets there, hits a 2-hero arena, but there's no follow-up damage. The Snapfire kisses isn't there and Hoodwink survives on a sliver of health. I think they just tried to push their advantage too hard, which is just a bit of inexperience, and also like, oh, you know, they're feeling like they're in their first good game and they're close to a win and they know they got to keep like trying to make plays. And it just was too forced and they didn't, you know, play safe and just look to scale. Like Ember, Ursa, like late game, their draft goes fine.
I actually want to flame that. No, I was quite upset with the Mars blink timing. I mean, obviously props to Felt somewhat. They made some pretty good moves towards the Mars when he was starting to hit that blink timing around 14 minutes. But Eternity did not like organize themselves very often. Like he got his blink at 13 minutes 50-ish, right? Then he dies, he respawns, Moonlight's way out of position. It didn't feel like he was baiting, he was just up in the lane dying. Then he dies, they don't get to use their first arena is wasted, then Mars dies again. Like it took them an entire 2 minutes to actually smoke the Snapfire together with the Mars and kill the Nature's Prophet in the bot lane. And at that point, Mars had like 5k net worth and Nature's had 9k. Like the way that they used their spells throughout the game, I think, was very just delayed and took too long. And they could have genuinely just destroyed this game. Like if they were just a bit more organized, using those spells faster off cooldown, Felt it's gonna feel so much pressure alongside Blessed Kid's start. Like the fact they didn't take Roshan either for a really long time, I feel like they should have made plays for this. They had the ability to do so. Yeah,
it definitely sort of rolls back around to that issue that we had, that the drafts aren't the issue at all. It's the way that they execute. And today it looked fantastic. It just wasn't enough, though. They were getting picked off, and a big reason to that is the MVP we see on our screen here. It is Chen on the Clockwork. He was doing a lot for this team. He was trying to be active. He was landing some insane hook shots as well, gods.
Yeah, I like the one on the Ursa top when it looked like it was going to escape with the global silence, and then suddenly there's a hookshot coming in. You know, he was landing them. At one point, he hit like 8 out of his first 9 hook shots. Fantastic play from him. But that is kind of I think goes back to what she was saying, where it just felt like they were never using their spells. They used the global silence to just try and save an Ursa, and he ends up dying anyways. Like, we never saw that coordinated team fight, and Clockwork's the perfect hero to take advantage. You're playing a little bit sloppy, Clockwork's going to be there to punish every little mistake, and Chen did a great job of that, being involved in 23 of these kills for Felt.
Yeah, fantastic bounce back for Felt, even though they didn't look too strong in that early part of the game. It's only a game 1 win, though. They're going to need a second one. Hopefully they can pick that one up in game number 2, which is happening after this break.
First blood, last words.
Welcome back, everyone. We are in the midst of Felt versus Eternity. Game 1 went the way of Felt, but probably not in the manner a lot of people expected. Very quickly, before we jump into game number 2, Eternity looks fantastic. They had so much advantage. They got the Aegis and everything, but all of a sudden, it kind of turned against them, Sheep. And before we have a look at this draft, or at least while it's unfolding, I want to know for you, Blessed Kid, getting them mixed up, turned up in mid for Eternity, but the two side laners, not as much when it comes to the cores.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, at the end of things, I felt like we talked about the lack of
Remaining.
good moves that they made, like not using their stuff off cooldown, not going fast enough. It felt like it was going weird in two directions. Like, yeah, they're not making moves, but simultaneously they're not farming either. Like on the Mars especially, he was a lower net worth than Snapfire throughout the game, and it's something I wanted to bring up the last game. During the draft, where we talked about the simplicity of executing a Mars. I think when you boil Mars down to only being a blink stunner and you try and force that concept too hard, you can get trapped in this situation where you're not hitting creeps and you're just a glorified arena, and they'll have BKBs and they do just stop caring about you at some point. So definitely felt like their offlaner struggled. I don't know if they need to give him more farm priority, but if they really want to force this playstyle onto him, then they just need to make sure that they're actually playing faster.
Yeah. Well, with this draft, Felt ended up getting their clockwork under their hands. Then the Nature's Prophet getting taken away from them, and it's going to get paired up for Tusk on the side of Eternity Gods.
Yeah, I think Eternity wanting to make sure they take the Nature's Prophet away from Felt, get them, a little bit outside of their comfort zone, since that, 3 out of 5 games Felt has played Nature's Prophet now. And the other carry they played is Chaos Knight, and that immediately gets banned. So, Eternity are just like, let's just look at these 5 games, take one carry they played, ban the other, and go from there. Felt do get Pengo in response. This seems to be maybe their answer to Nature's Prophet, although the level 20 leash is very annoying for Pengo up until that point. I think Pengo has a lot of useful tools against NP, being able to, having high mobility, being able to get on top of the NP, the Swashbuckle being able to, clear through the summons, the Basher, or able to, easily lock down Nature's Prophet as well. So there's a lot of things Pengo does well against NP, despite the leash talent.
Okay.
I would agree with that.
Yeah?
I'm just gonna... Oh, go on. Please, sorry. No.
Whatever you have to say is
please.
Significantly more important, please, my queen. Please.
Oh, you did.
I was just gonna say, I don't know, at this point, I would just try drafting Nat T. I think she's just, the strongest piece on the chessboard, you know what I mean? Just super OP. Really powerful. That's what I would go for.
Yeah, hopefully they can try and implement that one then. Yeah, I don't know how, but we'll see. We'll see. My question that I was going to ask was about the bans. Chaos Knight goes, Hoodwink goes. How much focus has to be on these pose 4s on either side, or how much is it about taking away comfort, I guess, when it comes to bans more than anything else here in Division 2 in general, not just these two teams?
I'm not sure, because they already gave the clock back to Felt, which I think they were pretty happy with, and Hoodwink's gone. And these seem like the two most straightforward things. I would like to see the Tusk going mid against Pango, if that's the matchup that's going to be happening. I wouldn't be too keen to see a pause for Tusk, but I think Eternity, if we go by their last draft, they do like this straightforward. We want a roaming, or we want damage on our supports, or we want the ability to make plays and just fight. So Tusk would enable that from 4 if they want to run it that way.
Mm-hmm. I loved seeing the team fight aggression coming out from Eternity. Can I just say that? It genuinely was the best that we had seen them play, and I'm hoping that they continue along that route, Gods, that they continue with this team fight, this trying to be a little bit more working together. It just creates a better space for them on the map.
Yeah, I think it was definitely the right idea. They just kind of slightly misexecuted at times, weren't comboing all their spells together and making the most use. The first arena was on supports, find the right cores, but the concept is there, and if they can just play what kind of similar draft what they did last game and just execute better, things will look a lot better. I'd be very happy seeing Blessed Kid play another Ember Spirit. He looked really good on the hero, create a lot of action around the map, and if not Ember, something kind of similar. The Tusk is kind of similar. So a mid-Tusk against the Pango, to me, like Shippo said, works and fits this draft really well.
Do you think an issue? Yeah.
I was gonna say right now I'm just thinking that if a Tusk is put onto a support or even a core, right now they're very susceptible to getting zooed. And I know that Fade can play it. So if they do want to put Pango mid and they want to play some Beastmaster, I would be very in favor of that. Hello.
There you go. Right on cue.
Yes, sir.
So now, does that instill that Tusk should not be a support? Like, what is the issue with this beast coming out
10
for
seconds
Eternity?
remaining.
They should probably look. I'd be fine with Tusk going mid still.
Okay.
But what I would want is a support that's able to help deal with the Beastmaster. I know Crystal Maiden is a hero that forces Beastmaster to go Axe's build or makes him suffer in lane. I think Jakiro is a nice hero as well. Maybe a little awkward into Clock Pango. But something that, if you can crush him in lane, it at least gives you some time before he starts to try and take over the map with Helm.
And I think even
Oh, they steal
they knew it was coming.
Damn.
Man, these Felt guys, they know what they're doing. I think the other thing to add on that is like the support that's against Beastmaster, but you almost also need an offlaner that's good at like the Tide type hero that just stands in front of towers and keeps them alive, because you're gonna get run over if you don't have something like that from your offlane.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
Is it very
Wave
easy to
pushing is good right now.
wait pushing? Is it very easy for Eternity to fall into the issues that we've seen where you pick up a hero that has similar downfalls as Tusk in an offlane sort of position? Did that question make sense?
No, say it again.
Okay, so it's
For a
like,
baby.
okay, so picture all of the issues with Tusk, right?
Yes.
What are the chances Eternity pick an offlaner that have similar issues as Tusk?
Very low. I mean,
Okay.
maybe high if their drafter is like closed his eyes or something. But
Okay.
I'd hope he would
Random.
cover the bases of his draft.
Yeah.
You need some like. I mean, if they had a Coddle player, that wouldn't be half bad.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, no, because then you're kind of having a silence and Coddle support duo, which seems horrible.
Yeah, and that's, I think, where it's even fitting in the CM was tricky. I guess you could do the CM4, but if you want to CM versus Beastmaster, like, we haven't really seen Silencer go into that offlane support role so much.
Okay.
Okay, they take their carry matchup here. I don't like it that much. I think the lane is actually... It's PL favored if he goes for Boars, but I think if Beastmaster goes for Axe's build, PL actually hates that lane.
10 seconds remaining.
I think this pick is awful. I hate it. Like,
Yeah.
I know Fear was here, but he hates his hero too. There was a perfect PL game for BSJ the other day, and that was like the perfect.
still
This
lost.
game, it's like, this is not a perfect PL game. This is a average PL game, I think, at best. Like, Pango's good against the PL as well. The lane itself can be a little tricky. I don't think this PL is going to work.
I think it's a great PL.
Oh, okay.
I do see all of your problems with it, and I agree. I think it's hard for him to find his place in the fight. It definitely depends a lot on itemization. For example, if he was an absolute psychopath and just goes for an Orchid, I actually think that could be kind of baller. If you are able to play a lineup where your PL and Tusk are able to just kill off this clock CM at the start of every fight, and PL gets some heart later on, I think Pango actually struggles to do enough damage to deal with PL. And Beastmaster is countered by PL. I think that's the reason why they like it, because against in the lane and in the game, it's meant to be a pretty good matchup. So I'm foreseeing some late game PL that actually is okay. The main problem is if they don't itemize properly, or you take some fight where Pango's rolling on your carry and CM's getting her O off and it's just impossible to kill anyone because they're covering each other, that's like when PL's gonna suffer.
I just feel like like Pango gives them a decent amount already for PL, and they still haven't picked their carry. Like, they get a chance
Yeah.
to, like, quote unquote counterpick it. Like, they can go into the Sven if they want. That's something that Burn has played a lot of. They have options to go for the Battle Fury carries if they're worried about the illusions, or they can go super fast pace and try and, like, TA plus Beastmaster and just win the game in 25-30 minutes. So I feel like there's a lot of things they can pick that cause problems here.
5 Seconds.
Massive
Full send
question.
they can't do
agree.
because it gets banned. So no send. One less thing, but yes, still a lot.
It is a big question mark about the PL, it just being picked in general, but also right there are a lot of avenues that Felt can take that you just mentioned there, Gods, but I don't know how to ask this question. It's just sort of in this realm of, is there a way that Felt put themselves on a timing and that backfires?
Well, this is kind of a bit of both worlds. This gives them some scaling with Troll and also plays fast. I think, if you pick super greedy in late game, I think that can maybe backfire a bit because heroes like Pengo and Beastmaster don't want to play that, slow 4 protect 1 style. Like if you went for, I don't know, some Battle Fury, other Battle Fury carry. Troll, you can go to Battle Fury, but like all you need is like that maybe 2 item timing. You hit your timings are just faster and earlier than PL's. But it is a Troll, and Troll's a little bit sus.
Yeah, I'm struggling to come up with the perfect last pick because they either have a 4-pick hero or a mid-pick, and you have a Nature's
Yeah.
Prophet who's not going to do anything really for your PL. Like, they're both very greedy cores, so you want something non-greedy, which is what makes me think Tusk should go mid. But then what 5 can you possibly pick that A, complements Silencer well, but B, also deals with all these heroes? Because right now, no one deals with Troll. Troll with Blink especially is gonna just kind of pop off and go crazy.
Select your heroes.
So
I was going to say the main thing that stood out to me is like get something that kites. Like there's not a whole lot. I mean, there is stuns, but like kiting the Troll is just generally how you want to beat the hero.
I think they should have picked to like a Ricky 4 or something and prayed, but then your playmaking is so bad on Eternity. I think they kind of just drafted themselves into a hole.
Okay, so nowhere near as much faith as the draft that we saw in game number 1, but Sheep, I know that you still are an advocate for the underdogs. I'm hoping you can spit a little bit of positivity on this lineup, just a little bit.
Sure, I mean, at the end of the day, you have... I already highlighted where I think PL could potentially do well. Blessed Kid won mid-last game, so if he does that again with his Queen of Pain, then there's a lot of potential there for rotating. If they can stop Beastmaster from taking their side of the map, then I think maybe there's a world where they just take some good fights. Honestly, I'm not feeling it a lot, but I'm just
Okay.
gonna say, Blessed Kid's shoulders, they're about to feel a lot of weight.
They're going to be like down here, they're going to be under a lot of stress. But quickly, Gods, for you, Felt, this lineup, how easy is it going to be to execute? Is it going to be a cleaner game 2?
I don't think it's going to be that easy. The lane matchups favor Eternity here, so I think this could be
Okay.
another close game. Mid lane is great for Quap, and Tusk Nature's Prophet's a very scary lane as well.
I'm hoping it's a close game number 2, but let's head on into it with Wagger and Breaky.
All right, getting on into it. Felt up 1-0 here in the series, and we'll see what happens now in game number 2. They're going with the Troll Warlord themselves as a carry, but really the carry that was talked about throughout the draft, and I think for good reason, that Phantom Lancer pick on the side of Eternity, whether or not it's going to work out for them and force a game number 3. What are your thoughts, Waga?
Well, I mean, he's a Peel player. He likes Peel. He's Grandmaster tier on it, but I don't care how much you like a hero. Like Panel said, we saw earlier BSJ playing Peel and looking completely unimpactful in a game where it was a good Peel game. This is not a good patch for Peel, but on the other side, you have Felt picking up Troll, who is also dog shit in this current patch, but it's good in this game at least. It's a counter to the Peel. It's a nice reaction pick. I think I like Felt's draft way more. I don't like the 1-stun idea here on Eternity. PL gonna try to get safety. He gets down.
Yeah, he going doppelganger level 1. I think it's fair to say like that's not necessarily the ability you want to be getting a level 1, but in that case, he had to get it or else he's dead there.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt his lane even more. Now he can't use Spirit Lance to secure range creep, so he cannot do that. He can also not help the support and fight. He would want to get Doppelganger anyway pretty early on this lane, since there's most likely gonna be access spam. But meanwhile, Fade did put a point into the summons, so using the boar so far on this lane.
Yeah, busting it out here, and of course, Phantom Lancer is going to notice that as well, but making his way to the actual tower itself. But yeah, good job by Felt. Again, no kill taking place, but really putting him on his back foot, and again, making a core in the laning phase level up an ability you don't necessarily want to from the beginning can certainly hurt that early CS and kind of create that snowball effect throughout the game in a negative sense for, in this case, the Phantom Lancer. So keep an eye on that. Again, what's already proven to be, maybe a fairly difficult game for PL in itself. But it is what it is. Eternity going to have to make it work, and you pointed out, I mean, he is very confident on the hero, and there's something to be said about that for sure. So
Yeah, top. Nice shard timing here towards the end of the battle a little bit, and Chen is going to take a bit of damage on his clockwork here. The Tusk Furion lane is a rather strong lane combo. As good as Troll is at laning against the Furion due to the miss chance, I think this is a lane where Eternity might get some stuff done early on, just by the nature of how potent it is to lock people in place and have those treants help out as well.
we're getting the off lane Treant Protector. Martin, well, Nature's Prophet, more such.
That's his
Treant
name.
Protector off lane. Yeah, no, not going to be a thing here. But yeah, for the Nature's Prophet, and always like to bring up, as we've seen in this event, the idea of the Ags as a possibility. I don't know if we're going to see that here, but with him playing more of that, fighting role, especially earlier on, Ags could certainly be a nice item to have. But we'll keep an eye on what he goes for.
Yeah, I think it could be a decent option. We've seen great use of it before. Speaking a little bit more about the picks here while the lanes are playing out, this last pick Queen mid works out pretty well against the Pango, like laning wise, but so far he got 4 denies. He's outplaying him. Solji is doing a good job here on his Pango. And when you have last pick, I felt like there were better heroes to go for that would address the troll issue more, such as possibly the ulti to imprison him whenever he ultis, something that can be very, very impactful here.
I'm glad you said that, because I actually had the same thought. I swear, we're on the same wavelength there. Because OD for me seemed like a, almost a very obvious, specifically in that matchup against the troll, as you pointed out. Good against Beastmaster, saving whoever against Roared, etc. And in the matchup, certainly decent as well. But yeah, go on the co-op route for Blessed Kid, and keep an eye again his impact also throughout the game. Certainly a hero that you expect to be active sooner than later. And they're going to need it here on the side of Eternity.
Yeah, he played great in the last game. I think he was the outstanding player on Eternity in the previous game. I think he overall was shining a lot. Nice shard on the courier here by Moonlight. Gonna catch it with the Tusk. I don't think I've seen that particular use before for the shards, but hey, multi-purpose. Killing couriers.
Yeah, now he's heading back to the top lane. Of course, those shards on cooldown for another 7 seconds, but lane is pushed up, and Troll Warlord somewhat pushed up himself. Of course, not an easy kill. He's got that ring of health, and in general, not easy. But, shoot, bottom lane. Might be seeing our first blood. Yes, it is going to be enough. Just enough dot coming out there from Silencer to secure the kill.
Yeah, some deja vu from last game, getting the first blood, getting the int stolen. Seen this before. Meanwhile, top lane though, the Clockwork being chased down here by the Furion, but he missed some auto attacks due to the mischance from Troll.
He seemed teleporting over, and Chen's like, oh wait, now I gotta go this way. Puts the cogs up. He is doing a hell of a job of living off with the trees, blocking him in. Now he really is trapped in here, and Tusk is gonna let his teammates secure that kill, playing the core Nature's Prophet after all. So good attempt on the escape, but not to be bottom lane though. Escaping Phantom Lancer? No, it's not gonna happen. 2 seconds on the doppelganger, but Crystal Maiden with the auto attack to secure it.
Interesting to see that he's not going for the axe spam at all here with the CM combo. You can do a lot of damage with it, of course, but he's relying on the board. Not something we see favored that often in the current patch, but making it work. The level 2 boar helps chase down here. Get a lot of damage done over time, of course, with the slow from the boar and the Nova. It's hard to run away.
Yeah, you see that movement speed's slow at 18% now, being level 2. So certainly helping to make that kill happen on the Phantom Lancer. Top lane, it's just Prophet pushed up all the way to the tower as Troll Warlord hitting underneath the tower. But what's the build on Troll Warlord here? Is it going to be that?
PO's committing bottom, trying to get Fade,
lane,
chasing him down but getting slowed. Not going to be able to get it as the boar keeps slowing him down. Wait, Fade sticks around? Baiting him?
The bait! Okay, he's going to be fighting a Phantom Lancer, but yeah, that was questionable. I mean, he has a Helm of Iron Will, but damn, that was close.
Yeah, he gets 2 tangles passed over. Meanwhile, top, they're fighting again. This time chasing down the Clockwork.
Yeah, he's going to get trapped up, but again, hiding in the trees of Troll Warlord. The Whirling Axe is coming out now. Moonlight is in trouble. Switching her range as a troll, but never mind. Tusk is going to be fine. So these supports both continuing to get low, but No kills coming of it for the time being. But yeah, Troll, what's the item build you think earlier on here?
Oh, I mean, he's going for a ring of health just to have some sustainability in the lane. He's probably definitely considering going Battle Fury here. When you're playing against the PL, I think Battle Fury is very valid. Wants to get Face Boots first, though. I understand that you're laning against a Furion, get that against the trees so you can't be body blocked by them. So I think just Face Boots into Battle Fury is certainly a valid option in this game. Generally, I'm not as big of a fan of Battle Fury, but just for the PL alone and the Treants as well, it will be useful to have.
Queen of Pain going at it for the 6-minute runes. It's going to be an illusion rune picked up by Moonlight up there. The Sonic Wave flying out though, and Pango will end up falling to it. And now Shu is definitely dead as well. Moonlight coming into, let's just say, a kill secured for him. But yeah, good rotations from the supports, really both sides, but of course go in the favor of Eternity. And Bless Kid back to the lane. And you look at his CS now on Quap as well as those kills. Queen of Pain's having a great game now.
Yeah. I want to talk about bottom lane. This PL always being so aggressive, but he is taking a beating here from this Iron Will Beastmaster, just clicking him down, and he doesn't have a natural way to regen HP. So anytime that he goes up and makes these aggressive plays, he has to just rely on his mangles for HP regen slowly, and now he can't really defend the tower. CM comes in.
Doppelganger into the trees, TP in from Moonlight. They're going to set up a turn kill on a fade. Shu in the distance has a freeze as well as another Crystal. Nova going to do what he can. Puts Tusk in his place, but the shards locking in the Beastmaster and allow Phantom Lancer to finish the job. However, he's in trouble. Yeah, and speaking of the catch, Chen shows up here playing the Clockwork. And he will get the catch. They turn on two. They're not going to get the third, but perfect timing for the Clockwork.
Yeah, he TP reacted in time. Didn't even have boots, but he ran down there slowly walking in and manages to get the power cogs down in time to catch two heroes. Massive experience and gold there going towards the two supports on the side of Felt. And yeah, I mean, PL is trying to remain active in this lane and fighting, and they're doing a good job trying to delay the Beastmaster, but he does have his Hamlet Dominator now. 740, not a shabby timing. Even though it's the least farmed over the course, he still has it, and now he can start put the pressure onto the PL much more confidently.
Yeah, that, and of course even more pressure on the tower as well as a result. So this lane certainly getting a bit more difficult as we spawn 8 minutes, and thus the Arcane Rune as Pango is going to pick it up. Tusk was in the area, but Pango manages to snatch it up first and currently sitting in his bottle. But again, Queen of Pain continuing to have a great time. She is level 7 now and has her full bottle herself, and currently making her way to the bottom lane. So gonna try to get active down here as they're going on the Beastmaster. So with the tower falling down, Fade trying to hold his ground. A Centaur stun up to get the kill on a Tusk, but Nature's Prophet also showing up, and they will kill the Beastmaster. Queen of Pain, she's just north meanwhile, hunting for more, and she's gonna catch some reinforcements. Blake it out as Pango shows up too, though. With this Rolling Thunder going in, trying to pick up Phantom Lancer, but no, Doppelganger away. Phantom Lancer on the run. Pango cannot chase, chasing the wrong one. Good job.
I am so surprised that he's still alive, and now in great position to punish here. Eternity just gonna click down as Pango ulti is over.
Radiant's top tower is under
Double kill for Ezekiel. That goes back to, again, Queen of Pain kind of cutting off the reinforcements, and she's even there to help secure the kill on a Pango.
Look at top tower.
Actually very good.
You look away from this lane for a second, he's gonna go for it. Beastmaster actually might be in trouble as well. Here's the Queen is sticking around.
Radiant's top tower.
He's gonna be fine, right? Unless she, oh wow, never mind. She's going, oh no, not enough mana though. He doesn't have the mana. She wanted a Sonic Wave, but she didn't have the mana. Oh, that's a miscue big time for Queen of Pain. And Nature's Prophet, he's gonna try to keep running, being slowing down though by Shu. And this vision of the Beastmaster, the Hawk in the trees. Here comes the
Radiant's middle tower
Ice Ball from Tusk, but it's going to save his teammate and trying to set up the turn kill, actually.
Yeah,
but now Clockwork is slowly showing up. This fight is lasting forever. It's round 2 of it, I suppose. Wrath of Nature bouncing through. Crystal Maiden will still live. And Tusk does go down. I think it's finally come to a conclusion.
Yeah, finally, but that's a painful conclusion there for Eternity as they lose out much more so than Felt, and they lost that top tower during it as well. So there are 2 towers down. They're trying to, do some damage to mid, but Felt are doing a better job at being proactive, taking the action towards their opponent's towers. Every single tier 1 tower is feeling completely fine right now on the side of Felt. And Queen of Pain with that small miscalculation there, it's such a minor detail, but it really sets you back.
We got a co-op. She's got a haste room bottled up. Sonic Wave, no canceling, and so is the Rolling Thunder. Finally going to be committed, though. Global Silence. And Queen of Pain actually not committing further for the kill, of course, respecting that Rolling Thunder. Instead finds a Crystal Maiden, who then freezes and puts out the freezing field. But Queen of Pain is going to just keep his distance, keep her distance, even goes back in. Yeah, I guess she's just farming with it. Clockwork will hook shot in, Clock pushback. Though the Primal Roar was queued up, almost in range.
Yeah, she did reveal Vision there, so should be D-Ward as well coming in from CM. She Shadow Struck up the high ground, so indeed gonna throw down a sentry there. So that came at the cost of a ward. This max Shadow Strike build also means that Queen is gonna have to be very wary of whenever she blinks, because she still has level 1 blink, and that's gonna be the case for quite a while here. So anytime that she blinks, she might get caught afterwards.
We saw what happened at the bottom lane as she tried to go in for that dive, but speaking of bottom lane, Tusk, I don't think he's getting away from this one. There's just way too much slow between the maxed out boars now of Beastmaster and obviously Crystal Maiden and everything she's doing. You just cannot get away from these two, especially when you're isolated like that.
Yeah, I'm getting concerned for Eternity. This is crumbling pretty quick. Like, you have no reason to be out there as Tusk on bottom lane. You simply do not need to play that area right now. They need to get a tower taken, and they're not going to take the bottom tower. That tower has not even been scratched this game. It's 1800 HP. They need to start making organized moves to get some form of breathing room right now. When you have a Furion, usually it's easy to do so because you're spamming Wrath of Nature, pushing into lanes, and you start applying pressure to towers. But it's Felt who are dominating this game.
Well, to that point, he is going the Ag, so that even will be a lesser cooldown, as well as the other benefits, of course. Now, it doesn't have it yet, another 1,500 gold, but
poor Silencer
is just about there. As Silencer, yeah, just left behind. But speaking of tower damage, Eternity is finally going to get some decent tower damage in, and they will secure that top tower kill. And they kill Troll Warlord. Off to the side, it was Tusk and Nature's Prophet coming together. Tusk more so helping to lock him down and finds him in the jungle, so a couple of nice positive points for Eternity as they lose their mid tower, though.
Yeah, they get what they need. They get some area now that they can control, that Peel can farm. Peel has his Diffusal. He is quite strong, but he's not ready to fight now. This is not his timing. He wants to build up more items. So now you've secured like farming grounds for the Peel here in the top lane. Now you want to leave him there and play everybody around mid, most likely, on the side of Eternity. Let's see how Felt are gonna advance from this point, though. The Beastmaster is getting very close to Helm of the Overlord. We're 13 minutes in, 700 gold away. Looking like a pretty good timing coming in here as all 3 cores on Felt are top net worth.
Yeah, that's... I remember looking at earlier on in the laning phase, it actually was pretty much the opposite. Of course, so much has happened since then, but talk about Felt really finding their footing, as you could say, and really all 3 of their cores are now top 3, as you just pointed out. So, including bottom lane, again, the Beastmaster almost has a Helm of the Overlord finish. He's putting some pressure down here, and look at Nature's Prophet also hiding in the trees. But the Hawk of Beastmaster is giving him that advantage. But smoke
Troll
play
runs into Queen and Tusk.
Yeah, gonna run into it. He does have Battle Trance, and he is gonna activate it right away because he's got TPs coming in. Going after the Queen of Pain. Can't get the proc. Oh, well, there we go. Gets it off. And down goes Queen of Pain. And the Global Science is not going to save Tusk either. Uh-oh.
Did he still have cooldown blink, or was he just holding it that entire time? Because I think he could just have gone away.
Yeah, I didn't notice. Maybe he did, and he was just overconfident. That is possible. But the fights continue. Swashbuckle somewhat whiffing right there. Ezekiel is gonna die. Phantom Lance, well, maybe not, never mind. Phantom Lance are actually helping out to see the best that he can right there with the Spirit Lance. But again, another Pango hit, bouncing off the walls. He's gonna go for this one, but it's not enough damage. I think he missed as well. And Pango's actually in a horrible spot now. He's gonna end up dying for this. And yes, dance it up. Oh! The rocket, not enough either. He actually lives somehow.
Yeah, just a level 1 rocket. It's a hope that maybe he can get him, but 80 damage is not that much. He's gonna walk safely back to base, and ultimately, good fight for Eternity, but they are all kind of gathered up in this small area bottom. They're not making any progress towards actual goals. The takedown on the Pango is nice, but they need to start working on this mid tower, and they're making a rotation towards top now, finding CM.
That they do, the shards blocking in, but there's reinforcements. And again, you got Battle Trance is ready to go. They kill Crystal Maiden, but Tusk already losing his life. Queen of Pain does blink away in time, but look at Troll. Troll's on to again. Level 1 blink. It's such a long cooldown. Yeah, they know exactly where she is, and it's a free kill on her.
That's the downside of this skill build. You don't have a way to get away, really. If he kept running, he would still be spotted by the ward, but yeah, you have 12-second CD blink, so you really don't have an easy way to get away. Also, the blink is shorter range even, so your survivability is less than half of what it would have been had it been maxed out.
Yeah.
Invisibility.
Troll Warlord just finds himself back in his own jungle and gonna continue to make use of that Battle Fury, of course, for a farm aspect, as that BKB's been queued up and to be next in line. But how about Pango, by the way? He's got the Diffusal. Looks like he's going Lotus Orb for a second item.
He's going for, yeah, Lotus Orb, and it's a great item against Silencer here. Allows him to start the engine, you know, on his ulti, even if the silence comes out. Beastmaster getting caught out, but the rotation is coming.
But reinforcements are here. Beastmaster, can he live long enough? And here's Clockwork showing up. Global Silence, though. In response to the hookshot, but Beastmaster's gonna live for the time being. He's still somehow alive, will finally fall. But now the response and damage, including Troll Warlord. Phantom Lancer could not doppelganger in time. Was just coming off cooldown, I believe. You see Nature's Prophet. He's going north. He'll live.
The Beastmaster just kills the Clockwork, by the way, with the deny there. His Overlord creep punishes him.
Yeah,
That's gonna try to TP out any end snares. Nope.
Oh.
2 hits with
Thunder.
20% chance. Not getting it.
Rolling Thunder not in time either. But again, overall, still fairly happy as felt, despite missing out on that kill chance right there. Of course, taking up the Phantom Lancer, keeping him fairly slowed down. You mentioned, sure, Diffusal's a great item on him, but he still needs more timing. He still needs plenty more. Starting with the Manta style, you'd figure, of course, since he has a Yasha. But especially with the pace of this game, I mean, probably going to want even further than that, whether it's Scotty or even his own BKB.
Yeah, you usually want the Manta really badly against the CM, and going for a BKB later on might be required, as we see again. Aratus might be caught out here. Gonna waddle away. Silencer, not the fastest, but he's gonna be fine for now. The pressure is coming down for the tier 2 tower now. Everyone making their move. Wrap around. Hookshot.
This Clockwork, there's a reason why they're picking up this Clockwork twice. It's back-to-back games so early. However, Queen of Pain is going to bounce out. Turns around with a Sonic Wave. It does hit a couple of heroes. They end up killing Crystal Maiden, but the chase is on from Troll. His Battle Trance used for this. Do they have a stopper? No. He is able to TP out, as he was really committed there.
That's the downside of their draft again, right? You have one single hero that can stop the TPs for now, and he wasn't close, so Troll feels completely safe to just TP out. He's gonna have his BKB now. But the bigger thing I want to talk about is not really the carry matchups and like what PL needs, what Troll needs here. It's more so about the mid. And usually Queen of Pain, I'm a mid player. Queen is known as a mid hero where dying a single time, you might just lose the game. Like, you have to be owning kill-wise to have a good impact on Queen. And this game is not like that. He already died 3 times. He's not having a very, very good start. Here's the least farmed out of all the cores. And this hero does not do well when she's behind. She's the type of hero that punishes when the opponents come out in a game where you're ahead. But I am definitely concerned here for Blessed Kid, how he can scale going into the later team fights here.
Yeah, again, had a great game on the Ember Spear last time around. This time, not necessarily as effective, and might not get any better as you're getting at. Moonlight, by the way, he's getting really low in the mid lane. I heard the hook shot also going off to the right, and that's because they're going to find Silencer, so a couple of support kills found in different areas. From the side of Felt, you have the Wrath of Nature being used by Nature's Prophet in response, again, with that axe that he now has, but
yeah, that's Roche.
Damage
you
done,
get the double rotation like that at the same time. You can just move straight towards Roche now with 2 heroes dead. They're not dead for that long though, but you have good vision around Roche as well. And meanwhile, they're making the move to try and find Fury.
Well, they're gonna find him. The stopper.
The body blocks
is
really
not
nice.
there.
Yeah, we've seen this before. Furions with their nice micro to keep the disable away. He kept his cool there. Shout out to Ezekiel for that.
Micromanagement, but in the end, Roshan's dead, especially with Troll Warlord showing up. Destroys it pretty quickly, and Troll at level 15, he has a nice little double damage room bottled up, and He's got his BKB, so Waka, this feels like a time for Phil to be like, all right, now let's really do something with what we have. And they're going. Clockwork, Global Silence response. Shards put up. Nice job with the Lotus Orb, but it's not going to be enough to save his teammate.
Yeah, good reaction overall there with the Furin ulti showing its value again. The root coming in, Silence and the Furin ulti.
But speaking of rooting in place, Quinn pins locked down right here, and she gets blown up. Oh, Trovo! Wow, speaking of blowing up, he got blown up there.
A lot of heroes
battle
dying
trance.
without being able to react. The Silence ticked in on him, so he could not use his ulti to lifesteal up. That is a very low value Aegis use right there for him. I mean, the Aegis is there to be used, but this is not really what you want to get for it. You get the mid hero kill, but that wasn't really on you know, the Aegis that you got that kill. That was just good rotation by your team catching him.
Well, that's what I was just saying. Well, it's like this felt like, especially with how Trolls look with an Aegis, this is a time to really make something happen now, and that didn't really feel like the something happening. So, yeah, I think in a sense, kind of a victory for Eternity there. However, Nature's Prophet, he's in trouble, trying to run. Wrath of Nature going to be used as well. He's doing everything he can, pressing every single button, but it's still not enough. And Tusk, what are you doing, buddy?
He got a neutral item for ulting on Furion, by the way. What?
Beastmaster's fine. So wait, what just happened?
Oh my god, as the fight wraps up here, an attempt, but double TP out. Yeah, when Furin ulted, and he had literally 3 heroes on top of him, he ulted, and someone somewhere was close to the creeps, so the neutral item flies up to him on top lane, but he was surrounded by heroes. Fortunately though, Queen recovers the People's Gift that dropped right there. That looked really, really silly and would be a dumb way to lose your neutral item, considering that it was completely surrounded. I don't feel like the item should drop over at him.
That was, yeah, some clever game mechanics.
Yeah,
I would like to see a replay on that one.
The neutral item can drop because his ulti killed something where he had an allied hero near that creep as it died, and then it flies to him, but it's, you know, very awkward.
Something about that just doesn't seem right, but yeah, either way, they are able to recover it, and what's done is done. Speaking of that, of course, tier 2 items are popping out as there's another Wrath of Nature use, so keeping active with that. Tusk thinks he finds Crystal Maiden, but it's Tusk the one that's found a response now, as Troll Warlord was a little too close nearby, so they end up getting the free kill. And look at Troll, by the way. I believe that's the Ags is almost finished on Troll, about 600 more gold. He's going to have an Ags now.
Extremely close to having it, yep. And it's going to be very nice for him in this game as well against the Furion with his Aghanims. You can counter it with your own. The Troll will now be able to dispel himself, which is useful to get out of that route. Other than that, there's not really that much offensively to dispel of value here that I can think of. But it's still nice. You can remove the Witchblade from yourself as well, and you know, the Shadow Strike, the Curse. There are a lot of minor values to it, and it just is good overall. It lowers the mana cost for the Axis greatly, and the cooldown is so low too.
There you go. Has it delivered, and then you head right to the top lane. Have a smoke up. They're scouting out with the Hawk, the TP out from Phantom Lancer, and it's Prophet though, so Beastmaster unable to collapse in time. And everyone escapes on the side of Eternity. But now where do you go from here, Felt? All 5 at the top. You got Eternity. All 5 at the bottom. Are they going to smoke up on their side? Yes, it's a 5-player smoke from Eternity. So will they clash?
Yeah, might be able to catch Solji as he's pushing out mid, but they don't have that much time to do so. They have a haste rune on Queen.
Oh, they got Pang. Go! Never mind. That was awkward. Lotus Orb, Snowball, goes on in. They are going to have to follow up damage, though. But the Sonic Wave used right there. Plenty of burst. And Crystal Maiden feel the damage. How about this Phantom Lancer, by the way? He went some pretty good damage right there. However, he gets caught by the Cog Trap and the pushback, and he just gets blown up. So how about that Phantom Lancer? Still pretty squishy.
Yeah, and they're still on the hunt here with the drums. They could maybe run down the Silencer. Drumming it up. Beastmaster chasing. Nice shards.
Yeah. Blocks the chance for the chase, and so you get away, but FPL's going to be dead for another 30 seconds, and mid-towers likely to be pushed in now.
Yeah, I think the Pango could have survived, by the way. He had Lotus Orb, got in the Snowball, And you can actually cast abilities during the snowball if you Lotus Orbed, because Tusk can cast abilities during snowball. So you can cast Swashbuckle to get out of it during it, and he did not global silence until the snowball ended. So maybe he doesn't know about that specific mechanic.
Either way, he ended up going for the ride, just so enthralled with wondering where the snowball would take him, and unfortunately led him to his death. Here we go with the push out of the base, so going all the way for tier 3. BKB just purchased by Queen of Pain, by the way, so she has another tool there. Look at Phantom Lancer doing some decent damage again to Troll Warlord. They're going to force a BKB defensively and trying to run now, so yeah, Troll Warlord was a bit overconfident there.
Yeah, now Queen smells blood in the water, trying to chase.
Oh, Battle Trance, so the Battle Trance turn, but nice lockdown from Tusk. Gonna buy the time. No, the Primal Roar. It will secure the kill on a Queen of Pain. She had just blinked, so she was definitely in trouble. Tusk doing his darndest, but it's not enough, and they catch Phantom Lancer as well. What a response from Phil.
When you smell blood in the water, but it's just yourself. You're dying. You're bleeding out. Poor Queen. Trying to go in there, but that's the danger of blinking right next to a troll. Even though he's low HP, if he has ulti ready, you need to have a good plan. He did have Tusk to try and help him out, but that's only so much disable. The troll ulti lasts long enough that he easily beat down the Queen there.
So suddenly the Rax mid is destroyed, and
Ezekiel,
what seemed like
trying to run away, gonna be able to get away, maybe?
yeah, he's doing everything he can, and yes, look it out. Let's go. They're still going. Again, they don't have an Aegis or anything like that. Battle Trance still on cooldowns. This is definitely confidence here. But again, a very similar bait-style play. They're going to turn and kill the Tusk, who was committed at that point. Now, Queen of Pain, she has a blink, so she'll be fine. Oh, no. Whoa, Troll. Calm down, buddy. He's really going in. He does have a BKB in 3 seconds. He's using his Battle Trance for this. No doubt the BKB as well. There's a rolling axis flying around. He's trapped in. Global silence. Needed a TP out. He's got to get the hell out of here some way, somehow, and that will be the way to do it. So Troll, definitely very confident there. And the rest of the team also going to TP around him. So close calls, but Felk gets out.
Everybody TP's out except for Clockwork, who just starts his jetpack and gets on out of there as well. He has his 4 staff available, so he's completely safe. And one of these big drawbacks of the Radiant draft, everybody can just press the TP button, and if Tusk just used his snowball and his punch, what are you gonna do? You still don't have a solution. The TP cancel from Sprout Leashes is not there yet. You're only level 16 on Furion, and nobody else has addressed the issue by adding an item that stops TPs. Oh, they have Gleipnir now on the Furion. He finished it up.
They do, yeah. He just finished that, so they do have another tool at least there, but Crystal Maiden, yeah, it's still low. Oh my gosh, you got to freeze the field off actually, so Tusk is going to die as well, but both supports dead on the side of Fel. That is an illusion, by the way. That Fate just used his ultimate on, so thought he had a chance. Pango dies up here as the Sonic Wave from Queen of Pain is enough. Meanwhile, Battle Trance is still being held by Troll Warlord, waiting for the right time. Queen of Pain is out of mana. She's trying her best, but she gets pushed back by the cogs, and there's a Battle Trance, but pushed every which way with the 4 staff. However, it's enough damage to finally finish the job. Gleipnir rooting in place on Troll.
Yeah,
Turns the
meanwhile,
attention to
PO
the
just
south.
being annoying.
Trying to find the real one. They found the real one. That's definitely the real one. Nice slow there put onto the Clockwork, though. The rolling axis connecting.
He misclicked on his 4 staff. He didn't 4 staff the troll. He 4 staffed himself backwards. The Clockwork. He messed up.
Oh, no, well, he pushed back the Phantom Lancer right there, so that kind of works, and it is going to be enough damage to secure the kill in the end. So even with the mess up, they're still able to run him down and secure that kill.
Nice play there. Psychic Headband coming into great use there. And now, with so many heroes dead, they're just going straight to bottom tower.
There's a tier 3 dead. The Rax exposed. Buyback is ready on Phantom Lancer and Quap, but she's up in 2 seconds.
Yeah, you don't really want to buy back with just 10 seconds remaining, and that is going to be a second lane of Rax taken. They're going to back out, but Tusk trying to keep them in place. Maybe he has overstepped, though.
Yeah, we've seen this before. They keep baiting, and you're just dead on Tusk. So it's happened time and time again with him. I don't know. How do you feel, though, about neither the PL or the Quap buying back right there? Because I understand, yeah, especially with Quap, it's so low, but that's a Troll Warlord pushing your base with the Beastmaster. Like, the Raxer is dead.
Oh boy, Queen gets roared, Pango coming in, she's just dead immediately, and now Furion is in trouble. He's completely alone by 4.
Yeah, they're scattered. They're big time scattered right now. Nature's Prophet is just dead as well. And again, another reset here for Felt. So again, they have a couple of buybacks. They need to use something here, feels like, if your pace is going to be pushed for Mega Creeps.
They're probably gonna get forced to use something here or just lose. Yeah, I don't think they could have bought back before. The PL went for Etherlands, by the way, so has Yasha diff Etherlands, but still 1480 HP. You're so weak. This PL can't do anything in the team fights right now. So if he spent golden buyback, they would be even weaker. They're just gonna call it. They know they're done here. No way to really defend.
Wow.
So before even the high ground push commences, they're not even gonna give it one last ditch effort. And Felt are gonna be the ones to take this series 2-0.
Yeah, keep it on the positive. No, Felt, looking good in this series. They took care of business. They did what they needed to do. Definitely congratulations to them, and that's a feel-good victory, no doubt. On the other side, Eternity, struggles are going to continue. Yes, they were playing with stand-in, sure, excuse there, but at the same time, it did look like things just weren't connecting and meshing together as they hoped for in this draft for game number 2, especially against Phantom Lancer. It felt like an awkward game, and that proved to be the case for him throughout. But I think our panel will have plenty more to say about game number 2 in the series here.
Yes, we do. The only thing I actually want to say really is Wagga pointed out, is what did he say? Dog water? I think that was the words he
Dog
used.
shit. That was what he said.
Dog shit. It was actually dog shit. Okay, that's my mistake.
Sugar.
Yeah, I mean, either way, 2 carries that just don't really see the light of day. Troll a little bit more than the PL. So they're the 2 I really kind of want to focus on as we see these highlights rolling out. It was just a Felt game through and through. So if you want, Gods, we can touch on the Troll, why it worked this time round, and just the impact he really had for the game and for the team.
It just gave them that hero to hit objectives, and get an Aegis and then hit buildings with. So I think it was just a tactical pick, and it's that to me is why Troll is just more viable than a PL. When it's a good Troll game, which this was, the hero does something. When it's a good PL game, the hero it doesn't necessarily do something, as we saw with the farthest JPL. This game, I don't think was a good PL game, but yeah, Troll. He took Roshan, he grabbed Aegis, then he hit buildings, and just the matchup, with the Whirling Axis against Nature's Prophet, it's just a good laner versus Nature's Prophet. That's one of the tricky things about offlane NPD, particularly with Tusk, is the lane is quite challenging, but Troll is one of the best carries to lane into that. Not to mention the Troll versus PL, the Battle Fury build gives you a way to kind of outscale him.
Yeah, Felt looking great, able to utilize that Troll, whereas you just put it so well, Gods, even when it's a good PL game, which this one wasn't necessarily, PL really struggles. And in your eyes, Sheep, what was the biggest downfall or the biggest struggle for PL to really even feel like an impact or a factor in this game?
My god, there were so many. I think the biggest is just that the timings on Felt lined up way sooner than what PL's timing was, and it meant that I'm not sure if his build is greedy or not. He basically went for the Diffusal Blade into the Yasha and the Ether Lens before looking towards that heart. So basically every fight he just couldn't get in, right? As a PL, you want to get in there, you want to find a target, you want to stick on them. He has no damage items pretty much, on top of having no health. So during these fights, a stray axes from Beastmaster and a Clockwork Flare was just chipping him down without him even getting involved in the fight. He was just relegated to pressing his Q from range, doing no damage. He tried to kill Clockwork a couple times, did no damage again. It just felt like there was no purpose for him. There was no hero for him to try and go on. He didn't get cute with his Iron build, and as a result just could not do anything. He was literally just dying from random spells that happened to hit him.
Yeah, that's true. It was so unfortunate. It felt like even when he had a small impact for something, he was just then blown up, disappeared, and just almost a 4v5 for the side of Eternity. But we talked about how impactful the Troll was in taking Roche, helping in team fights, doing a lot of that building damage. But the real MVP was Fade. He had the most amount of hero damage on his team, and he played phenomenally, Gods.
Yeah, I think Sheepo kind of introed this match as Fade being kind of this, not even just the stable player, but the player that really makes Felt work. And it's such a good point, because you look at games like this and he does everything. He does well in lane in a kind of tough matchup. Did some really nice bait plays where the PL tried to go for kills on him, but he's surviving on slivers of health, and just he's the one that the entire tempo of this game is kind of built around. It's the Beastmaster that really sets up the troll pick to even be viable. He's setting up all these kills, has the roar to kind of answer the BKB Nature's Prophet in these fights, and just really, really good play. And I think what's just impressive about his play and the team as a whole is just that they're, the way he plays with the team. It's not just like him doing individual stuff. It's very kind of cohesive in terms of how they're kind of operating as a team.
Mm-hmm. Now, Fade getting MVP after you hyped him up for the start of this series, Shiv, it would be a crime to not let you hype him up again with
Let's
the MVP.
go. Okay, thank you. I was super chuffed with him. I mean, I talked about the problems that PL had. Two of those were the 2 deaths that he had to Beastmaster in lane. And this is a Beastmaster that went for the boars as well. He didn't even go for the axes. So, I think Fade was just outplaying in the lane really hard. He hit his timing. I think he controlled the bot side of the map really well, as Beastmaster is wont to do. I think Eternity also played pretty badly into Beastmaster. It's not just a one-way street here. You had Moonlight, for example, trying to farm the bot lane away from his team. He had like a 2-1-2 build, so he's not even able to shove lane with his spell. And Fade is just on top of that. You show up to my area, I kill you. I do not let you have anything. I think he just played great. I mean, God's kind of covered all of it.
Fade ended up killing Moonlight, I think, 8 times on that Tusk. He was just sort of mowing him down. Moonlight had a really, really rough game here in game number 2. It does mean that Felt take the series in a 2-0 fashion. But Eternity, we said a win for us, how we would perceive it for Eternity, isn't necessarily a series win. It isn't necessarily a game win. It was to come out of lanes looking cleaner, looking stronger, and to be able to have a bit more direction in that middle part of the game. In game 2, I know that wasn't really present, but for you guys, do you think that happened in game 1, and are you excited for Eternity?
Yeah, 100%. I think at least the game 1 looked really good. I think they had a really simple, easy to execute draft. I think game 2, their draft was just really bad, but it's fine. I just don't think you can pick this PL with the Nature's Prophet. But yeah, at least in game 1, whilst I was not a fan of how slow they played, they overall were just at least finding a better place that they wanted to take their drafts to in gameplay.
Okay. Felt, like I said, 2-0 for them. It means it's time for a winner's interview. Shu is going to be joining us as the interviewee. Shu, congratulations on this win here. I am going to ask a tough question at the start, though. In game 1, you guys kind of really struggled in the beginning part of it, and I want to know from your point of view why that was, and sort of how the team communication was to be able to pull it back and get a win for that game.
Hello guys, how's it going? Hello guys, how's it going? So for the first game, I think we struggled a bit at the beginning, but we kind of came through because we kind of knew what we had to do. Hello? Excuse me, can you hear me?
I can't hear him either.
I thought it was just a Maya. No.
Hello?
We can't hear you,
I'm so sorry, Shu.
Maybe the viewers can, but I'm sorry, Shu.
Guys, we can sit here for 6 minutes and wait to see if the viewers can hear him.
Yeah.
I don't know what
I don't
to do.
really know what's going on. I won't lie. I can sit here and pretend that I do, but I don't. All right, Shu, we're gonna give it another shot. Can you please tell me the most interesting fact about yourself, and we'll see if we can hear you.
Hello?
Oh my God, Shu, we can hear you.
You can hear me?
It's a miracle. Yeah,
No.
we can hear you.
What about now?
Yep.
I don't know. Someone's manually muting my mic. I don't know what's going on.
Someone's sabotaging you. They don't want you to leak all the strats.
But anyways, if you guys can hear me, first game, I think we kind of knew what was happening. We kind of struggled at the beginning, but we came through and just huddled up, talked about everything, and we got. we got through the rough patch after that.
Alrighty, we'll try and get this quick. So, Gods, if you have a question for Shu.
Yeah, I want to ask, just in general, how you think you played today. Last time we talked to Fade, he thought that you played pretty well in the Dog Champ series, just they were a tough opponent, but less well against Fart Studios. How would you say your team performance was today? What did you like? What did you not like?
I mean, I think the Dog Champ was still our best performance out of the 3 games. But personally, I think the first game I played kind of bad, and overall, I think the second game our performance was way better than the first game. But yeah, overall, I think we did a bit better than last game, last series. At least this time we didn't throw as bad as we did. I still think our Dog Champ game was our best performance.
Okay. And was there anything that kind of Eternity threw at you that kind of caught you by surprise this series?
Well, I guess we expected a different position 3 player, so that was kind of surprising because we didn't know until like the last minute. But besides that, I think we came pretty prepared.
All right, I have one quick question. I noticed when looking at you and the other support on your team, you guys sometimes like change your roles around a little bit. Like you don't play the Tiny. Is it just something that you don't feel like super comfortable with yet, or is that something you're looking to like be able to do in the future, like play more of the typical 4 heroes, or are you guys pretty happy with the way that you're able to flex your supports around?
I mean, I used to be a position 5 player, so most of my hero pool is actually on position 5, and I kind of rotated a bit more towards 4 for this specific season. And I do play Tiny, but it's just Chen is way more comfortable on it and has more games than I do, so that's why he gets to play Tiny and I don't. But yeah, we're pretty flexible because both of us have hero pools that can play 4 and 5, and we can kind of rotate around.
All right, thank you.
Perfect. Shu, you've been a trooper through the mic issues. Thank you so much for an interview, and congratulations again on a win for Felt.
Thank you, guys.
See ya. Well, there you have it. I do like the fact that Shu just came out with it saying that they enjoy the flexibility, that they're always going to give it to whoever feels a little bit more comfortable on it, and it's worked for them. I'm excited to see them almost take advantage of it. Like, I'd like to see them do a little bit more with it, and I'd like to see them hit that level that they said they had with Dog Champ again, because almost every time you've asked now, Gods, the team keeps coming on down. They're like, nope, Dog Champ was the best time, the best moment for us. That's the only time we performed.
I think that's often the case, though. Teams sometimes play to the level of their competition. I'm curious to see how Felt match up against the Cut most noticeably, but even some of their other series, I'm curious to see them versus C-Dub, for example, as well. So I think there is going to be some tougher matches coming up for Felt.
For sure. We can have a look at the leaderboard and see where all the teams are sitting, seeing where we rate some of the teams. Dog Champ out on top still. I don't know if that will ever change. The Cut, then the Felt moving up with another win. C-Dub then just being right below them with Ant, Fart Studios, Penguin Squad, and Eternity. We'll quickly flip to the schedule so we can have a look at our next series for today, because we have 2 BO3s happening, and it is going to be Penguin Squad up against Ant. So those 2 teams sitting on the right-hand side at the moment of the leaderboard, but a lot of chance, potential to prove themselves. And in your eyes, Sheep, this second series, is it going to be Ant? I know you're now a big fan of Ush. Are you expecting him to perform once again and take a dub?
Damn, maybe. I did like that team. They seemed to be a lot more confident in that last series. And yeah, I'm pretty confident about them. I think Penguin Squad, we kind of talked about them last broadcast. I just think that they're figured out at this point. They kind of came in strong, had some ideas, and then people were like, okay, if we just take this away, what happens? And they instantly crumbled. So maybe Ant can pick that apart as well. Maybe not. Maybe they've had time to innovate and figure out some new strats.
Yeah, we could talk about those teams in a little bit more depth in a little bit after the break. But before we do get to the break, we want to do our sponsors a shout out. We want to give esportsbet.io the limelight for a little bit, because if you are a DPC fan, then you'll be happy to know esportsbet.io is launching an exclusive $100 risk-free bet. If you're a Western Europe or an NA DPC fan, you have the chance to get 100 USDT worth of crypto back if you lose your first bet. So it's your chance to guarantee a win with no risk involved. Any DPC fans out there, then jump on this one. You guys can head to the Discord if you want to know more details about it as well. And to wrap up this series that we just had between Eternity and Felt, how arbitrary numbers, gods, you know I love them. Percentage chance of Felt being one of the two teams to go up to Division 1. What is the percent chance?
Ooh, I think it's 35%.
Okay, Sheep, after today's performance?
Like 15 to 20%.
Less.
I mean that's,
thought you were gonna
that's
go
harsh
above
to
that.
say, but I just think that there were way too many problems that I saw in that series for me to think that they're gonna be like Dog Champ, C-Dub, and the Cut. I think they probably come like third at best.
Okay. All right. It is one of those things that even if you win, it doesn't mean you're a shoo-in for going up to Division 1 just yet. There's a lot of room for movement. That's the words I'm looking for. And we do have our second series going to be happening in about an hour. It is going to be that Ant versus Penguin squad after this break.
blood, last words.
Welcome back, everyone. We have our second series of the day here. It is going to be Penguin Squad up against another NA team, or commonly known as Ant. I feel like I was doing a dissertation or something there. Sheep's off the panel. Fear's come in to replace her. Fear, any hot takes as you're sitting in the Sheepo hot take seat?
It looks like this seat just got upgraded.
I guess that's a hot take. Oh, okay, that's good. That was good. It is going to be Ed up against Penguin Squad. Any hot takes about them instead, Fear, instead of flaming the rest of the panel? Or the lack of?
Oh, which team? Sorry, I was
either or.
lost.
Both
Oh,
of
yeah,
them.
sure. Let's start with
One for one.
Penguin Squad. Hot takes on Penguin Squad. They need to find out who their carry player is, because I don't think they know themselves. I've seen Snow play it. I mean, Ravish is their registered carry player, but he hasn't played carry a single time. And then you have Satoshi, who plays carry occasionally on the team. He's playing the Lina, he's playing the Slark some games. I really don't know who's playing what on that team, and I think that is probably not a hot take, but that is just the reality of things. Of they need to figure that out.
I will tell you, Rubbish is actually not playing, so they have a stand-in this time. It's going to be Kid instead. I don't know if he's going to be the carry. It could still be the exact same issue because, gods, we've seen them run these safe lane carries or a lot of heroes that you would put in the safe lane from mid, and that was something that could have worked many years ago, but now it feels like it's just getting punished over and over again.
Yeah, everyone saw their first series where they 2-0'd Eternity. It's like, oh, okay, you want to do mid sniper, you want to do, mid TA. We're gonna just prepare for that, and they showed nothing since then. It does look like I did some snooping on Kid's Dota buff. He's a carry player mostly / mid player, so I assume he may play the carry role, and then we're gonna see Snow maybe go back to some more traditional mids. We'll see. Mid Medusa just that ain't gonna work.
I mean, he has played the Quap and the Ember, so he can play them. It just, they started going towards that. So it kind of looks like they're just going down the route if they realize the problem. And I don't know if they made the roster change, but it looks like they're getting a real carry player in.
Yeah, a bit of a shift, but while we are talking about the mid player on the side of Penguin Squad, we may as well compare him and have a look at our graphic of Snow versus RRL, the mid laner for Ant, and we have some of the stats here. But for you, Fia, what is the biggest difference between how RRL plays and how Snow has played?
Well, the thing is, like, Snow has been their hard carry in most of their games, so he should have the highest, like, last hits. He should have the higher, XPM as well. And seeing that RL, who doesn't really play that style for the team, is putting up the same numbers as a carry mid would be, that's, like, not a great thing for a Penguin Squad at all, because RL is putting up good numbers while making space.
I will say maybe, a bit of a difference is the fact that Ant have played one extra game, but even then for him to be almost higher on everything, or at least let's say even, right? The fact that they're practically even across the board here, gods, are you a little bit worried how Penguin Squad are going to end up drafting, especially with this new stand-in now, and how they might still go for something that requires a lot of farm and they're going to be almost squeezed out of the map?
I don't know if I would say worried. I'm hopeful, if anything, actually.
Okay.
I'm hoping that bringing in a stand-in will breathe some life into this team. Because, after their first series, Waga and I were like, we were on that hopium. Like, this team could be a contender down here. They looked really good. And turns out we were just completely wrong and knew nothing about what we were talking about. But all their series since then have looked kind of just lost and lacking identity. So I think the idea that they bring in a new player, someone that from looking at his recent games, they played a bit with before. So I'm excited to see how they kind of shake things up.
Yeah, well, we have these three stats here: the experience per minute, the hero damage, and the average match duration. I'm not really sure how that stat works there, but these two teams have won and lost the same number of series, the only difference really being one game. But the Ant win is one more recent, but feels more impactful. It was up against Fast Studios, and even though it went to 3 games on that series sphere, it felt like at any moment they could have won all 3 games. It was just this unfortunate misplay in game number 2 that they ended up losing it, but ultimately they were almost always in control for all 3 of these games. And what sort of momentum does it bring a team like that into this series?
I mean, it's probably a lot of momentum from their first two series weren't really pretty. We were kind of doubting them in a lot of ways, like how are they going to perform? Are they going to be like one of the disappointments? Will they get relegated? Then they come out and they get a huge win against the Fart Studios team. They start to look a lot better. Argius finally gets a moment to shine here on his carry position. Him with Feeling. During the interview, we got to see that Argius and Feeling, they both speak Spanish. They have good chemistry in the laning stage. And I really think Argius, yeah, they're having good laughs, right? And they really stepped it up in that series for me because I didn't really see them too much in the prior series.
Our draft is going to be popping up a little bit in a little bit on the screen here. It's kind of already screaming through it because the bans weren't anything too surprising. I'm hoping it comes up soon. There it is. It's Lena Brood, pretty stock standard, and then DP Beast feels like something for Division 2, or at least an NA, that has just crept its way into needing to be first phase banned gods.
Yeah, I think Death Prophet has looked the hero that teams are most comfortable on. A lot of teams just feel like the comfort of having like this clear way to play around Exorcism. Just, I think Sheep and I both talked about it last series. Is like you simplify your strategy. You have this Exorcism. It's this hero that just naturally is pretty strong in lane. Doesn't have too many bad matchups. Doesn't get too hard count by anything. Death Prophet just makes playing Dota easier for a lot of these Div 2 teams.
Having a little bit of an issue with the draft coming up on the lower third, but here it is. Tusk getting first picked, and then a Mars silencer for Anne. They're going back for the Mars. It worked well in the last two games, Sphere. Are you hoping again for a little bit of change up on how it's played or the build it goes for, or were you just impressed with what Ush had on it last time and hope that the team can replicate it again?
I mean, I don't want to be too critical at this point. He played a great Mars. It's a nitpick in the item build, which I would prefer, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. He's getting wins with the hero. He's playing really well. He even mentioned in the interview, we asked him the question of, like, why is he going for this type of style? It's because he really wants RRL and Argius to get more farm on this team if necessary. So he's putting himself in more of a sacrificial type of role. And he also mentioned that he is kind of like an offlane captain too, as you can see that he is drafting, where he wants to be making moves around the map. So he wants to be placed on a hero that is active.
A TA gods for Penguin Squad.
Oh, they're back to they're going with their guns. They're like, oh, they're doing old school stuff, offlane Mars, doing old patch stuff. We can do old patch stuff too. So they get the TA. Feels like we're gonna be seeing some more mid TA. I think they're worried about it getting banned out second phase. They're like, we got to first phase this hero.
Do you really see it as that much importance needs to be placed on it, Theo?
No, I'm hopeful that this kid is gonna play it, right? They're bringing in a new player. I'm hopeful they show their offlaner, so you show your carry. It's fine versus Mars in the laning stage. Refraction for the spear and the rebuke. It's not bad. You're strength hero, so you have low armor. The meld kind of shreds through you. So I'm hopeful that they're not going back to their old ways and they're just like, hey, first pick TA mid, good luck. Let's hope this one works, because it won't. It just won't work. And then this will make sense. It'll give them somewhat of a drafting advantage. Maybe not an advantage. I'm not sure how popular TA is like an early phase right now, but it fits the bill for having like a stable draft.
Maybe that's the ultimate 500 IQ bait, is that we all think it's going to go mid again, and then they pick that mid laner for a matchup, and then they're like, nah, psych, and then they move it to the safe lane gods.
Big brain. I love it. I actually, funnily enough, when I looked at Kid Soda Buff, his most played hero is TA. 29 games on TA. His second most played is 16 games. So we always praise teams when they pick flex heroes in the first phase, like, oh yeah, this Nature's Prophet or this Tusk, it's a good pick, it's flex. Clearly, TA's a good pick. It's a flex hero.
Yeah, Tusk, is it 4? Is it mid? TA, is it mid? Is it safe? How many other teams are we saying this one for?
Could be offlane TA. Who knows? Maybe they got something new cooking.
Oh, no.
No. It feels like, please stop saying. Please stop speaking. Another NA team is going to open up this phase then. Would you like to just see another support for them? Is it going to be a silencer Mars lane, or are you hoping they pick up something else for Mars here, or a stronger 5?
I mean, most likely this hero is 5. We have seen it on position 4 quite a few times, so it's not unlikely, but I think regardless of what they do here, they will most likely be looking to pick up their other support.
Their other support. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, do you, off topic here. Do you guys know what, like, the most successful hero in Division 2 across all regions is? Even above Lina and Tree and Beastmaster?
The fact that you're saying it like this makes me think it's a support. Is this across all Div 2 or just NA?
All Div 2.
All Div 2?
It's above Lina, Tree, and Beastmaster.
5 seconds remaining.
Death Prophet?
It's Centaur. Centaur Warrunner is the most successful hero. It's got a 73.68% win rate with 47 matches right now. That's completely off topic here, but this hero I was talking about, I want to see it more, and it's been owning. So I'll segue that into Penguin Squads. Let's go. Let's pick a Centaur. This hero's winning.
I love it. Yeah, I thought you were going to go with a support or something. It's like, oh yeah, speaking of picking up another support, you want to know the most successful? But no, it wasn't.
Nah, I mean, the support pool is pretty dull. It should be pretty dull. As I say that, there's no Rubik in this game, which is a sin.
And Tree. Actually, has Tree even been that popular in Div 2?
I don't. Not as much, I don't think. I think it's still pretty good, but I've seen. I mean, I've done different regions than you, but North American trees are they're not that. They're not all that. You know, we're doing a lot of farming and split pushing. We're not really abusing the armor and grouping up too much. It hasn't looked the best, but Rubik has looked great in Division 1 and Division 2. Surprised people don't just snatch it right away. But Hoodwink is I've got a tier list for Pos Force right now. 1 Rubik, 2 Hoodwink, and 3 is Snapfire. And they all do similar things, right? It's just a lot of damage, good laning stage. And they went for the number 2 on my list. But they're still Rubik. Will they take it?
Would you like to see Penguin Squad maybe nab it for themselves? Okay. Oh, Primal.
I don't think anything Anta picked up screams like, oh, you got to get Rubik here. I think if there's something they're more comfortable on, go for that. It does, like, I assume Tusk is going to be a support since they have the TA. I guess they could TA safe lane and Tusk mid. But Primal likely needs to be a core, whether that's in the mid lane or you know, off lane. We'll have to wait and see. But I think, I mean, Rubik seems fine. They do need maybe some more damage, like to dump into the Primal Beast ulti and stuff, which seems to be something they're lacking. So I think that classic, 4 who throws out damage makes sense.
Yeah, you just want to win your lanes, right? So I really like a Pos 4 that's ranged here. Skywrath. Yeah. That's number 4 on my list, by the way. He didn't even get the honorable mention, but if I were to keep going, he would have been 4.
Really? You'd put him as 4?
Yeah, I think so. He's he does something better than all the others combined, and that's damage, but he does lack stun, which the other ones don't have. But the thing about the Primal that's pretty decent in this game is, like, you're playing for Silencer, he doesn't have a stun in the laning stage, can't stop the trample, because if you are stunned, it does stop your trample. You're playing versus Hoodwink, he can just cut down the bushwhacks, or he can just chase the squirrel through the, the shrubbery and kill it quite easily. It's very scary to play against as a Hoodwink. So, it's a good counter pick, I'll put it that way.
That's what I like to hear, at least. So then, how do we see Penguin Squad's lineup going? Is it now this Tusk mid, Primal off, TA safe?
I like the sounds of that. I feel like we're looking at Penguin Squad going back to, like, day 1, where I don't know if TA is going mid, but it does feel like they're going to have 4 heroes that, like, run at the enemy for a while until TA comes online, and then when TA comes online, it's like they'll take Roche and then just take towers with, like, TA's Blink Deso timing and kind of snowball from there. It does feel like, when you're picking up Primal Beast and Tusk, you're just looking to really just create a lot of early space for TA, and then to kind of hit hard in the mid game.
Okay. Are they the lanes and matchups you'd like to see, Fear, or is there something concerning about a Tusk Ember mid matchup?
I mean, no. The matchup is good for Ember. It's not unplayable, but at the same time, TA also has some issues versus Ember. I mean, there's ways to play around that matchup as a TA, I'm sure, but a lot of people don't mind playing Ember into TA, right? So, but I think no matter what, this Ember pick's really good, the more I think about it, because no matter what they put mid, they have a good Ember game here. But what I do want to see from Penguin Squad is I just want to see some stable lanes here. If they want to last pick their mid here, I would not be opposed to that. You could put Tusk on 5. You could pick a TA in the safe lane. Primal can go off lane with Sky. That's a good matchup. You could pick something mid to try and punish this Ember. If not, I'd want them to just put the Tusk mid and pick something like a Crystal Maiden if that's in the pool, because that Frostbite can do a lot of work against like the Ember and some of these more maneuverable heroes here. And plus it'll make the lane with TA incredibly strong.
Okay. I was so concerned about Penguin Squad's timer. It was like ticking down on this band. They only have 4 seconds left in reserve. Like, oh, I'm worried.
That's a world of time when you're drafting.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean, you don't start getting nervous until it hits 2 seconds.
Some of the best ideas happen in that last 4 seconds,
What would you like to see the gods? We've heard from Fear, but yourself, while there is only about 14 seconds left?
I honestly have no idea, because their heroes are so flexible, which is both good and bad. I think sometimes you want to have a more clear strategy going into your last pick, but obviously the strength of this is that they can pick a support, they can pick a mid, they can pick an offlaner. Like, they could do so many things, and they pick a Tiny, and again, we still don't know. Is this a Tiny mid? Is this Tiny support? So many of these heroes flex. The only thing I think that is set in stone is Skywrath 4 position, I guess, which means probably Tusk 5 is pretty set. So I think Tusk TA lane, Tiny mid, Primal Beast off lane, I think kind of what Fear mentioned is most likely what we're in for, and then the Tiny will be playing against RL's Ember mid.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just seeing it slowly get picked. I'm looking how it's playing out. And now that we do know where all of the heroes are going, who are you favoring a little bit more? How do you see this leaning to early game playing out for both teams?
I'll say what you're thinking here. Why did they pick Tiny? Like, they didn't need to pick Tiny here, right? Like, they had the Tusk. It could have went mid. They could have picked anything to crush this Ember mid, or they could pick a new support. They kind of dipped in the same direction here. I was loving their draft until that Tiny pick, and then it kind of ruined it all for me, unfortunately.
Oh, and because of that, you're just all in for another NA team?
And I think they're a better team, too, yeah, so both those combined.
Gods, are you going to try and counteract Fear, or are you agreeing with him?
I like the Drow last pick too. I think for Penguin Squad though, if they can play like, day one Penguin Squad running at the enemy, it is that kind of role swap where Snow is on that Tiny. But with heroes like Tiny and Tusk, they have heroes that can cause Drow problems and run over this game. So I give Penguin shot still like a 30-40% shot with this draft.
Okay, I'm excited. They have a stand-in as well, so we'll see how that one plays out for them as we're going to head on over to our casters, Bcop and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into another NA game with another NA team showing up against this other squad here of the Penguin Squad. I'm a big fan of platypuses more than penguins, but we'll see if these penguins fire back against another NA team. Lacoste, I gotta know, what are your thoughts on these two teams?
We've seen another NA team in action the other day. They looked pretty solid by other team. It's the game that we were casting against the Fart Studios. They looked good. We see Ush, he's going to be playing that Mars one more time. He did extremely well, I think, until he got to his refresher. So maybe don't go refresher once he got like too many buttons to click. I have this, I'm a boomer myself, and kind of difficult to execute some of these spells. And been very impressed by RRL. Looking forward to see what the Penguin Squad can do in this game. Like in terms of the draft, they do have an okay draft, like a lot. It's a relatively easy to execute type of a draft where you have pretty much every hero has a stun, has some kind of a setup. So Scarlet Mage should have a hero to play with, whether that's going to be Tiny, whether that's going to be Primal Beast. But I got to agree with Fear. I think they had better options for their last pick because they already did have Tusk coming out from the potentially a mid lane, but it's gonna be Tiny. I've seen a lot of players do like to play Tiny into Ember Spirit. I guess that's like one of the comforts as well.
What do you think about that matchup overall, though? Tiny against Ember Spirit, is it something that you would favor heavily for Tiny, or is it just kind of keeps you in the lane?
No. I think like 50, 55, 45 for Tiny. It also, comes down to a skill. Ember can't kill Tiny, but Tiny can kill Ember, especially if he misplays whenever he has his Flame Guard down. And we can see RRL starting with that Flame Guard level 1, knows that Tiny will be starting with the tree, so he can't really take it off. Means full duration, easier last hit, and some harassment coming out on Snow.
I feel like on the side of Penguin Squad, sorry, I keep getting confused because they've got the Simply 2-based icon.
Yeah, it's kind of based.
It is kind of based. I kind of want to say it, but I feel like they have supports that are going to make their way over mid if there is a need for a rotation. Like, these are two supports that maybe more so Skywrath off of like a TP back over towards mid, but you can see like Tusk make a rotation and maybe get like Snowball or Shards out there mid and try to get a kill.
And most likely it's going to be 4 who's going to rotate depending on the...
Oh, gonna drop for first blood. They might even just get Argus here. Under the tower, he needs to be very careful. Satoshi right on him, needs one more right click, and it's a double kill for the Primal Beast, who will
He's
then
gonna deny
die to the
himself,
tower.
get Boots of Speed, has a full bracer now. Sky also trying to deny himself, but Silencer wants to steal that in.
Oh, too long of a TP. Unfortunate.
This lane shouldn't be like this bad. They got a kill pre-level 2, which is a bit surprising. We've seen Feeling playing a bit out of the position a couple of times in the previous series that he played. He doesn't have a stun, he can't stop the Primal Beast from getting in, so if he gets slowed by Concussive Shot, now with the Primal Beast being level 2 with Onslaught and Trample, I think this lane could go really bad for Silencer if he's out of position.
Yeah, so what are you thinking from these 3 lanes? You know, you talk about positioning. What's most important here for both teams? Hold on. Oh, bushwhack on both into a spear, but Snowball. Ush not going to get that kill. Now I lost my train of thought. I forgot what I was asking you, but just where do you think the most kills are going to come out?
What's most important? Yeah, the very generic question coming out from you.
Echoing sentiment. Yeah, I mean, you know, generic works. Look at am I allowed to say Costco? They're very generic. They've got Kirkland.
I have no clue what you're talking about. This is some NA, NA
exactly.
thing
This
going
is NA
on.
Dota.
NA Dota, NA talk. Looking at the top lane, yeah, this Drow Ranger looks very dead. This is the lane to look for. Silencer will get a return kill, but he can't really do much. Like, yeah, you just killed the Skywrath Mage. Every single time you have Onslaught and Trample available, like one of these heroes is gonna die. Like we see an earlier point in Gust, the 1-1-1 build on Drow Ranger to be able to push Primal Beast away, but not gonna be that easy. Looking at the mid lane, Ember Spirit having a bit of a slight edge here, and pops the Glyph even.
Flips the creeps, right-clicking on Snow. He's got the mana to potentially go for another slight, but no Searing Chains, and well, that Flame Guard's gonna run out in a second, so not diving the Tiny and not getting any help from his support coming over just yet. We usually see parties over mid once the 6-minute mark happens. It's all about that first power rune. We'll see if that's the same here in this game.
We might not see it happen because there's going to be more action in the lanes. Like this is Division 2, so don't expect to see the same things what's working in the 1.
Well, they're picking Mars. That's completely different.
Yeah, this Div 1,
there's like no Mars in Western Europe.
To be seen. Enigma Galaxy did pick it as carry a couple of times, but that's about it. I don't think I've seen Mars being contested or picked up. This Ember Spirit doing a very good job. This is a bit of a difference in skill, I would say. I think I've been most impressed by RRL. The way he played looked very stable on
Silencer.
Silencer in trouble again. Can he get it in before he dies? He cannot.
No, he cannot. Satoshi will die afterwards, and that's the trade that they were making on another NA team the last time. They were making a 1-for-1 trade, but at least this time for Ant, it's the Drow that collects.
Yeah, this is the Tiny.
Oh,
back. Still dies to Slight, and the extra minus armor from Blightstone actually kicking in. Like, I mean, Tiny is sitting underneath the tower, has the extra armor, but he's level 5, no point in ulti, which means that he has 0 armor.
Meanwhile, Crawler got himself a double kill on Couriers, so that's a good amount of gold for the team. But multi-shot, Crawler on the run, Arcane Curse. Bottom lane, though, there's a snowball. There's a chase for Ush while Crawler goes down top. Looking to get this TA, but gets the refraction back up, so should be safe. And will be safe. It's interesting to see standing kind of come in under the core role, right? Or especially into the carry role.
Yeah, we usually see it from the supports. Kid might be in trouble. Pops a reflection. Very low on HP and mana here. Tusk, he brought a couple of extra tangos, but also sitting very low on mana. Doesn't have any stick charges to work with. So this lane, I think Osh is going to start putting a bit more pressure. Oh,
They're
man.
gonna lose Snow one more time.
He also lost the intelligence from that kill, and RRL will pick up the region rune that just spawned bottom. Like we talked about the other supports not being able to move. We see Crawler trying to make a rotation like 6 minutes, 15 seconds into the game. A lot of action happening.
Yeah, Tusk kills himself to the tier 2 tower. You were talking about how he doesn't have any mana to work with. Well, he's going to kill himself and then go pick up some mangoes.
Yeah, one of the reasons why he couldn't make a rotation, TP rotation, to try to save Tiny
Kid by himself, though, so he needs to juke through the trees. They already used the spear, so they just won't be able to catch him. And Bushwhack was also used, so... Onslaught
The
getting
only
deflected.
lane that is going well for Penguin Squad is the top lane, pretty much. Drow Ranger still has a lot of CS, but they did manage to get a couple of kills.
Ooh,
The
here
first
comes the
rotation
Ember.
from Ember.
Yeah, RRL gets the kill on a Crawler, and then RRL, he doesn't have Searing Chain, so they don't have a way to stop these heroes from running, but he's going to at least force the two of them away. This Tusk really needs to be careful about his positioning, especially now Fewing coming over. He's got Arcane Curse available. They'll go to the Snowball.
Oh, that's an early one.
Gust,
An early
Onslaught,
slice.
and they'll get the kill on RRL. Argus is going to die, and so does Feeling. All three dead.
Oh, that's a bit too aggressive, I would say. Playing behind enemy lines. Tiny finally shows up, gets something out of it. Like he's really struggling, but this is the classic NA Dota. Sometimes you give it, sometimes you take it. And now probably he's level 6.5, 7 minutes into the game. It's a good start for him.
Yeah, typical Primal Beast build, first item, BKB the most important, allows you to kind of get that pulverize and move throughout these fights well enough where you can actually throw out your kit. Pretty standard whether you see him off lane or mid or 4. Go for that BKB.
Yeah, they don't have anything to stop the BKB with a good way of dispelling global silence and also being able to get out of the arena, so no surprise that he's going for the BKB. Finds Lance of Pursuit, good item on Primal, but let's see, Drow Ranger is level 6. They do have
might
vision.
work. I was thinking, they're going after this. Now they land the Bushwhack, Acorn shot, and Fewing gets the kill, and he gets the +2. They just ran, they TP'd top, ran right at him. And Crawler was kind of high in the lane, so he never really had a chance to help out.
I don't think he would be able to do much. One concussive, they're grouped around, maybe would be enough to slow them down. Just his presence, but yeah, things are looking slightly rough for Penguin Squad. Drow Ranger, Argus, he is level 7. They're trying to make a move, but they definitely need some extra damage coming out from the Primal Beast. And
and
this
that's
is
what they'll get.
Explosive damage. They're gonna get another one.
Yeah, they've got the pulverize. There's nothing Argus can do. They're just going to lose their supports, and they're getting these kills. They have 9 kills on the side of Penguin Squad, but they're still down 3,000 net worth, and that's because Ush is having a perfect lane and really isn't being bothered by them.
The problem is they don't have an ability to stop the Primal Beast from getting the onslaught. The Drow Ranger is not close. They're not playing nowhere near the Mars. You mentioned it that Ember doesn't have a point in Searing Chain, so once they go on these two supports, they look pretty dead.
They want to go again. They go for Argus with a snowball, but the damage isn't enough on the Drow. He didn't really have the follow-up. The concussive shot was onto his support, so they're going to end up losing the Tusk, and they are going to lose the Skyraft too, because there's a Remnant forward, and then that's not even going to be what kills him. It's actually the Warden just chasing with this Hoodwink.
He went back to the mid lane with that Remnant, okay.
Yeah. He was like, oh, I'll feint going for him. Meanwhile, Snow, Avalanche Toss gets a Drow sneakily going through those trees and getting something for his own.
There's so many kills happening, like I can't even concentrate to try to figure out what's going on, like who's winning, who should do something in the next couple of minutes.
It's a bit tough to feel, but the Warden, he's getting another kill, and that's going to be onto Satoshi. So he's level 7. Very quickly into 7. We got a pause from Kid. And I believe he's 7, yeah, without the tome even being used.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Kid being 7. I'm like, yeah, that's appropriate age for a kid.
Yeah, I you know, if you're going to be named Kid, you might as well start Dota early and be the youngest one in the division, right?
Yeah, you can also start playing Invoker and call yourself Kid Invoker.
Yeah. I mean, that would work out pretty well. You just persona it, you stream all the time, you make witty Invoker jokes. I don't know what those would be. You probably know better than I would. But while we got this pause, we have Ush talking about the differences of Radiant and Dire. So let's take a listen to that.
I've always been a Radiant guy. I honestly can't really say why. I just think it looks nicer, honestly, but that's obviously not a good reason to choose. I think Dire, what I've been looking into statistically lately in the pro games, I think Dire has the advantage. So in our scrims, I've been tending to take Dire if I have the choice. But I think that's probably just because the jungle is a little bit better the way it's designed, and mostly because Dire kind of has a better access point to the Rosh, which most of the time Roshan kind of decides the game. So probably Dire.
Ush talking about the differences there and what he prefers between Radiant and Dire. What are your preferences here, Lucas? What do you like?
I'm with Ush right there. This is the way. Every single time I play a pub, if I'm not Radiant, like I immediately get mad at the start of the game. I'm like, man, I can't believe I'm not Radiant. It's just something about the way it's like set up attack, like especially Radiant offlane feels much better for me to play because it's like more natural to be attacking from the bottom to the top. Like same goes for every lane for Radiant.
Right.
For me, for some reason, it's just more natural. Can't really explain it.
I do agree though. Radiant does look prettier.
Yeah, but in terms of like the advantages, Dire still has like the advantage. Oh, global silence.
Yeah, this is to try and get Kid over bottom. Meanwhile, the Tusk is dying, so they're going to lose 2. A Pulverize comes out from Satoshi, but that's not really doing a lot of damage.
RRL, ooh, this is a big one. Arcane Rune on Ember, but usually he wants to use that slight as much as he can. The poke damage, the supports can't really sustain through it, but against the Primal Beast, it's just a no-go. 4k gold lead for another NA team. And yeah, we didn't even mention the items. It's kind of hard to follow because of the constant action happening. Now Ush trying to make a move, making an adjustment. Last time he played Mars, we saw this Soul Ring, which isn't that big of an item on Mars unless you get like 2 bracers. Then you do have some kind of a sustain. So the Falcon Blade is I think a better substitution, especially because he decided to go with Raid Band, an item that is pretty much picked up not just for the offlaners, but safe lane, position 5, 25 minutes into the game we saw some Raid Bands being picked up like even 40 minutes into the game on supports, which is pretty ridiculous.
You get those double stats. It always feels nice when you're a support, and you can just get a little bit more into your arsenal. I love this Falcon Blade. Don't think it's going to stay this way. I think it'll probably get more expensive, if anything, if there's a change in the patch, because it just feels like cheap goodness right now. We'll see if it ends up being the change on over when the patch does come, but we're in the current day Dota at the moment, and in the current Dota game, well, Sharpshooter's going to miss.
Misses, but they'll find Tiny anyway.
Yeah, they get the kill on a crawler. They still got Tiny in the arena. Spear lands, and that's going to be a kill for Ush.
He didn't even get anything out of that camp. Like, he used the combo, and they got all the 4 creeps pretty much from it. I think the big timing for Radiant team is going to be Primal Beast picking up the BKB. They need to get stuff done with it. Play with Scarlet Mage, who does have ulti. Tiny, still very far away from a Blink Dagger, 1000 gold, 13 minutes into the game. This is not where you want your Tiny to be at. And same goes for Templar Assassin. Like right now, she's farming the the medium camp, but she needs to be in triangle, and I also don't see any stacks being made for her. So in terms of recovery, she's not gonna have a good time.
Yeah, and this, when we were seeing TAs all the time in a couple patches prior to this, it was TA just snowballing out of control, getting those stacks and really fortifying the farm to find an opening and then snowball over the other team. But that's not happening in this game, and we don't see TAs that often anymore. And the TA on your screen right now is gonna probably be no more because there's a sharpshooter, there's a spear, and a kill for
Yeah,
RL.
I think I killed him there. I told him that he needs to farm in the triangle. This is exactly what he does, and yeah.
Argus?
NA team, another NA team knows what's up. Argus TP's bottom.
They were searching, they kind of wanted him. Concussive shot, snowball, and Global Silence is going to come through. They've got the Walrus Punch, but can they get the kill? The Bushwhack lands, Avalanche on a 2, but now, while grabbing that tree, silence this Tiny. They'll get the kill on a Snow, they'll look over at the Tusk. Meanwhile, Ush is getting a kill on a Crawler. So 3 more kills for another NA team, and it's an 8K lead. Something I want to emphasize, because I did it every 5 seconds in the last series we covered. Leads in NA Div 2 right now feel like they don't matter.
They don't matter, but I think in this one, we can feel that another NA team, like they are being a better team at the moment, moving around the map, using those smokes, going for the pickoffs, and look at the bad boy Silencer, 18 intelligence stolen, 14 minutes into the game, getting Veil, having that Arcane Curse available, stacking the triangle right now. Let's see if he blocks the big camp while doing so. He will do it. Actually, so in terms of stacking, yeah, too many eyes on him. We got to move the camera so he doesn't feel bad. But Ush picked up the Blink Dagger. We saw the solo pickoff. Maybe we did, maybe we didn't. But because there's way too much action happening at the time.
Look at those Silencer stats. 2 picks, 1 win, 1 loss. Oh my. Satoshi mid, Remnant forward. They've got the silence on him, and Mystic Flare is not going to do enough damage to deter this team. So RL's on a mega kill streak. Meanwhile, that's another +2 for feeling. He's got more than a feeling right now, and he's got 20 intelligence.
He's definitely feeling himself in this game. 20 intelligence, going for next item. It's like this is the 5 silencer that's gonna pop off and deal some serious amount of damage. This type of lineup from another NA team, they might struggle with dealing some tower damage because Mars doesn't do it. Both supports and Ember, they can't do it, so you're gonna be relying on your Drow Ranger to do heavy lifting in terms of tower damage. Snow trying to farm his Blink Dagger bottom, does have enough money to buy it, but not gonna spend it. Let's see, buys it now, goes back to base. It's smoke time, like they need to get the smoke going and they need to pick off a big target.
Ooh. Bushwhack not gonna land on Kid, just on the edge there. Close. And I'm looking at this net worth list. It is not good eyes on the side of Penguin Squad. You've got the Shard available on Ush. Arena, and this is going to leave Satoshi and Snow together, but the Global Silence comes in. They get the Kona Crawler. They're going to look the other way. This Global Silence lasting a long time and making it very difficult for the side of Penguin Squad to fight. Bushwhack lands, Satoshi gone to feeling. He's going to get a +2 while they go after this Tiny. They've got the multi-shot. They have the damage. They'll get the kill. 4 heroes dead on the side of Penguin Squad as another NA team wins another NA fight.
Yeah, very clean in terms of execution. They didn't overlap their abilities. Arena to keep them away. Searing Chains on Primal Beast as well. Yeah.
Taking another look at this.
They try to go Sharpshooter. He slows him down, but there's just not enough damage. Primal Beast doesn't get the ulti off, and means there's no follow-up for Sky. RRL in the back lines. Just taking care of the business, has that Maelstrom, and a casual cloak, like Maelstrom, casual cloak, Orb of Corrosion. 2 supports do really struggle, like 1 Searing Chains, 1 Remnant, 2 Slights. Both supports are gonna die from that overwhelming damage from him.
Alright, gets warded, but gonna lose his own life, or not. The edge of the stairs don't count, so there's no banister on those stairs, because that would have been a wall. Not looking like it's gonna matter, though. They'll still get the kill in the Snow. RRL getting now on a monster kill streak.
You know things are going well when your Ember is playing into Skywrath Mage, Primal Beast, Tiny, and he does not want to buy a BKB. You know that he's really understanding that, I might be able to keep the distance. Let's see. He does have a haste this time around.
Oh boy. Coming all the way around. 3 heroes here. Snowball. Not a lot of mana. He's going to have to sip up a little bit, and he's also going to pop that one. They get the kill on a kid. They look over a crawler. They'll get themselves a second. Godlike for RRL. Ush also dominating now.
They also might be thinking about getting the Roche. There's enough damage from Drow Ranger. A bit low on mana. Pike, Yasha, holding on to Grobo as well.
Look at these comparative stats, and you can see RRL's all over it.
Yeah, it doesn't look pretty for Tiny. Just a Blink Dagger, almost 20 minutes into the game. Kind of hard to play. Like these supports, like there's not a single hero that he can burst. Oh boy,
that
not again.
onslaught was late, and he's gonna lose 2 again. 26 here for Feeling. Primal Beast got 435 max mana at the moment.
Not the smartest dino. I mean, one of the reasons why they got wiped is they were pretty smart, so we had to reset everything with the meteor.
Yeah, you drop it down, they all go extinct. Now we use them to fuel our cars. Bushwhack and a Veil. Still going, Sharpshooter, last word, and this is going to be an easy kill for the Warden and Feeling. I mean, this is when you get a good feeling, is when supports are taking care of business.
I think this is the type of a game where you lose another fight and you probably just call it. They took ages. RRL is going to be the one holding it. It has a full Gleipnir on Ember Spirit, so another root mechanic on top of his Searing Chains. It's just, you can't snowball. You're never going to be able to snowball in these team fights. Skywrath Mage has 1 armor. Like, what does this hero has 1 armor? I can tell you why, because his shard actually gives him armor. Very good shard. One of the best ones in the game, where he actually does nothing. You never want to spend, like, you don't even want to get him. Like, if everybody on the team has the shard, you drop, like Roshan drops it, you're not going to give it to Sky. That's how bad it is.
So you're saying first item purchase?
Pretty much. In your bracket, yeah. RRL.
Searing Chains, Gleipnir comes out, but pulverizing and taking away the Aegis. The team is rotating a little bit slow, but I don't know if that's going to matter for RRL. He wants to continue to go in. Sleight of Fist only hits on a Satoshi. He'll onslaught back to base. Meanwhile, mid, they have found this Tusk, and Ush lands a spear from downtown, and that'll help Argus get himself on a killing spree.
I've seen Ush go for the same item build on Mars. It's just like Blink Dagger, Ogre Axe, thinking about getting a BKB, but then gets Shard in the middle of it, where he's like, alright, we're winning this game, I don't need a BKB this early on. It's a cool looking Shard that allows you to farm as well, and now they're gonna start the siege on this tier 2 tower, and the kid bottom does not have a defense mechanism, does have TP scroll, but that's not gonna get anything done, it seems. Yeah, pretty much. And one of the reasons, I guess, why he picked up the Shard on Mars. Great against Templar Assassin. Same goes with the Ember, the overtime damage. Deals well with the refraction. We haven't seen Penguin Squad like execute. We haven't seen. Oh. They did it. Here we go.
Oh yeah.
There we go. This is the execution that I mentioned that was lacking.
Getting the illusion, killing it. Now Satoshi kind of just accepting his fate at the moment, as he's gonna die there to Feeling, so that's +2. Global Silence, and now they're on for more. They want to kill this Tiny, but he's gonna be able to TP out. Meanwhile, Snowball, Tusk, extending the inevitable, as RRL now beyond Godlike.
He's been pretty involved, like 21 kills in 22 minutes. It sounds perfect pretty much, but 21 out of 36 kills, because there has been some feeding happening in the laning stage, so kind of hard to get involved in all of those kills. This is like 60% kill participation.
Yeah, he's been pretty much involved in everything that was outside the laning phase, I would say.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
I got you.
Thank you. And another smoke from another NA team. Let's see what they can find. I'm trying to look for them how to come back into the game. The toss back is pretty much your biggest ally in this type of a game, but when it comes down to damage, the execution, we still haven't seen them like even pull off one combo with the Skyrat Mage, whether that's Tiny, whether that's Primal Beast, or even Tusk. Like, he has 3 good heroes to play with. The problem is everyone got super tanky, except Warden, who's... I think they can burst him down, but Silencer, very tanky, has that Glimmer Cape as well, so... A lot of save, even with the Global Silence. 20-second on cooldown, speaking of Global.
Yeah, that'll be up in a second. I would assume that they want to fight with that up in just a moment. That being said, Kid's been found. RRL's gonna fight this 1v1. Eventually have some help via the Warden. And, well, this is the Warden's prison and Kid's just living in it.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Another tier 2 tower, the last one. If they want to take it slow, they can wait for the next Roche, but I feel like they could go for the high ground, try to take another fight, maybe wait for another item on Drow Ranger, which is going to be Scotty, it seems, against Templar Assassin, against these like melee cores, the extra slow in a fight. It's just going to cripple them so much.
The Warden just queued up E-Blade for a second, and then he like switched it right to Force Staff. I relate with that pretty heavily when you're a support and you're like, I'm having a great game. I can buy something expensive.
Now.
Yeah.
I gotta
and then you're
kill
like,
in the laning
Force Staff.
Look at me. 10 Sentry Wards in stash. Oh my god, he actually kills him in 2 shots. That doesn't even use Gleipnir.
Why would he?
Oh, good silence. Catches him mid onslaught.
Oh, boy.
And the multi-shot.
Spear, Ush. Gonna grab him. He is going for that refresher that you were talking about.
This is the potentially a comeback for Penguin Squad if he gets the refresher. He's been having a good time. I'm just joking. You know, this game he's been on point. His rotations, understanding what he needs to do in the laning stage, and yeah, so far so good. 5-0 and 10 on this Mars. I think it's time to hit the high ground. Don't really need to be afraid of many things, but yeah, it's in terms of the start, they're still sitting at 1 and 2 in series for another NA team, but looking like a team that could cause some upsets, and maybe with a couple of their series left, they could potentially like cause some tiebreakers. I wouldn't mind seeing that, because the team looks relatively good for NA Div 2.
Yeah, I think that, you know, they started off on the wrong foot, but that last series especially probably gives them a lot of confidence coming into the back end of the season, right? So, yeah, it could. I agree with you. We could see them upset a couple, and well, they're still being careful here. You know, you're saying that they can just kind of walk up the high ground. I kind of agree with that, but I think when you're a team that's 1 and 2, you kind of want to just secure it.
I don't blame them. Like, having this Roshan is gonna give them shard as well. Drow Ranger doesn't have one, so she's gonna be most likely picking it up, and every single time they leave a base, it opens up the map for them. Getting caught on Dirk Onslaught one more time. Does have a BKB available on Primal Beast, but no real follow-up damage. And there is Arcane Rune available on Ember, so that means that he will gladly take the next fight.
Roche is 30 seconds. They're going to control this side of the map, meaning really Penguin Squad don't have a way to get to Roche unless they somehow win a fight. They're going to feel forced to take that fight as RL is actually coming over towards bot. Snow blinks the other way. Flame Guard activated. And that's Slate on cooldown. And no, Gleipnir. Or Gleipnir. Whatever your preference is.
Both are correct. We watched the YouTube videos before the Division 1 started, the Chinese DPC. I think I heard like 5 different pronunciations, so hard to tell which one is the real. Maybe
that
we
video
should, you know what
ridiculous.
we should do? We should watch all the videos, get the Excel sheet out, bang it out, and do the math. Just add whatever it is. What's the highest number? Double damage spawn bottom. The rest of the team is going to be inside the Roche pit, so that Aegis that we mentioned might be what it takes for them to go and try to end this game. Radiant, they are using the scan, but there's not going to be anything done pretty much. Could we see the hero damage done? I feel like Kid's damage is going to be like sub 2k. I don't feel like he hit a hero for a very long time.
It definitely feels like that. I don't know if he's hit a hero all game. I'm not saying it's 0, but it's definitely going to be really low. And here it is, 2.8k.
I was close. I said sub 2k, but...
it's the lowest on the team.
It's the lowest in the game.
That too. Yeah.
Slow Siege by Drow Ranger. Scotty Dunn holding Ogre Shield Totem has 3000 HP on Drow Ranger, about to crack level 20, so extra multi-shot damage coming out. This is do or die. Like, they need to make something happen. They fail, they don't execute, game ends. That's pretty much it. Or they can do this, they can watch them destroy their barracks.
Pretty much. Searing Chains lands on a crawler, and now here comes the arena from Ush. And they've got a silencer on their team. They've got Ush, so they're saying shush.
And yeah, level silence is available for that shush. You see the slow from Drow Ranger. And now off to the second tier 3 tower, second set of barracks.
Satoshi. Hodling, as a lot of Satoshi owners do. Waiting for a moment to go in, and I don't think got the shards around Argus. They'll look for the onslaught. They'll jump forward. Snow goes in with a blink avalanche. And a toss onto a creep. They'll look over as Tiny's going to drop. Sharpshooter landed. Global Silence is in. The BKB was popped. They'll go for the Drow. Can they get the Aegis out of his hands? They'll at least get that. They'll buy back on Snow. Kid in trouble. The chase is on from RRL. They'll take out Satoshi. Down goes the Tusk. Kid's going to fall. And the multi-shot doing a lot of damage here. And toss into the base, but they'll call GG, and that will be it as another NA team takes another NA victory.
Very clean in terms of closing out this game. Textbook example, don't need to rush anything, take the second Roche. They look pretty good. RRL, again, dominating. He died once during this game. Osh didn't die a single time. Like, the only one who kind of played really well on Penguin Squad was this Primal Beast. Like, the top lane was very active early on. They played into a lane that can't really defend themselves. We've seen Drow Ranger put the point in Gust at level 3 to try to push him away during the onslaught, but they still got a lot of kills during it. Other than that, it was pretty much one-sided.
Yeah, so I think it was a good adjustment there from the Drow, and the team played really well for another NA team. They get a victory. They're up 1-0, and to break it down, we've got the panel. Take it away.
A bit of a crazy game, number 1 there, but it looked fantastic for another NA team. They played phenomenally. They had the Drow Ranger last pick, which had significantly more impact fear than Penguin Squad's last pick in that Tiny.
Yeah, I mean, that was the pick that I wasn't so happy about, and it indirectly lost them the bottom lane too, because like Tusk isn't the strongest pos 5 to lane with a hero such as TA, right? So they sacrificed not only the bot lane for that mid lane to really do well, and he ended up getting solo killed, and on top of that, the CS wasn't pretty either. That pick just kind of made their whole draft like really suffer.
Yeah, I guess the one silver lining was that they didn't run the TA mid gods. Maybe I'm not too sure. How do you look at this from the side of Penguins going to go? It's all right, guys. Game number 2, we got it.
I think just like that, hopefully. It was not a game that inspired much hope. I don't. Whether TA is mid carry, I think the pick needs to be rethought.
Oh, hold on. Sorry, this clip was really good. They actually just killed the TA in the jungle. Do you see how Drow was so patient there, waiting in the trees, like not to get ganked because he knew it was there. He waited for his team to TP in. I just really wanted to highlight that play just to show like how good Ant were playing as a team there. Like they made the quick play in the triangle, killed the TA off, and then the Drow just played so patiently there and just waited. You know, he's just waiting there until his team comes in and they get to play directly on the other side of the map.
Just a complete outclass effort from Ant. Like they already looked fantastic in the last series we saw them play, yet somehow Gods, they've like leveled up and look even better today.
No, it's great because day one they weren't looking like the best team, and they've really improved day by day. Draft-wise, I think they're on point. Hoodwinks looked like an amazing hero down here in Div 2 NA. I got very impressed by every Hoodwink performance. This one no different. And I had this well-rounded draft, like not too greedy, right amount of playmaking, like just easy enough to execute. But then like RRL, I think particularly popped off on this Ember. Like he was solo killing mid lane early on. It was just very impressive to watch. Like Snow ends the game 3-9-1. He got absolutely bodied mid. RRL was absolute like superstar this game.
Yeah, I mean, RL, he had 16-1-14, but I also just did some quick maths in my head, and he did more hero damage than the rest of Penguin Squad combined. So you could add up all 5 players of Penguin Squad, all the hero damage they did, and RL still beats that, which is a pretty phenomenal performance, absolutely outstanding. Although MVP, Fia, do you want to take a guess at to where it's going? Hint, it's not RL.
It's my boy Ush on the Mars. He's got this hero like 3 games in a row now. Him with the Warden, right? Running that dual offlane. They've crushed every single lane. They get this. Maybe it's time for them to ban this hero and force him to play something different, because this is working for Ant and it's working really well.
Yeah, Ush is the MVP, and it's a great question to ask. Gods, do you think that Mars needs to be a first phase ban against Ant?
Sure, I think Penguin Squad just need to try something new, something different. I don't think future teams necessarily have to. I think Mars is a hero you can game plan for, and it's not like some incredibly OP thing. But if Ant just keeps showing this is their comfort zone and their like strongest strat, yeah, ban it out. Penguin Squad need to just force Ush onto something else. Don't put him in his comfort zone. But I think more than that, they need to figure out what they're going to play and what they're going to do, because their draft was absolutely hot, stinking pile of crap.
Yeah, I mean, you pick up the Tiny and the Tusk. Most people only really pick one, and there's reasons for favoring one over another. But outside of draft, Fia, what was the silver lining for Penguin Squad? I want to end it on a positive note. Not only have Ant stepped it up today, but Penguin Squad, what is their little bit of glory out of this game?
You went to me as the positive ending. Okay, so
yeah,
the positive
I know how
ending
positive you are.
For Penguin Squad is that they did pretty well in their offlane here. Like they still lost it, but there are signs of hope there. And Kid, that was only his first game. He's got a lot more to show, so we'll see what he's got next game.
See, that's the positivity I know and love you for, Fia. Fantastic. A nice little note to end game 1 on. We're going to jump to a break. When we come back, it will be game number 2 between Ant and Penguin Squad. Welcome back. It's our second series, our second game between Penguin Squad and another NA team. And another NA team. I was trying to remember. Another NA team took game number 1 and very, very convincingly. Like, they played on another level. And I don't want to be the only one that says it, but Gods, do you agree that, looking like a team that kind of belongs in the area to be promoted up to Division 1 or even just belongs in Division 1?
That's, I think, going too far for me still. A little too far. We're I don't know.
Trying to push you all the way to the extreme.
No, yeah, that's too hard to take. I'm not ready yet.
Well, we see him at the major maybe on Tour 3. You never know.
Yeah, that's exactly what we'll see. What do you mean? They'll go straight up here, and then they'll go to the major in 2 or 2. Why 2 or 3, Fia? Why wait till 2 or 3?
Why stop there? TI.
I mean, yeah,
TI
I guess you're right.
Main stage,
All right, back on track. I can't do this.
You can't? Yeah, how do you one-up that? That's right, you can't. But they did look great. It was a little bit of a stretch, okay, for what I was saying, even I'm not fully subscribed to that notion. But considering how rough their start was, it has been a phenomenal bounce back. What would you say has been the biggest improvement or the key thing for you as to why they looked so good today compared to how they started in Division 2?
I think it mainly goes to their side lanes here because RL's, we keep talking him up, right? He's doing really well in that mid lane almost consistently, even in games that they were losing. So, like, them like stepping up on like Ush and the Warden, really finding like their groove here was pretty important for that. But I think more than anything, their carry player, Argus, he's been having some great games. The problems I had with this team before was I didn't really notice him in the game too much in the games they lost. Like, he wasn't having good games. He wasn't having good laning stage, but they completely turned that around. Maybe it's because they've been drafting him new heroes. I don't know what it is. Maybe they just drafted better, replay review, but he's been playing really good on the carry position.
Yeah, he has definitely been showing up in that last game. On the draw, looked fantastic. On the side of Penguin Squad, though, it's not necessarily that they're falling apart, but they've been figured out whilst also not really knowing what they want to do themselves, Gods. And now with the stand-in, how do you adjust to being that team that didn't really have an identity? And if you did, it was, dismantled, and now you get the stand-in. Like, where do you really go from this?
Yeah, I think we're starting to see, well, this is kind of where you go. Like, you get figured out, and then they try and adapt and adjust. So they stopped picking carry mids for Snow. They started picking spirits. They picked, tiny mid. Like, they're picking these mid playmakers, but they're not looking very comfortable on it. Snow got beat mid lane so badly. Like, getting solo killed Tiny versus Ember should not happen. Like, we got in the cost is like, yeah, this match is like 55-45 to Tiny. Tiny can kill Ember, but Ember can't kill Tiny. And then like a minute later, Ember's killing Tiny. It's like, okay, that's not meant to happen. So I think where Penguins go from here is, try and just play some meta stuff maybe. Like, whatever they're doing isn't working.
The Rubik last game completely ignored. Neither team really cared to even give him the side eye, but he's going to be picked up here for another NA team as a response to the Death Prophet fear.
Yeah, I mean, DP first pick, I don't hate it. Like, this hero is incredibly popular, and I think amongst like most all pub games or 7k plus or more pub games, this hero has one of the highest win rates for the offlane position. So definitely something no matter what, if you're playing pubs, you're probably playing this hero as an offlaner, so should be very comfortable. But it is a flex as well. You do see this in the mid occasionally too if you misstep and pick a bad matchup. And another NA team, very rare do you just see double support out of the gate. Looks like no core really wanted to pick their hero there, so... Yeah, this doesn't happen very often. They couldn't come to agreement, I guess, on what would be the best core here. They wanted to see a little bit more.
What is the downside to picking a double support here, especially when you don't really have closing pick for the first phase?
I mean, I think you're just going to get a lot of cores banned that are high value in the second phase. So, like, you got your 2 supports, which are fine, but generally speaking, this disruptor doesn't typically get banned too much in the second phase, where if they want to, they can just hard target Ush in the second phase here. And that'll be something that could be quite good for them. Or they can just ban whatever. You don't want to pick a carry there usually. That would have been Ush's hero to pick there. So like he's probably not going to end up getting his Mars now. The Beast was banned. They might end up banning a Lycan as well. Not sure if he plays Lycan, but seeing those two heroes that have been picked, it is quite good. So yeah, I guess that's all I have to say about that one.
Yeah, that's very fair, and it is one of those question marks where, you know, Ush has loved his Mars the past three games and has really stepped up on it, but not enough to want to pick it here, even when they don't have the closing pick for the first phase. We'll see what does get banned against another NA team, and we'll also see what they ban here. The Bloodseeker, the Pengu, so far, gods.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I think the upside, though, of this double support is they're going to get a ton of more info before they do pick their cores. Like, obviously, there's a reason why they go double support here. And I think, you know, seeing as much out of Penguin Squad before coming to your cores has its advantages. So perhaps Ant just feeling like, you know, they want to go out of their comfort zone and not just first face this Mars, or maybe something that Ush saw. He thought it wasn't going to be a good Mars game. So I definitely don't hate the fact that they're, you know, going a different direction with their opener with the double support.
Yeah, but they're not going to see anything more, though. That's the thing, because they have to pick out of the gate here, I think, so...
Okay, that's true.
Do they? Do I have this messed up? No, I think they do have to pick.
No,
you're
right.
So.
Yeah, it's going to be...
So they actually... Normally you pick your core there, because, like, you generally... I guess they get to see the clock now, so there's that. They did get to see that. So it does help a little bit, but Penguin Squads, they're trying to protect the DP offlane here. They're not even going to go for the flex, which is a little interesting, but they do ban the Mars. I'm really glad to see that, because I didn't want to see just another game of Ush crushing his lane with the ward and a Mars, running around the Blink Dagger, killing everyone. Like, it's great, it works, it wins you games, but, like, I want to see another side to this team. To be like, yeah, these guys are good, they have potential for, you know, to not only stay in Div 2, but look like a good contender.
I fully agree, and you already pointed out that his Beast is gone, now the Mars is gone. Death Prophet he can't pick for himself. The only other things that we've seen so far in Div 2 for him is the Snap and the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, right. Ush is he's an old schooler. Like these, you know, players who've been around a while, their hero pool is usually pretty big, even though, you know, if you go way back, he used to be a mid laner. He's been playing off lane for some time, so I wouldn't be too concerned when it comes to his pool of heroes, and he's just gonna, you know, he's not gonna maybe look as comfortable in other heroes that aren't the Mars, but hero pool wise, I think he'll do just fine on other options.
Do they pick his offlane here, or do they? Yeah, I guess that's just it, right? Like, what is the other option here for you?
I mean, their options here are to pick a strong dual offlane and pick your offlaner, right? Because most of them are pretty strong with Rubik. You're not going to lose your lane, or you want to get more out of the draft, and you see DP. They kind of are showing that it's going to be an offlane DP. You pick your carry here, but if they manage to put DP mid and then counter pick your carry, you don't feel great about that. So the stable pick was the offlane, but this is a flex. Why not pick one that can go to both lanes, right? So that's even better, the best of both worlds there.
Wow. 400 IQ. Ant does it again, huh?
Yeah, geniuses.
Pick Nature's Prophet. That came out of nowhere. I mean, that's the other thing. Is Nature's Prophet. It's just a good hero.
I mean, I believe my suggestion was Lycan out of the phase there for him, which, you know, it's a similar type of hero, right? NP isn't really known for just being a zoo type of hero, but he still functions that way in the laning stage. When laning in's like a Death Prophet, you keep your range. You know, later on in the game, you can man fight DP to some degree, I suppose. Not as much as a Lycan would, but it does have flex potential, so it's strong nonetheless.
Nice. I love to hear it. But for Penguin Squad, another support plus, what would you put here?
Silencer.
Well, they get the silencer. That's nothing too crazy. I mean, it is a good silencer game against both these supports. It's a bit annoying playing against the global. I think you're looking at now probably ideally picking your carry for me, just because that Death Prophet can still flex between both mid and off lane depending on what Ant picks. So I would just like to see some kind of carry here.
Yep. Is that the same for yourself then, Fear, as well? And if so, what sort of carries would you like Penguin Squad on? Probably not the TA, huh?
mean, it's not a bad game for it. It's okay. They do pick their mid, which... I mean, I was going to go on, like, why carry was probably their best pick there, because then they don't get a terrible mid matchup like this, or at least they get a matchup with 2 bans, right? Because there's no way they would have picked something else right there. They would have just answered whatever you pick there, but now they put themselves in a scenario where both your lanes are going to get counter-picked here, and it's not a pretty one either. Like, this isn't like, you know, your Tiny versus Ember matchup where it's, you know, some 45-55. I would agree with the cost on that one. This one is brutal. It can be like 80-20, or sometimes in worst-case scenarios, it can be 100-0 if you really mess up. So we'll have to see. RL, he really had his number last game on Snow, and in this matchup, it swings like not only the hero matchup more, just because of the skill difference.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think their draft looks like it can really snowball now. You've got a lot of physical damage with the Nature's Prophet SF, the minus armor. You can take objectives easily, take Roshan. I think if anything, like I'm liking more the Nature's Prophet in the safe lane. It lanes well against Death Prophet, and just picking that kind of team fighting or initiating offlaner, somebody to be kind of a body in front, because right now they have nobody to really go in to start fights.
How do you see Penguin Squad's draft really coming together? Like, what are they missing, Fear, and how do you kind of fix that with a last pick?
I mean, they just need to pick a carry that is very hard to abuse in lane, and those two are Lina and NP, and they're out of the pool, so...
Oh, no.
What's gonna most likely happen here is what God said. Like, they have 2 options on another NA team, right? They can either put NP carry, and then counter-pick the carry that Penguin Squads will be picking because they have the first pick out of the phase, which will result in them losing probably 3 lanes here. However, if they do go that route, they might end up with not a traditional, like, playmaker, because sometimes you can't pick a playmaker to crush a lane. But, you know, if they draft poorly, they might be able to. We'll see about that one. I'm worried about Penguin Squad here, because, like, he's picking blind, essentially.
Yeah.
And as a carry player, offlaners have tons of heroes to counterpick you. Unless you're NP, unless you're Lina, I don't know of too many other carry heroes that just win their lane automatically. And that's why these heroes are so meta in the carry position, because they are so strong in the laning stage. But this deep into the draft, his options are quite limited on those strong heroes.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's like any way they swap out these lanes. Like, just the idea of even Ember going mid against SF seems like very suboptimal. Like, Ember's safe lane used to be a thing of the past, but it just doesn't seem good now, and also has some terrible matchups. So even if you're doing
Ember off lane. This is it. The Ember off lane.
We saw it raging potato style.
Raging potato style.
That's it. I'm glad you guys knew where I was going with it.
Yeah, whenever I think of any like weird offlane picks, it's always raging potato.
Just springs to mind.
It really does.
I don't hate it. Like, their draft is in shambles right now. They need something to fix it. Send Death Prop. I mean, Death Prop versus SF is at least it's better than the Ember versus SF, but it's still not ideal.
I got Ember 4, DP offlane, Silencer mid against the SF. Okay.
Oh yeah, Clock 5 and Terrorblade 1.
And then Terrorblade. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I think you just pick Darkseer here and collect your win.
I collect your win.
Pass $200. Collect $200 as you pass go. It's that simple.
It's pretty simple, honestly.
Yeah, just very straightforward. What if let's say Ush isn't that comfortable on the Darkseer? What other avenue could he go?
For Ush, he could go Tidehunter, obviously.
Yeah, good pick, Phil. Why is that though?
It's okay. It's definitely pretty good in a lot of ways versus Terrorblade, because the Anchor Smash will reduce a lot of damage from him. I don't think TB's really super pressured by him throughout the game, though, because you are standing at pretty far range, but...
Yeah.
This hero's really greedy, needs a lot of farm, and Snow gets dumpstered mid. He's not going to have much map, so good luck, Snow.
Oh, good luck, Snow. What about you, Gods? You gonna try and resurrect this Penguin Squad draft a little bit? Is there a fighting chance for them? What's the one timeline in which this draft can work out for them?
I feel like you're looking for me for hope, so I'll give it to
I am.
you.
Please.
They need just some amazing individual pop-up performances. Snow has shown it before when you go back to the start of Division 2 in that mid lane. He didn't show it in Game 1. That was his warm-up game. He's warmed up now, and we're going to see him have a game on this Ember Spirit and just go around wreaking havoc, winning the game for his team.
That is what I am expecting. Anything less than that, I'm just going to be pure disappointment. But it's game number 2, Penguin Squad. We'll see if they can bring it back. Oh, we'll see if another NA team are able to close this one out. As we head on into it, we're going to jump over to B Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into another NA game with another NA team and Penguin Squad. It should be maybe as exciting as the first. We'll see how both these teams kind of play out. But is there anything standing out at you right now in this game, in these drafts so far, Lacoste?
I don't think there's like anything fundamentally wrong with the Penguins draft. It feels like they have a lot of boxes checked. They have a decent amount of tower damage from Exo, Terrorblade. Like Ember Spirit's the one who can make the moves. It's just the certain matchups in this game makes things very difficult, and the timings that another NA team can hit with this carry Nature's Prophet. We've seen him hit level 6, play extremely aggressive, TP mid, take the tower, TP bottom, take the enemy safe lane tower, and then you have Shadowfin against Ember matchup, which is quite difficult for Ember Spirit. Then you have Disruptor against the Ember. There's you have Rubik against the Clockwork, who can lift people with telekinetic. He can lift him out once he picks up the shard. So there's a lot of things that need to go really well for Penguin Squad. Terrorblade lineups tend to do a bit slowish at the start compared to some others, because he doesn't feel too comfortable joining the fights compared to some other hero. I think Nature's Prophet's a good example where you can't really match the pace of the hero.
Right. What do you do to try and keep up with that pace? If you can't keep up the pace at all, how do you counter that?
Well, Ember Spirit needs to be the one heavy lifting that Prophet with the rotations. The first Exo, they need to get a lot from it. They need to be able to pressure the tower, almost kill the tier 1 tower. Second Exo needs to be on the mid tower. There's a lot of these things that need to be going well. Clockwork, one of the better heroes against Shadowfin overall. I see him starting with the Boots of Speed, so if he finds an opening, if he's the one trying to help out Ember Spirit to control the runes, they could get a kill there.
Right. So we'll see how the rune control is, if we see any solo kills happening anywhere. I'm always looking at RRL's lane, and this time he's on the Shadow Fiend, and I feel like I have a high standard when it comes to Shadow Fiend players, and we'll see if he could keep up to my standards. Not that they matter to anybody else, but I always feel like Paparazzi, Ori, a lot of those Chinese mids pop into my head when I think about Shadow Fiend mid. I don't know about you.
Well, whenever I think about Shadowfin, it's always pubs that I could think of. I think I legit have 0% win rate with Shadowfins and Anti-Mages on my team. Something about these two heroes is just I also don't like to play with these heroes, because I know things are going to be pretty rough. And looking at this top lane, I don't think Crawler will be able to get much done with the Battery Assault. We'll be constantly playing into these treants, so share damage, power. Level 3 is the big power spike for Clockwork when he's supposed to be strong. Also playing into Glimpse, so he cooks in, gets Glimpse back. It's just these matchups that I talked about that are going to be very hard to play into. Looking at the CS, Terrorblade sitting at 7-0. This lane is not too bad for him. I don't think Tide puts too much pressure. And Crawler, we talked about him not being able to... Oh, and the Glimpse is available. This is big.
This might just be a kill on Satoshi. Look for body blocks of the treants, making sure that they get the kills. And I mean, this was what was happening to them in the last game, and now they're able to turn the tides, right? And just put the pressure on them instead.
Yeah, speaking of turning the tides, I don't think Tide will die in this lane. Also a bit surprised that Ash doesn't have a Gush. It's a big spell. Maybe not so great against Terrorblade because he has high armor, But against Silencer, if he steps up way too close, like this could be very good opening for them. Like you can see, Terrorblade is trying to harass. Tide is fine. He has point in Kraken Shell, has Rate Band. A lot of damage reduction just with these two items against the Terrorblade. So he's going to be A-okay here.
We see some Tides every now and then. It's also weird to see Ush on not Mars. So I'm wondering how he's going to play this hero. And when, you know, you've got the Initiator of Mars who's trying to go in with a Spear, get a Blink Dagger, but this is more of like, oh, I'm the offlaner who builds utility, right? Like, I'm going Guardian Greaves, maybe I'm going Pipe. So...
they needed something to cancel the global silence. It also gives them great counter initiation. Like he's... we've seen the power of Guardian Greaves in pretty much every single game. This item has been pretty much everywhere, all over the place.
So while we have this pause, we have another video from Ush. He's such a well-spoken player, and we're going to play that. And it's about knowing when you can feel the lead and when you're in complete control. So I'm interested to take a listen on this.
Sometimes it can be hard to tell when the game's even. You never know. I mean, you may feel like you're ahead, but you're really not. You want to feel like you're ahead. You want to feel like you're stronger than them, because if the game's even, you want to just have that confidence. If you're like really in the lead, where you've taken most of their towers, if not all their outer towers, and you're kind of just like choking them out of the map, is a common, like a popular phrase. And when you keep them kind of just either stuck on their side, or even better, stuck in their base or outside of their base, then you know you can pretty much control the entire map. And that's when you feel like, you know, you're in complete control.
So we talk about this a lot in these Div 2 games, feeling like you have the lead and feeling like you have control when we've seen a lot of net worth shifts. It's interesting to hear what he says. Like, in pubs, do you feel that? Like, when you can just feel that the game is yours?
Yeah, and then you can feel slipping away in the 2 minutes after you felt really good about it. I think pro players do have a very good read on the game, like how far ahead they are and when they can close it, what they need to do. Especially like the one team, of course. That's something we talked about. Warden.
Yeah, Warden
will go down.
Getting killed off there by the Terrorblade. They've got the glimpse back though on Crawler, so they're gonna get another kill in the top lane.
But to go back to the point Ash was talking about, you also, like, we've seen some teams not able to close out the game. Like, you don't have a good read on, like, how strong you are, like, what's your timing with this item, with the other item. And so we've seen, like, especially if they have some kind of a ability that can reposition you. So you need to respect these abilities. So a lot of the times you also see like Roshan's just being that slow siege. And the mid lane bottle will be refilled. We don't talk too much about the mid lane, other than saying that it is SF favorite matchup by a lot. So 2010 on SF, 14-1.
Ooh, they're gonna go. He's got telekinesis, but that means the last word goes off. He's silenced. Searing Chains onto the Shadow Fiend. RL is gonna run back a little bit. Meanwhile, Arcane Curse onto the Warden.
Oh.
And both heroes are gonna survive, it seems.
I'm not sure if that raise actually hit or hit slight dodge that.
I'd love to take another look at it, that's for sure. Gloom's back on Crawler. Battery Assault, but from a distance, Feeling can just right-click away. Pops a salve, and now another last word onto the Warden down bottom. Arcane Curse should be +2 in his future, especially with TB coming over. And it will be. It will be his first +2.
Not too bad. Like, you want to have that +2 as soon as possible. We've also seen some silencers not getting that at all. Just playing for 404 build with ulti on level 6. Mid lane, Shadowfin's bottle will be refilled. They do have a glimpse available.
Yeah, they're going to try and get this kill onto the Ember, who's trying to fight, raises in, and it looks like RRL is going to lose his life anyway. And that is going to potentially also be Fewing dying, but the Warden TP's in. They have a Fade Bolt. Now they're trying to turn this one around. Crawler, he was coming over for a second, but now he goes back to pick up the haste.
Feeling very good bait there. understanding that, you know, the rest of the team is coming. So good communication overall. I said that Clockwork needs to be a bit more active on a mid lane. But this top lane, it's a level 2 Clockwork. Nature's Prophet doesn't really care too much about it. And he's about to crack level 6. So Ember's still level 5. This could open up the map.
RL running back, Arcane Curse. There's a raise for his troubles and a glimpse onto the silencer. Last word also hitting onto the disruptor. Well, damage coming in back and forth while Argus up top. He is going to get hit by that Crypt Swarm and fall. Telekinesis and a Fade Bolt to at least get the trade on the Crawler, but that is not what you want. It felt like Nature's Prophet was kind of taking over the game.
Yeah, love me some good Div 2 Dota. A lot of action happening, a lot of things you don't expect to happen, but it's very entertaining. Satoshi, how's he looking on Dead Prophet? About to have some mana, has 2 mangas to work with, so Exorcism is available, just brought mana boots, so that means that with that Exo, they could start to pressure some towers. First usage of the ulti on NP.
Ravage right in onto Snow to get that kill, and they're gonna look at these other heroes. Telekinesis, Crawler in trouble, gets Cogs around too, but he's still gonna fall. Good rotation from Ush. They were going after RRL, and he does not want to die back to back.
He was so ready for that. Just shift queued Ravage immediately. Gets it done. Knew that Sleight of Fist is not available, and yeah, they get 2 kills. Usually we don't see these Ravages being used early on, unless there's like an opportunity in the lane. We also talked about this Terrorblade having a good time. Like, he wasn't really pressured by Tide, so that means that, yeah, he didn't die. He's level 7 on top of the net worth.
Terrorblade's having just an open time. Nature's Prophet going Gleipnir first. We're seeing it again. What cost? This item is just constantly showing up and gonna offer more control than just Kinetic Field, Telekinesis, Sprout, and Ravage.
It's a root mechanic. Mostly against Ember, it's a like cheap item that gives you great stats. And we see Argus steeping bottom. This should be the tower. Terrorblade's in the jungle. SF in trouble. Does have 15, make it 16 1 charges, but those raises are not
Wrath of
hitting.
Nature. Telekinesis, and now maybe even thinking about going the other way, but Snow has a bottle to sip on, and he's actually looking to get a courier while he's backing up away from another NA team.
Penguin Squad, yeah, much better opening in this game. Less than 1k gold lead for another NA team.
It feels better for sure, but is it enough?
Dire's top tower has fallen.
I mean, we have to see, kind of hard to judge what's going to happen. Like, these players tend to be very chaotic when it comes down to execution. Terrorblade's having a good time. Like, I like Dead Prophet against Tidehunter. It's an old school counter where,
Radiant structures are fortified.
like, before it was much better because Spirit Siphon did slow him down and he couldn't dispel that. So you could run him down and like keep the exorcism going on him, which was a good counter, and then you like pick up a BKB and Tide can't really defend himself. But now without a slow and Siphon, it just feels slightly more difficult. Oh, Silencer in trouble. By in trouble, I mean very dead. He tried to deny this Arcane Rune, but not gonna happen.
Yeah, unfortunate for him, that's not going to happen because now it's into the hands of this Shadow Fiend, and he's going to pop that immediately. They'll go after Crawler. He shows up. Think about the Requiem. They've got the Static Storm down as well as the Ravage. Everything getting thrown. And, well, it's going to get them 2 kills and maybe even more. Exorcism used and, well, taken care of.
Ooh, this Shadow Fiend with the Arcane pop the ulti, so we'll have it. Like, it's not about the damage. I like how Shadow Fiend players adapted, where they're like trying to land a good ulti nowadays. It's not I blink on top of you and insta kill you. It's more about setting things up for your raises.
That is always nice to land those raises and blow some heroes up. And being able to do so with the help of the Ravage, Glimpse, Kinetic Field, Static Storms, like everything's there. It feels like their team fights are very strong.
Most definitely. Like these two big LTs, there's also stuff you can steal. Oh, RRL.
He found RRL, and he is looking dead on his screen, and he'll
On
get a
my
Requiem in
screen as
death.
well.
Just everybody going after the Shadow Fiend. He's got the damage output, but he is not surviving when these heroes make rotations.
I think a lot of people would agree with me when I say Shadow Fiend is like the most satisfying hero to kill in the game. Doesn't have any escape mechanism. It's just something about him, and also crippling him down, making him lose souls when you kill him.
Global silence.
Protect Ember. Let's see if
Shadow
they can
Fiend's
get
going to be
something
coming
out
back
of it.
into the fight, though. Argus needs to get out, but one more right click from Kid. They're able to get that kill. They do have Glimpse. They go after Ush, but they'll lose Crawler. And now they've got the Static Storm as well as Kinetic Field. It's going to be onto the Terrorblade, but can they get the kill before he's able to get the Sunder off?
Doesn't even have Sunder. Doesn't even
Glimpse,
have a
no
point.
Sunder. No point in it. So no Sunder to survive. For level 9, no Sunder.
I don't think it would matter. Maybe he could buy a bit more time, but
The ending
would, yeah, the ending would still be the same in front of 5 dire heroes. As we said, like this game's much more even. I like their draft way more. Penguins did a better job, and it already shows. Like in terms of how well they drafted for themselves in this game. Ember Spirit still on recovery mode, does have double damage, Orb of Corrosion, going at the what we call standard Ember Spirit builds, where you get like Maelstrom into BKB. So sitting in the like bottom of all the cores pretty much, so still a long road ahead of him.
Bottom of the cores, rough life for Ember. Meanwhile, top of the net worth, good life for Nature's Prophet, who's got the Maelstrom and farming a lot. Telekinesis, it might even get worse for Ember, but he's got a Remnant to get away. Just barely, and now a double damage also going to be picked up and, well, used from this bottle for Snow.
Let's see if they can make something out of it. Clockwork. Hookshot is available. Only level 6, 13 minutes into the game. Both supports. Slightly under leveled Hookshot. No, Global Silence to follow it up.
That Hookshot almost okay was meant for RRL, but happened to hit the Rubik.
It hit.
They're going to get the Silencer too, so 2 heroes dead and now a TP attempt from Snow. Will get out. He's got a Remnant top though, and if he wants to come back, well, it's going to be into the face of another NA team's heroes.
A problem with Clockwork and the rest of the team is other 4 members of the team, they don't have a hook shot, so they can't close the gap as easily as Clockwork. Gotta be careful about it. See Ush about to finish the Guardian Greaves. Magic Wand, 4 points in Kraken Shell. Difficult task for this Terrorblade to bring him down. They definitely lack some damage to be able to kill him. Ravage is available. Ooh, big Sunder.
All right, starting with a Sunder, then a Mac. Here comes Snow from the other way around. They get the Global Silence, they get the kill and a feeling. TP out by the Warden, and Ush is gonna run. Exo's still running. Does he Ravage for survival? Yes, but still dies.
Okay, and this is why we said that Prophet, a good counter to Tide. You see, she gets on top of him. Exo's running, damage from Spirit Siphon. So C might start thinking about getting something to defend himself with. Like I wouldn't mind seeing like a Force Staff. If the rest of the team is not gonna be getting any, then he needs to get one. I mean, there is one being built on Warden. Disruptor's also getting one, so he could get something different. So he can get like a pipe, and oh, he has Aghanim Scepter queued up. Never mind.
Ooh.
More minus armor, scaling the build.
I do low bags on time. Meanwhile, mid, they're gonna lose the Silencer, and looking like Death Prophet is gonna be next, but ends up walking away. Hook shot towards the top creep wave, but the Wrath of Nature still catches up to Crawler. 2 kills again as Requiem pops. Snow gone, Kid dead. 4 heroes dead on the side of this Penguin squad. I mean, they are losing heroes hand over fist.
Yeah, they do. They did lose 2 heroes, and they still decide to take a fight. No Sunder whatsoever, because he used it on top. Warden keeping that rocket
They're still
for now.
Oh boy, Death Prophet. Oh, Static Storm, the glimpse back on the other side of the kinetic field.
It's like,
So they'll
I don't
still
want to
get the
keep
kill
you
on
inside a
Satoshi.
static storm. It's just a zoning tool.
I just want you glimpsed through it. Well, that works. And now off in a rush. This has been a solid amount of work being done here by another NA team. I mean, they have controlled both games pretty easily.
Yeah, Guardian Greaves again. Penguin squad using scan. They know exactly where they are. Let's see, Crawler, if he can find the hook shot, if he can find the angle, kind of difficult task against all the treants around, and it's gonna be Argius picking it up. Full Gleipnir done, going into BKB next.
Oh, look at Argus. He's just in.
He's
That's an
massive.
easy kill.
This time around, they're not gonna have, I think, trouble closing out the game, because they might not even wait for the second Roche.
They might go now.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised.
Everything is available besides Static Storm, but I think you would want to have also Shadowfin hitting that level 15, where you have Presence Aura Effect building talent, and then sieging becomes much easier. You take one fight, they lose a set of barracks. Terrorblade still doesn't feel fight ready, even though he's not as farmed as Nature's Prophet as you would expect him, because Nature's Prophet just farms way too quickly, comes online much faster than other carries, does have this global presence, tower damage, Shadowfin Manta style available, so no global, can get rid of reflection, searing chains, just overall, I'd say good pickup, not the best one. If you like wanted to build it safe, it's BKB definitely.
Feeling dodge the hook shot. It hit him on the crossover, Ravage on it too, but the global silence, that'll stop a Requiem follow-up, and Snow is still gonna die here before feeling. Oh my. Oh, they're TPing forward for more. Gleipnir, and that's going to be another kill. Silencer has no way out. RRL with the raise is going to get the kill there onto a third. And when it rains, it pours, and it's pouring all over these penguins.
Not looking good. One more time. The game is starting to be in a difficult spot for them. Like these two supports, we haven't seen them really in action. Ember Spirit has been struggling. Like Shadowfin has almost double his net worth at the moment, and he switches his item build, trying to get the BKB instead. We've seen this global, like used. I don't think it was like a bad timing or anything by global, but the rest of the team is also not there, not on the same page what they need to do with it. Warden thinking about maybe, lifting him up. Let's see what he steals.
Slight hook shot. It comes through, but a force staff, and that's getting him out of the cogs, and now they'll use the exorcism. Warden with the slight again. They'll go to the Requiem that lands out of the clockwork. There's a glimpse back. They'll get the kill into Satoshi, who just used the exorcism. Another slight, but a remnant back.
This is the second time they use Exo and get nothing out of it. He gets blown up immediately. So that's also a huge problem. He does have a hood, does have mech going into Greaves next. Shadowfin did hit that level 15 that I mentioned, Presence Aura Effect buildings, and off to high ground they go.
Glimpse, so Argus, he's gonna TP back to base. I think they want to catch Kid too far forward. Can they TP onto him? They can. Gleipnir and Kid's in trouble. There's the Sprout. Kinetic Field, glimpse into the Static Storm. No Sunder for you. And no life either.
Nature's Prophet also finished the BKB. I mean, look at his HP. Gleipnir, Pupil's Gift, great stats overall. Sitting at 2.5k HP with Power Treads on Strength.
Must be nice to have all that health. And Glimpse with these telekinesis, that's another dead clockwork. Hookshot's never going to get the chance to connect. And they have a 13,000 net worth lead approaching the high ground again. They've been waiting out these glyphs. They've been getting kills on these heroes around the map, and they're going to go for more. They've got themselves the Gleipnir into the Ravage, and that is going to be another kill on a Snow. They've locked him up. They'll look over at the Silencer, who's going to die here to the Warden. This is turning into what's close to a 1,000 net worth lead per minute. It's definitely honing in on that. It is high, just 21 minutes into the game, and they're going to look over at the Terrorblade once again. They kill him off one more time, and that's the fear thanks to that shard on the Shadow Fiend with that Necromastery getting activated. So he threw it, half-second fear, ran away into the kinetic field, and ended up dying.
There's just way too much damage, way too much tower damage on their side. The control, team fight, everything they have. Like, this is going to be a second set of barracks. Power of Nature's Prophet paired up with another tower hitter and having this constant sustain coming from the Guardian Greaves. 2 set of barracks already gone. I don't want to be a downer, but I feel like, you know, this game's looking pretty over. It's just that another NA team seems to be like one step ahead, one level ahead in terms of the execution.
Yeah, they're kind of finding their identity, I would say. Off the last series, you know what I mean? Like how they want to play, what heroes they want to work with, and they've been definitely in the last 2 series looking a lot cleaner.
This is smoke. This is desperation smoke. They
Hook
found
shot.
Disruptor.
Can they kill Disruptor? Looks like it, but now here comes this Nature's Prophet. He TP'd into the Global Silence with the BKB being popped, though, again. Well, Satoshi, he'll pop that Exo. He'll survive with the Spirit Siphon, and they're going to get the kill on a Kid. They'll take out the Terrorblade, and they will look as they turn this around onto Satoshi. The Warden, he's got an exorcism of his own, but that one's not going to last as he ends up dead. They'll get the kill there onto the Warden. They'll lose Snow as the Requiem came out, and at least this exorcism's full duration, but it's not doing anything after getting the kill on the Warden.
Yeah, the Warden is a madman. He's a mad lad for sure. Steals Exo, tries to fight inside the base. Damage has been spread. Like, yeah, you don't have the Spirit Siphon. There was like 2 or 3 Spirit Siphons used on Rubik to get the HP back, and still, Deso done on NP.
Oh boy.
Another Glacier initiation plus a 4-staff aggressive one.
It was a 4-staff from Fueling that put him onto the low grab. That was awesome. Now we'll call GG. That's it. They'll tap out. Another NA team is going to get the 2-0 and destroy Penguin Squad in this series.
Yeah, this was pretty one-sided. This mid matchup, NP was free farming top, but it was pretty even. At one point, Terrorblade was on top of the network, but when it comes down to moving around the map, fighting, like getting the kills, they didn't get too much out of the last 3 exorcism. A bit of a difficult task. Another NA team, definitely looking like a team that could be a contender, even though they were off to a slower start the first 2 series. I feel like that, you know, they've been improving and they look like a team that could be maybe even a second team that goes to that Div 1.
Yeah, it would basically require them to win every series from here on out, and a couple things to go their way in terms of other series that don't include them, but they get the 2-0. It looks good. The cogs are starting to spin for them, and well, to break it down and have an interview after, we've got the panel. Take it away.
What a fantastic game and had here. Actually, series. Just going to coin it right now. Just a great series for them. They're going to need to keep this roll going if they do want to be one of those 2 teams that go up to Division 1, as Beacott pointed out there. But for now, let's have a chat about game number 2 and sort of the fact as to what impressed you the most, Fear, with Ant here. You know, there were heroes that all of them are picked up in the meta, but, you know, Ant still executed beautifully with them.
Yeah, I mean, it's not every day you get to see some Ants brutalize Penguins. As the Penguin Squad was definitely belly flopping around in this series. Well, I don't think they had a lot going well for them this game, except for the mid lane. This is the match I thought was going to do the worst.
Yeah.
But he did pretty well on Ember, all things considered, and I think the Silencer too had a great laning stage. He really held bottom together, refilled the bottle for Ember mid lane. I know you only told me to talk about how Ant is doing well, but the early game was the only thing where I feel like they had something going for them on the Penguin Squad, so I'll just go ahead and start with them there.
Fair enough. There's the highlight reels played out. God, is there anything they really missed? Was there anything that stuck out in your mind from this game where you're like, oh, that was actually really cool. That was pretty good, but we didn't get to see it in the highlight reel?
Ooh, that's a tough question.
Yeah, curveball.
Wow.
I gotta keep my analyst on their toes, you know?
Jeez, that was a highlight reel I was meant to be watching now. What's going on here? No is my answer. Honestly.
Okay.
I think this game was kind of cool in that, like, watching Ant play and just get better and better at, like, kind of, not like any one highlight, I think, but just the general feeling that Ant were always grouping up at the right time to take objectives. They use the item timings of the SF and Nature's Prophet really well, where it's like, okay, these two heroes are strong, they can't fight us, let's just go take whatever, objective or tower we want. TP was just too slow to come online, so I think the one thing that isn't really captured in highlights is just how well they played with their timings.
Yeah. Something else that isn't captured in the highlights, or maybe I guess you could argue that it is who the MVP is. It's going to be Rubik, played by the Warden there, Fear. We finally see Rubik in this series picked up by Ant, and he gets the MVP. Very justly so, would you say?
Sure. I don't think it's ever bad to give Rubik an MVP. He played really well. He helped with the laning stage a lot. Like, just this patch in general, having the extra cast range on, like, the 4 staff is kind of game-changing, because that was nerfed a very long time ago, but Rubik can safely just, like, continuously save his team with that item, a kind of, like, underlooked aspect of why Rubik is so popular. But not only that, just he was able to steal a lot of spells in the fights and help turn the team fights. I think it was such a stomp that there is an argument to be made for pretty much every single player for Ant for the MVP if you really wanted to make it.
Well, yeah, do it.
Okay, sorry, so let's go ahead. Rubik already gave you his MVP. Ush, he played the Tide. He played within his role. He made great initiations. He made the TP mid lane, killed the Ember when he's finally getting some traction. Shadow Fiend, he had a great comeback material game where he did well in the laning stage. He got ganked, but after that, he got his items, he got his farm, and he pumped out all the damage that needed to be pumped out. Argus on his Nature's Prophet did super well in this game. He owned his lane, got fast timings, showed up to every fight, took all the fights, played really well. Disruptor, this man, how many glimpses did he get? He got so many glimpses in the Static Storm, won the multiple fights in a row, and that's it. I just gave everyone a potential MVP.
I am so impressed, Fear. The positivity is just oozing out of you, giving everyone the little honorable mention or the reason why they're MVP, but all of it melded together. It gave Ant the win here in game number 2, but also the series. Gods, now are you ready to be like, yep, this team, they're in good contention for Division 1?
Not yet. I'm still a doubter. It's Penguin squad alongside Eternity look like the bottom 2 teams, so I think these are the wins that you're expected to get. I think what we need to see from Ant is putting, really taking it to some of those top teams here down in Division 2, which, they had a tough first series because they played against Dogchamp, who's like the best team in Div 2, it seems. So from here, I think they've lost 2 series as well against C-Dub. So they have to win tough series now against The Cut, against Felt. It's definitely doable, but it gets harder.
Yeah. Well, look, I've heard, fierce positivity about this team. Now I've heard about the uphill struggles, Gods, from you. But I want to hear from the team themselves. We've got Ush joining us again for another interview here. And firstly, congratulations here, Ush. But I have to say, with a grain of salt, you were probably listening in there on what Gods was saying. This is a series you guys were expected to win. So I want to know, how much does this win really mean for you guys? And do you have the same viewpoint? Was this a win or a series you guys expected to be winning?
Hello. Can you hear me? Test.
Yes.
Yeah, we're feeling good, but as God said, honestly, I agree 100%. Like, this series compared to last one is much less like really excited, happy feelings. I mean, I'm still happy we won, obviously, but I feel like it was definitely expected. So, it's more like a sigh of relief at this point that we won the games. But to do it, like, to just straight up stomp them, I mean, that does feel good. But at the same time, we do take it with a grain of salt. Like you said, we expected the win, but it still feels good to get the win. So, yeah.
Yeah. And in the game number 2 that you guys weren't able to get your hands on the Mars. Now, I know you have like a pretty deep hero pool and whatnot, but why do you keep going back for this Mars? Is it a comfort, or do you see something else during this current patch for this hero that maybe other teams aren't seeing?
Well, I don't want to give too much away, but we just feel like it's a strong first phase hero, and it kind of fits what we want from me and the team. I mean, we pretty much want me to be on an initiating hero that can win us team fights, and that hero kind of fits the bill perfectly. Also, before this tournament and before this team, I was never really an offlane player, and Mars is one of the heroes that I had actually played quite a bit in my pubs whenever I was in the offlane role, so that definitely contributes some of it too, because it's just like a comfort hero. But I feel like any hero can work, honestly. If you're really comfortable on it and you're really confident on it, then you kind of just go with that, and it's been working so far, so.
Yeah, it has been. Gods, if you want to go with your questions.
Yeah, hey, Ush, how you doing? I feel like the last time I talked to you, I hope you weren't asked this already because I wasn't here if your last interview was, but yeah, the last time I talked to you, I feel like was like 8 years ago, 2015 at a Star Ladder event, so it's good to kind of see you again, hear your voice. I just want to ask, like, what brought you back to competitive Dota? I feel like you took a bit of a break, but you're back. What kind of led to you kind of coming back to compete again?
Yeah, well, first of all, long time no see, buddy. Great to see your face again. Always nice to see old friends. But honestly, after I made it to the last chance qualifiers of TI, actually the year that Fear won TI, so shout out to Fear, you know. But after that, we made it to the last chance qualifiers, and then we lost. So after that, our team disbanded. There wasn't really any opportunity at the time, so I decided to go to school and take time off. And then after you don't play for a couple of years, it's really hard to get back into the swing of things and stuff like that. You're out of the scene and whatnot. But I feel like Dota's that game, you know, where we can all kind of probably feel the same way, where it's like it just draws you back in, like that, the love of competition, the love of the game. I mean, I played Dota 1. I've been playing this game for more than a decade now. It makes me feel old, but I just love playing and I love competing. I'm still studying on the side, but I mean, I don't know. I just can't resist, honestly.
That's awesome. What are you studying out of curiosity?
I'm currently getting my personal training certificate / nutritionist. So as of the end of this month, when I take my final exam, I'll be a certified personal trainer. So that is what I'm up to besides
awesome.
Dota.
Good luck and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All
Good
right,
to see you again, buddy.
Yeah. All right, sorry about that to interrupt you there, but my question is going to be, so you have the cut later as one of your opponents and felt, so these are kind of like probably going to be like do or die matches for you, probably for like that contention for getting into Division 1 here. Do you have anything special for them, or how are you going to treat those matches?
To be honest, I've just been taking it one game at a time, so up until now I've just been preparing for each team as we play them. So probably after tonight, you know, just like chill out, get some food, but starting tomorrow, get right back into it. I'm going to just study their replays, watch their drafts, and start talking to my team about what we want to do and stuff like that. But I feel like besides the draft preparation and whatnot, it's really just we just got to show up and play our best. So other than doing some preparations and talking with the team what we think their best heroes are, what we're worried about playing, what we think might be good against them, other than that, I think if we play our best Dota, like we play like we did today, we play like we did the other day, I think we have a really good chance, to be honest. So
all right, so speaking of that, like after you win a series, do you have like a personal like ritual of like what you like to do, like after you win a series? Like what do you do after that?
I mean, normally I would celebrate with my team, but I come here to do the interview, which is nice to see you guys. But other than that, really, I mean, I haven't eaten since I went to the gym earlier, so it's been like 7 or 8 hours since I've eaten. I'm probably just gonna get myself a nice meal and relax. Maybe, you know, get a little confidence boost, watch one of the replays on stream. Other than that, probably just get a good night's sleep and get ready again tomorrow, because like you said, we got work ahead of us to do. I mean, today we were expected to win, but the next series are going to be difficult, so really just all business starting tomorrow. Just get back into it, probably try and play as many pubs as I can and study the cut and go from there.
All right, sounds good, thank you.
I want to do the inverse of what Fear asked, and I want to know if you are a superstitious person. Do you have any like pre-game rituals, anything that you do to like get yourself hyped or ready for a series and a match?
Oh, yeah. That's a good question. I was waiting for that one. Well, I always try to go to the gym and get a workout in. You know, the first series we played against Dog Champ, that was a rest day from the gym, so that's why we lost. I did not get to go to the gym that day, but the other days I did get to go to the gym. Other than that, when I get home, you know, take a shower, eat something, and then I watch a lot of motivational videos. Honestly, I'm pretty big on that, and I like kind of talking to my team, giving them just a little speech, like getting everyone in the mood, in the zone, ready to go and stuff like that. But before the games today, I just watched the motivational video, kind of tuned everything out, and thought about what I'm really doing this for. Like I have my family and my loved ones that are close to me, and they love watching me compete, and they're really rooting for me. So I do it for them, and I try to make them proud in whatever I do. So it's kind of just getting yourself in the mindset and remember what it's all about.
Awesome. That's fantastic to hear. Thank you so much for joining us again for an interview and answering all of our questions, and congratulations on today's win.
Of course, always a pleasure. Thank you very much, guys. See you next time.
See
Thanks,
you.
Ash.
Bye.
See you soon.
8 years, huh, gods? Willing to show your age on stream like that.
Yeah, Fear was probably at that tournament too. We're a bunch of boomers here, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I remember Ush because he was like 16 years old at that event. He was like the baby, but now he's like the veteran. So it's always fun seeing those players who are once like the Sumail age suddenly. Okay, he's actually the experienced one in his team giving motivational speeches now. That's kind of cool.
I was still probably old at that tournament.
So then what would that make you now?
I mean, what's after old? I don't know. Use whatever you want. Dinosaur, fossil, grandpa?
I would never describe you that way. Although Papa Fear, that works, right?
Papa.
That goes after old.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So it goes old and then you hit Papa territory. That's how it works.
Well, I'm not grandpapa yet, so that's good.
No, that's true. That would be next. See,
next.
you've already got it all planned out for yourself here. But for now, we can have a look at our leaderboard. Our day has concluded. Both of our best of threes done and dusted. It's only really changed with both Felt and Ant bumping up some spots and C-Dub coming down. I guess the C-Dub one is like much of a muchness, right? Because they're actually still technically tied with Ant, both on 2 wins, 2 losses. And the only other real change up is the Penguin squad being down there with only 1 series win and 3 series losses. So both Penguin squad and Eternity in a situation neither of them want to be in, a lot of potential to be relegated, and everywhere else is still very much up for grabs. And it makes me excited for the next day. It's going to be in 2 days, 2 days time. That is how dates work. 2 days time, February 12th, we'll be seeing Fight Studios up against Eternity. A very big win for both of these teams, really, if they want to try and avoid relegation. Whereas we'll have Felt and the Cut facing off, 2 teams that you guys have put as favorites for the second slot to be coming up to Division 1. So gods, how do you see that series playing out when we do eventually get to it, and how important is it for both of them?
This could be the most important series. Like, let's say DogChamp is the best and goes 7-0. This is the most important series, since it will potentially determine second place. Depending what happens with C-Dub, I think C-Dub also look for, as well as Ant. Like C-Dub and Ant could go 5-2. But theoretically, if Felt and the Cut are just as those top 3 teams, like this series could just be the series which determines who goes to Division 1. So a lot rests on this one series. As far as how it's going to go, I think the Cut have looked a bit more disciplined and just experienced, whereas Felt still seem to be trying to figure themselves out, just drafting a bit more wacky with some of their picks, particularly like off-lane heroes. They picked Axe, they picked Legion Commander, but overall I think Felt's improving day by day.
It is really hard to compare them as well, because there is such a discrepancy in how many series all these teams have played. Like, we've only seen the Cup play 2, so right now they have no losses either, so they're in the best spot to be okay. Even if they do lose this series, there is space for them to bounce back. But before we close out the show, before I ask you any more questions, Spirit, I want to give a shout out to our sponsor, esportsbet.io. You can take your betting experience to a whole nother level, because they're giving you an exclusive $100 risk-free bet. So if you're a DPC fan, you have the chance to get 100 USDT worth of crypto back if you lose your first bet. This is your chance to guarantee a win with no risk involved, and you can join esportsbet.io now by heading over to their Discord, finding out some more details, and that Discord link is below PGL's Twitch channel, so you can scroll down and find yourself some more information over there. Now I get to ask Fear a question. that I haven't prepared yet. So
I mean, that was better than
any.
any question you could have asked me. Let's be real.
That's kind of mean, but also kind of fair.
I mean, I don't have good answers. It's not on you and your questions.
Oh, okay.
I just am not very knowledgeable.
Yeah, that's definitely how I hear people describe you for sure. Question, very generic, very simple, is describing today, if it one went the way you expected, and if you were impressed by either of our two teams that we saw win today in both Felt and Ant.
Well, let's see. Ant played well. I think they're on the come up here. Unfortunately, like, it might not even be in their hands if they can get to Div 1, but I do like it from the first day when I saw them, like, these guys are bottom 3. It's nice to see that it won't be that way, so they're really improving day by day, but I think tomorrow's going to be the big one for me. It's going to be Eternity, who's, like, dead bottom for me, right? And then you have them playing Fart Studios, who's been disappointing, to say the least. So it's that series for me is going to be, like, do or die for Fart Studios. If they lose that one, then it's going to be a big yikes.
Yeah, a massive one. But yourself, Gods, you were here all day with me. If you could go back and only watch one game today, which game would it be?
I think it would be game 1 of Felt versus Eternity. It was the best game we've seen out of Eternity all tournament long. They had a great early game, and then unfortunately, a bit of sloppiness followed that. But there were just some great team fights. It was a lot of fun seeing the way Felt brought it back with some of these Tidehunter team fights, as well as also just watching the Ember really pop off. Blessed Kid played a great game there. Unfortunately, they couldn't get the win, but I think that was the best game today.
Yeah, I would actually second that. I really liked that game. I was excited for what the rest of today was going to show and deliver for us. But that game number 1 between Tony and Felt, if you guys have the time, for sure, go back and watch it. It was an absolute treat. Today's been a treat. Being with you, Gods and Fear, has been fantastic. But for now, we're going to close out our day. We will be back in 2 days' time for those series that we talked about just before the Eternity Fart Studios one. It's going to be interesting. So we'll see you guys then.